Welcome to the 12 hours of the Nürburgring. We are set and almost ready to go for 12 hours of racing. In this very case, it is split up into two 6-hour sessions. And today we will look at the first 6 hours of this fantastic race, which I'm sure will be exactly that. After the Nürburgring, there is one more race coming up, which is the Barcelona 24-hour race. And that is going to be the championship deciding weekend. So every single point that is being done here at the Nürburgring counts and is very, very important because championship standings are still very close. If we look over to the left, if you watch us on a live stream and if you listen, you can imagine I'm standing next to the winner trophy, which is fantastic. It is big. It is exactly what all of these drivers here want to take home. And of course, we have the beautiful Bomberg watches, which no one is going to take them home just yet because this is only for championship winners at the end of the season. But of course, as a little taste, we get to see the watches here. Now, the cars have already arrived to the grid, and of course, we have to start with P1, which is the Get Speed car. Right behind me right now on the right, it is a Mercedes AMG. And let me see if I can find one of the drivers. Benjamin, come on over here to me, please. You're the only one I can find right now. Welcome to the big grid. How are you?
Fine, and you?
I'm very good, thank you. I've looked around. There are a lot of people here, aren't there?
Yeah, quite a lot. I mean, it's super nice to have a lot of fans here, so thanks to all the fans to come and for the great support. So I hope that they will stay for the full race, and I hope we will do something great.
Something great. Who is going to take the start of this race in your car?
It's Michael Grenier taking the start, and then it's Jordan Boisson going in second.
That means that you still have a bit of a break before you get to hop into the car. Is there anything specific? Yesterday you said the car feels fantastic, the car feels just perfect, basically. Was there anything that you guys tried to notch even a little bit more to make the car even more perfect for today's race?
No, I mean, the car was good, so we made it, the race setup on it, and that's it. I mean, we have to stay calm. We are championship leader. We put the car on pole yesterday. We have to do a clean race, so we just put something that we know on the car, and that's it. I mean, we don't have to overdoing some other things. But yeah, we will see what it brings. But I mean, we know the car how it is. We know these temperatures. We drove it on Thursday, so I mean we are quite confident, so let's keep it in a good mood.
You are in a fantastic mood. I love it. I will leave you to it and continue my little trip through the grid. P2 is not here yet, so let me take you guys to one of the newer people on our grid, which is the Up2 Racing team. And next to me, I see Mr. Heinemann and Mr. Gross. Hello, guys. How are you?
Good, good. Enjoying the sun. All good.
Fantastic. We are not very used to this brilliant weather here at the Nürburgring, are we?
That's true. I think the last 2 weeks already, Europe-wide, were really, really nice. So yeah, for the day, 20 to 22 degrees, it's quite better than the last weeks.
Honestly, I was thinking exactly the same. We are used to getting almost snow during this time of the year, and we can just enjoy ourselves. Tim, I don't know if you remember, but us knowing each other goes way, way back when you were in the DTM Trophy. Your career is quite remarkable. You went from sim racing into DTM Trophy, NLS, DTM. Now you're here with us. How is it in the Creventic Championship?
Yes, I mean, you're right. But actually, it's for me the first time in Creventic. But I quite enjoy it. I mean, for us, it's a new car, new team, new constellation, new lineup. So far, it's really important to get mileage, to practice and to improve. But by far, the team is doing an amazing job. And for sure, I try as much as I can to help the team to develop with my experience. But yeah, it's great. It's fun. We are on P4. We are looking forward to an amazing race.
Now, you mentioned the new car. Tell me a little bit about it. How do you feel with the car? How is it? What are the challenges? Give me a bit more juicy details.
Yes, I mean, the GT3R Evo is not completely new, but it's a brand new chassis. So it's a car coming from Herbert Motorsport. The chassis has been changed. So in the end, it's like a new car from factory. And then even though the car is well built and well proven and run by Herbert all the time, But a new car is a new car, and you have to adjust all the setup details, the suspension, all the software details as well. And this is what we've been working on the past 2 days. And yeah, for now we have 0 issues, so everything is running really smooth for now.
Fabio, is it as new for you as well as it is for Tim?
Definitely, yeah. I made the step up from the Cup car and also from the GT4s, driving on the Nordschleife and also some Uruguay series. So for me, I think I have like 40 laps of experience now in the GT3R. So I'm really looking forward to the race to expand that experience in the car. But for now, yeah, it's looking great. I made some good progress in the car, I guess, and yeah, looking forward to get a new team and also a good result with everyone. And also, yeah, it's nice to have Tim in the team for sure to get some data work and yeah, the last details of the car, because it's pretty important in a GT3 compared to a GT3 Cup car. Because the Cup cars you can drive 110% and still be fast. Here you sometimes need to get 99% better than 110% because yeah, you have to be more exact. And yeah, just a new driving style, but I really enjoy it.
You mentioned one thing, and it's the last thing, and then I'll let you to it. You came from GT4 as well. I always feel like there is not enough GT4 happening because it's actually quite a cool way to get into GT racing. It is the perfect entrance into GT to get into a GT3 car. Do you agree? What is it about this transition between GT3, you did the 992 in between, and then a GT3 Cup car like that?
I definitely agree. Like, for example, we stay with Porsche for the last 10 years, but the GT4 Porsche, for example, is a really, really nice car to be cost-wise and performance-wise, and also for the fun, for the driving fun, and also for the competition. So, yeah, it's a bit sad to see that it's not so much GT4s around. But if you see on the Nordschleife, for example, the Cup classes, especially the Cup 3 class, is really competitive. And yeah, there's some fast drivers stepping up into GT3 Cup or even then GT3Rs. So I think it's a really good school to enter some bigger programs. And yeah, I also did V classes in the NLS and also stepped up from simulator. So yeah, nearly sharing the same experience than Tim. So yeah, this is for sure the end goal for every sim racer, to stand here enjoying the sun in a nice supportive way from the team and everyone. So yeah.
Fantastic, brilliant. I love your story, really. Enjoy yourselves, and I'll definitely see you guys in the pit lane later. Now, let me have a look. Yes, P2 has arrived, so I'm just going to go up to the front row quickly to speak to, oh, Mr. Kaffer. Pierre is here. I want to speak to Pierre. Hello, how are you, Pierre?
Very good today. I mean, how many times you are at Nürburgring and you have such a nice weather with such a nice crowd here of Creventic series. The 24-hour series is a really growing up series, and I really like this atmosphere, and it's like in a family, and how can it better than to have so many nice cars here up and to the front.
Well, basically, you could take over my job because you're promoting this whole thing perfectly. Thank you very much for that one. Now, listen, I was standing in the pit lane yesterday when it was all about, is it going to be you on P1 or the Mercedes on P1? And I watched you exiting the box just milliseconds before the Mercedes passed you in front of your box, so that you came out just in front. Was that on purpose? Was that a strategic game that you guys were playing?
Honestly, this I don't know, because I'm going when the lollipop goes up. So, and you cannot watch who is in the fast lane, but I have seen there was a Merc behind me, and I think the 28 car is a really, really strong car, and I think this is the car which everybody needs to notice, because it's a home race for them, or for the team, put it that way, and I think they know everything inside out, and so we are trying to do our best.
Very good. Now, there is one last question I would love to get the answer to, because I get this asked quite a lot, so let's put it on the live stream. Do you know why it is called the Santoloc Junior team? What is the junior part of all of it?
We are all juniors. It's not the age, it's how you feel, and we all feel like a junior, so that's why it's a Santoloc Junior team.
Fantastic, what a good answer. Thank you very much. Are you going to do the start?
Yes, I will take the start today.
Brilliant. Well, good luck with that. Make sure you take care on that P1. We've seen some action in Radical earlier on.
I haven't seen it, but it's a long race, so I think everyone should be a bit more focused to the long-term race.
Fantastic. All right, let's head into this very busy grid. You know, what you need to understand is that this area of the Nürburgring is truly where people love racing. It almost doesn't matter what type of racing goes on here. You can really be sure that here people show up, they want to see the racing that's happening, and of course with Creventic they get such a cool mix of different cars, different drivers, different categories. It's just brilliant for any team to come here to the Nürburgring and enjoy whatever racing is planned on the schedule. Now, while I'm telling you all about this, I'm walking up to the next roll where we have the other Get Speed car on the GT3 AM pole position, and to the left of it there is the Ajit Kumar Racing Red Ant team. They are taking a picture right now, but I'm not going to move anywhere because I really want to get an interview in with Ajit Kumar. He's been with the championship for a while now. He's a very beloved driver of not just the team, but also the championship itself. And let me get a word with the sir himself. Hi Ajit, how are you doing?
Good morning, doing very well. How are you all doing?
Oh, we are so excited to be here, so excited to see this crowd. It's incredible how many people come to watch this racing, isn't it?
Yeah, really extremely grateful, for them to come and follow the sport, follow us wherever we go. Really motivates us.
It is truly incredible. Now, the Nürburgring, tell me, how do you feel about it? What is your experience that you had over the past few days with testing and qualifying?
Of course, the Nürburgring, a lot of history behind this circuit, right? Including the Nordschleife. And to be driving here, I was here last year. I drove the GT4, a wonderful circuit, very technical. And yeah, loving it, all the more because the week so far went very well for us, for all of us, including me. Did some good lap times. They had set a lap time for me to be within for the weekend, and I kind of exceeded the expectations. So I just hope I don't get overconfident, stay calm, composed, and do my job to the best I can.
In terms of staying calm, we had a conversation yesterday with one of the drivers of the P1 Get Speed, and he said that actually his engineer helps him to stay calm. He tells him, you're pushing too much, stay calm. Is that the same with you?
Yeah, the same here. In fact, not just about remaining calm, it's also about if they feel that I need to push myself or push my braking points or apply more brake pressure, because it's all so new to me, right? Because I've been swapping in and out of two cars, the P3 car and the GT3. So it's completely different. So I need a kind of a reminder from the engineer to tell me where I need to push and where I need to back off. And so all that is helping me so much. It
is fantastic. I love this aspect of this sport that is such a team sport in the end. Thank you very much, Ajit, for taking your time for us. Enjoy all of this madness that we have going on here, and I will see you later in the pit lane. And now we have two gentlemen waiting to speak to all of you out there on the live stream and whoever is listening. It's Ben and Snowy in the comms box.
Epic job, Carla. Thank you very much for rescuing us. We had a little technical issue with our door, but we are happy to be with you to guide you through the Michelin 12 hours of the Nürburgring. Myself, Ben Colson-Juris, and Peter Snowden alongside me. We also welcome Simon Hill at some point during the commentary. It's mainly so I can get some food, because I just love my food. It is a perfect day here at the Nürburgring. The grid is busy, as you can see already. The weather is perfect. It's a lovely, lovely day. And as Pierre Caffer said, where else would you rather be than the Grand Prix circuit at the Nürburgring? 5.14 kilometers in length, with an average GT3 lap time around 1 minute and 54 seconds. It is similar to the Grand Prix circuit for Formula One that's been the same since 2002 and consists of 15 or 16 turns, depending on who you ask. With the tricky Mercedes Arena turns 1 to turns 4, and then you blast out onto the older part of the circuit, down to the bottom of the hill. The undulations not shown, of course, on this track map. You return back towards the paddock, The Hatzenbeck-Bogen is the little flick at turn 12 there, and then the Vidal chicane is your final fun blast before Coca-Cola Curve brings you back onto the start and finishing line. And we have a healthy grid of cars across our different categories to enjoy the Nürburgring 12 hours, split into two, a 6-hour race today, and then a 6-hour second part tomorrow with the Parc Fermé in the middle. Sometimes we unevenly split it, but today we will split it exactly in 2 equal tranches. There is the Nürburg Castle, which overlooks the circuit. Well, actually, Carlo was correcting me. Carlo, it's not a castle, is it?
It's a berg.
It's a berg, it's not a castle. I have Alexander Prinz next to me, German speaking. They have been discussing with me last night that the Nürburg is not a castle, it's a Burg in German, correct?
Yes, that's right, yeah. Someone mentioned it's a castle, but no, it's a Burg, yeah.
It's a Burg, exactly, there we go. Alex, it's nice to have you guys back here, and it's even nicer that Chantal is back on the team this race. I missed her at Circuit Paul Ricard, I bet you did as well.
Yes, for sure, she's always missing. Even the kids are here. After Mugello, they are also back, so it makes it complete. Just a small part is missing. Max is not with us. He is at the NÜRBURGRING, but yeah, so Chantal is back. We are all very happy to have her inside the car, like we saw also in the quali yesterday. So yeah, we keep pushing. Yeah, we're wishing for the best.
You guys were the sort of underdogs at the Paul Ricard. We didn't really speak much to you guys. All of a sudden, you win the race. You're starting this weekend quite similar. What do you have planned again, sir?
We are the underdogs for sure. So yeah, we just focus on our pace in the race. It's like I think everybody just need to sort them out in the first half of the race. For sure, maybe we will see what we have back in our tactic strategy plan. Maybe also the commentators can speculate again. So I will give again some head games for sure. Yeah, but we just want to see how the first part is going, and then let's see what tomorrow brings.
Fantastic, love it. I was stopping you from getting ready, so get ready. Good luck during the start.
Thank you very much.
And I am going a little bit further back. Excuse me, sir. I'm bumping into people here. It is really quite busy, although the track is clearing up now as I am speaking. There is actually another team here on the grid that is completely new to the family, and it is the so-called Kio Racing. Now, I need to find Kio Racing. Where are they? A little bit further back than I anticipated, so we need to walk a little bit more. They are on row 8, so let me get back to exactly there. Right, here we go. I need to get to the driver just before he gets into the car, or maybe while he gets into the car. That's always an option I like as well, I'm not gonna lie. So, which one is getting in the car right now? It's Adrian. Adrian, okay, Adrian is getting buckled up and ready to go in his Ligier, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, exactly. I have all my notes with me to make sure that I don't make any mistakes here on the live stream. And while his colleague Kevin is buckling him in, I'm just going to have a look-see around what else we can speak about. They are making sure that Adrian is safe and tight in that car. It is basically the job of the whole team to make sure about that, and teammates do more than often help exactly in that situation. I really want to get a word in with them, so I'm just going to be a little bit more patient here next to those two. Maybe cannot speak to Adrian anymore, but I will get a word from Kevin, I hope. How's it going, you?
Hey, we're very excited to be out here at the Nürburgring and with Creventic for the 24-hour series. This car is a lot of fun. 650 horsepower. It was ripping yesterday. We've got it dialed, and we're looking forward to a good race.
Oh, I love the energy. It's so refreshing. Thank you very much for that. Now, what is the biggest challenge that you guys have with this car on this very particular track?
Well, it's a brand new car, so we're still figuring out tires, tire compounds, everything. Setup, so it's a lot at once. But Adrian's doing a good job, KO Racing's doing a great job, and we have some folks from Ligier here too. So let's see what we can do.
It kind of seems like the perfect setup for an inaugural race for you and the Creventic, doesn't it?
It is. It's a challenging track. You know, a lot of folks, manufacturers will test at the Nordschleife. We're on a smaller version of that, but it still has low speed, mid speed, high speed, elevation change. So it's been very good to get the car dialed. I'm excited to see how this all goes.
Fantastic. I'll leave you to it. I think you have to leave the grid. Yeah, you got to go. So go ahead. Good luck to those guys. I'm going to see if there's anything else I can capture while I'm at it. I'm not quite sure if Martin Rump is in the Müllner car. He usually is quite flexible with having a last word. Is it Martin in the car? Yeah? Can I get one last word, Martin? There we go. Yeah, you're always my victim when I need last minute things. Hi, how are you?
I'm great. Never been better. Being on class pole is nice. But now it's on to the race, so mind is already there.
Mind is already there. Get me into your mind. What goes on in your mind right now?
To quote somebody from a movie, I'm going to my happy place.
Oh, I love that. So once the visor is down, you're happy and exactly where you need to be, correct?
Yeah, I just try to go through the procedures and then keep a steady and calm mind. It's a long race, you know, but also we need to be sharp. So just a day in the office, nothing special, no mistakes. That's the best way.
I love the energy. Good luck, Martin. Always so fantastic to speak to this team. And we have to get out of the way now as well, because in just a few seconds, this track is going green for the formation lap. And the guys who have the best view on that are actually Ben and Snowy.
Thank you very much, Carla. To the second. That was professional. Here is the grid for the first part of Michelin 12 hours. Oh, no, we're not. Not yet. We'll do that in a bit. But an interesting look at the grid then. Get Speed on the pole position in their Mercedes. Alongside them is the Santelok Junior Team Audi R8. Pierre Caffer, I think we said, is getting ready to start that car. Behind them on the second row, we've got the two Porsches of Proton Uber Competition and Up to Race, that great story of the sim racers taking part there. Then you've got two more Mercedes from Ajit Redant Racing and the American Get Speed team, JR286. Forget Get Speed are a very, very, very local team to the Nürburgring. ERA will start in 7th position with the Haas RT, just the two drivers, father and son duo, in a brand new BMW for them. Then Hoffer Racing down in 9th with E2P and their Aston Martin on row 5. Behind them, Vipanisa Racing, the Malaysian crew, alongside the Lamborghini Huracan of ARC Bratislava. Great to have the diversity of different brands in the GT3 category. With Pellin Racing and Jutta Racing, a Ferrari and another Audi at the tail of the GT3 field. The last GT3 car, Continental Racing by Simpson Motorsport, demoted down to 15th position. So that's a question for Carla to find out why. Kia Racing is the only GTX machine, the Ligier RS. And then we look at the 992 category. Mulder Motorsports ahead of HRT Performance on row 1 for them. Then Red Camels Jordan and RPM Racing, Tracy Crone's team, 19th and 20th. A decent field of 992 category cars. Chazelle Technologies and Van Berlo Motorsport, Glenn and Marcel, with Van Helden, the third driver in that car. Seb Lejoux down in 23rd. MM Racing, the Murans, in 24th. And then we roll on to row 13. The second Mulder Motorsport 992 and the second Seb Lejoux Racing machine, which I don't think is starting. That was a non-qualifier, if I remember correctly. Hoffer Racing by Bunk Motorsports, GT4 only GT4 car. And then the TCE category, there's a Ligier in there. There's also a Porsche Cayman and the two Cupras, the Cupra TCR DSG with the DSG gearbox and the final Seat Leon Cupra Racer from Asbes Racing. Almost an Asbes single make TCE category. And just to confirm that we do not have, oh actually, sorry, we do on the timing screen have 9:10. So it didn't qualify, and it wasn't on my entry list, or was it on my entry list? No, it wasn't on my entry list. But we do have the second Seblejoux car, according to the timing screens, starting this race, which is an interesting one. And there indeed is the purple Seblejoux colours. I need to confirm that before we get going, but there was an issue with the paperwork on that car, so they couldn't get it scrutineered, so they weren't able to qualify in the 910. We were expecting to see Lionel Amarouche, who usually drives the Vortex. No Vortex on the grid this weekend, as you can see, and so Lionel was going to be part of Seblejoux Racing in the 992 category. However, issues with that car maybe have been resolved. Just need to double check and clarify. We're running through our onboard cameras right now. We've got an onboard with Era Motorsport and Jake Hill. We've also got various different onboard cameras spread across our field, and some very, very strong drivers. Here's the onboard with Nicholas Jonsson, who'll start the RPM 992. This is row 2 of that category for the bright green and blue machine of Tracy Krone's colours. And there it is from the outside. Michael Grenier will start the pole position car. Further back, the Asbes GT4 car, started by Carlos. And here's the 888 Seblejoux Racing of Carlos Rivas. I wonder if we can stay on this shot. We've also got Jean-Mathieu Leandri starting the 920. That's the Chazelle Technologies machine. And I think just to double confirm that there isn't. Oh no, there is. So confusing. I think there is now 910. Sorry for going back and forth with it, but an entry list that doesn't have a car on it, and then a car turns up for the race. I'm not going to be able to tell you who's in the car, but we have Michael Grenier, Works Mercedes driver. On the pole position, Pierre Caffer, long-time Audi Works driver, alongside him. Works Porsche driver Joel Sturm in 3rd position. Tim Heinemann, Works Porsche driver, alongside him. What a spectacular grid for the very first Michelin 12 hours of the Nürburgring. The first time Creventic have ever been here. And we are about to go racing on a beautiful day in the Eifel Mountains. A stunning grid of cars heading their way towards the line. The lights are out and away we go, and it's going to be a frenetic first couple of laps as all these pro drivers try and sort themselves out. It's 3 wide momentarily for 3rd position as Joel Sturm looks to the inside to maybe snatch 2nd. You need to be super careful into this turn. Jutta Racing I thought was going to go a bit hard, and actually a slow Pellin Ferrari by the looks of things, and actually really losing out there. Lisa Clark is aboard that car, and she is almost losing all ground to the 992 category cars as we look further into the pack of GT3s, and there's squabbling going on as drivers that perhaps have better pace in their qualifying positions try and make up some ground. Jake Hill being one of them in the Era Motorsport car into the inside of the Get Speed Stephen Jans.
He got that done by the first corner, actually. We then had a bit of a threat for that Stephen Jans on the way back through the Mercedes arena. That battle was going to continue between Jake Hills and Stephen Jans, but in Jake Hill's favour at the moment. I think he's got the job done. Down into the hairpin, as in kept it ahead of it. So 1 place up already for Era Motorsport. Michael Grenier in the GetSpeed Team PCX Mercedes. It is leading from Pierre Caffer in the Santalok Junior Audi R8, right at the front. No particular change of order at the beginning of that, and Ligier through the field there. Joel Sturm it is that's in second place, not Pierre Caffer, my correction. Joel Sturm in the Proton competition, number 73 Porsche, that's up into second place. Pierre Caffer down into third position on the opening lap of this. Just coming to the end of our very first lap of 6 hours to go, unbelievably, followed by a further 6 tomorrow.
Over the line for the first time then, Grenier leads Sturm, Caffer in third, Tim Heinen in fourth. Good start from Yannick Redan, who holds on to fifth position in his Mercedes. He'll have Jake Hill crawling all over the back of him. Then it's Steven Jans, Alexander Prince holding off the attention of the ARC Bratislava Lamborghini. That's made a good start, hasn't it? Ahead of Dominic Yang, Oliver Campos, and then Peter Wellings, the father. And Lisa Clark really has struggled on that first lap, hasn't she? The Pelin Ferrari down behind almost all of the 992 category cars. There's a couple of slow starting GT3s, including the Simpson Motorsport Audi. I think that had a problem in scrutineering. I saw it in the scrutineering bay quite late on into the evening. And they started at the tail of the GT3 field. And Jutta Racing also mixed up in the 992 category cars as well. Leading in 992 is Martin Rump, holding off the attention of James Kellett right now, with Rick Breukers in third position. Absolutely going to be a battle between those three in 992, certainly in this first stint. And Tim Heinemann, we look at what we're calling the naked Porsche, crawling all over the back of Pierre Caffer for third position.
Yeah, not a strong first lap for Pierre Caffer. A little bit surprising. Maybe take a little bit of time to get that R8 LMS dialed in. Nobody knows one of those Audis better than Pierre Caffer, but he has dropped a place there.
Tim Heinemann looking strong on the back of Pierre Caffer here. Caffer knows it's a long race, and we saw in Paul Ricard, I think you were saying, Snowy, to me the other day, was just settling in and getting to the end of today is the main objective. Tomorrow is the real race. Staying on lead laps and things like that, making sure you don't give away too much track position. But ultimately, you don't want to spend too much time in the pits. Change the position at the back of shot there. Oh, no, not quite. Jake Hill looked like he was attacking Yannick Redan there, but Redan holding on at turn number 1 as we ride on board with the Era Motorsport Ferrari.
Yeah, it really is, to use a football analogy, of which I know nothing about, but it really is a game of two halves. It's a 12-hour race split into 2 6-hours with a part fermé rules overnight where the cars can't be touched. So you really do need to use this first part of the race to set the car up in position and team and strategy and drivers and everything ready for the real race tomorrow. That's where it's all going to count. It's not a 12 hours straight through. So there's a little bit different strategy and theory and philosophy to it. And we saw it at Paul Ricard, where exactly the same situation happened there, 2 6-hour races. The first part was really, I wouldn't say it was sedentary, but it was teams were clearly thinking about the 11th hour, if you like, the next day. So they don't worry too much about positions. Pierre Caffer's dropped one already, under threat at the moment from Tim Heinemann, is he not, in the Up to Race Porsche, which I think the Up to Race is one of our new teams this weekend. I think it is. I'm sure it is, with Tim Heinemann on board. Tim all over the back of Caffer. In fact, he's nearly had a little look down the inside there, Pierre Caffer. It's only a matter of time at the moment. Caffer didn't close the door on, but Tim Heinemann, two very, very experienced drivers there in Caffer and Heinemann. Tim knew that wasn't the chance to come through, but just came out of that one, just backed out a little bit, but he certainly showed the nose of that Porsche, that naked black Porsche, down the inside of Pierre Caffer to put the nose in there. Not ready yet, but I wouldn't think it'd be too long before he does that. Pierre Caffer has dropped 2 places, sorry, 1 place, but he won't want to drop 2, even though that's a strategy. The team will be talking to him and telling him it doesn't matter, or if it does matter, they will know. That's inside information for the team. We don't know just yet, but I should imagine they'll not worry too much. But cars starting to settle down now. So tyres are up to temperature, cars are up to temperature, drivers are up to temperature. It's all pretty important stuff to make them all work cohesively together.
As per process, start of the race is under investigation just to check everyone was in position, but it actually looked like a really, really disciplined start with everyone running through the lines, and indeed race control happy with it, so no penalties coming the way of any drivers. There's a couple of penalties from qualifying of various misdemeanors. The 102 is the Seat Cooper racer that got a penalty for ignoring flags in qualifying. It was a car that actually did an extra lap post-session and ignored the checkered flag. Also, a 30-second penalty already been handed out to the GTX car of KO Racing for a misdemeanor in practice, I think it is. So they've already got 30 seconds. Now, we're not going to spend a lot of time talking about them, sadly, unfortunately, because they are on their own in GTX with no vortices this race. Vortex probably have won the championship because and that's a mistake for Martin Rupp. Oh, bouncing around again. We saw that happen in qualifying, and James Kellett takes advantage and gets himself to the head of the field, but that could have been a whole lot worse for Martin Rupp. And here comes Rick Breukers to look down to the inside, but there isn't going to be space there. Breukers is going to have to try again elsewhere, and Martin Rupp needs to settle himself down.
Well, yeah, because Kellett got advantage of that immediately as Breukers tried to do exactly the same right behind him, but Martin Rupp had to be very, very defensive to the Porsche immediately behind him. But that battle's not done yet. Breukers is done, and running a little bit wide again there, just taking a bit of Kirby's under pressure. You can, as you see, looking into the car there, a camera shot, fantastically looking in through the windscreen. You can see Martin Rupp literally looking in his mirrors, turning his head side to side, where that Porsche is right behind him.
Further ahead, little battle between Mercedes and Aston Martin. I'm not sure Rick Breukers is going to be close enough, but once again, you know, we saw this in qualifying with these 992s when they're not fully up to temperature and pressure, particularly, I imagine, the pressure on the tyres. And you can see laying a mark around turn number 2 there from the rear right tyre, almost laying down an 11. The car is so nervous, particularly under those bumps as you go over the hill at the Schumacher S's, and it was where he had an issue in qualifying, and I think it was where we picked up him having an issue in the race. And suddenly you see that we talk about this being an F1 circuit and being washboard and flat. There is some bumps there to catch you out.
Just to keep you in suspense, as it were. Just when you think you can relax and think it's a billiard board, it isn't.
Going down an early apex for Martin Rupp at the Dunlop hairpin. It's compromised his exit as he goes up towards the Michael Schumacher corner. This is what happened last time. Snowy.
Yeah, just ran wide and just got over that grasscrete onto the gravel, just slowed him down a bit, and immediate opportunity.
Wide in the first part, pushing him wide, which means he's offline for the second part, which pushes him wide on the second part, but the second part has a gravel trap on the outside of it. So just asking too much of the car at that point. He's going to set up a redemption mode for the Estonian. Well, he's not quite close enough to the leading 992 car. It's James Kellett in the HRT Performance 928. Martin Rupp and Rick Breukers, that's the three that are battling. Before there were two GT3 cars mixed up in the battle. We've got Miguel Garcia in the Simpson Motorsport Continental Racing Audi, and in the Jutta Racing is Lutz Obermann. Now, I would have thought Lutz Obermann should be carving his way through that 992 field, but both those two mixed up in the 992s. And then we do have Lisa Clark getting her drive time out the way in the Pellin Racing Ferrari. I imagine we won't see Lisa on Sunday, will we? They'll try and get all of her drive time, as you can do, and we'll speak a bit more in detail later on about how you what the regulations are on each individual partnership. But effectively, you can get rid of your AM driver, your slower driver, in the first part of this race. Then you can focus on the pro drivers, and as long as you're in a nice position, then you can then fight tomorrow. We saw that strategy being played out at Le Mans 24 Hours. Get the bronze driver out the way and then use your pro drivers to fight. Particularly at Le Mans works because of the safety car situation. We don't have safety cars here at Creventic. We will only ever neutralize the race using code 60s. And so ultimately the gaps always are maintained fairly, let's say.
Yeah, it's a good system and it works well. Drivers are used to it and teams are used to it, but it can play into it. It certainly, at the last round at Ricard, it favoured the ultimate winners, Hoffer, and that wasn't a question of any favouritism. It just favoured them because they just read it right and played it right. But as I said yesterday, they'd fueled and tired that car, that Mercedes, at the end of the first 6-hour session on the Saturday and taken that option. That was their strategy. So that placed them perfectly for Sunday, should there be anything like code 60s, and there was a quick succession of them, and that suddenly just played into their hands and took it away from the Get Speed team of Engel and Pack. Two Audis battling down the pit straight here, crisscrossing from side to side here. It's going to be down into the first turn. Who's it going to be? I think it's still going to be the car that started in that position at the point. That's the 69 entry, which I'm just trying to find on my sheet, which I now can't find. It's also now Miguel Maria Garcia in the Continental Racing Bike. Simpson with the Utah car right behind it, the 71. So 69 and 71 duking it out, these two Audi R8 LMS GT3 Evo 2s.
And this possibly explains why they're not making their progress through the 992 category cars. They're far too busy fighting each other for 16th position here, when they really could just focus on getting through the traffic. Of course, they've got the 3 fastest 992s in front of them, but there should be, what, Snowy, about 4 or 5 seconds difference in ultimate pace between a 992 and a GT3?
Yeah, you've thought so, but the 992s are missile quick in a straight line because they haven't got as much aero through the rest of it. So that's the difference. Oh, and a little mistake there. That's just separated the two Audis we were just talking about a few moments ago. That's popped the Utah Racing entry of Lutz Obermann in the 71 numbered car, just a little bit further back, coming out of the hairpin at the bottom of the Grand Prix circuit, run a little bit wide, as we saw with the Müller Motorsport car. Martin Rump a few laps ago gets 2 wheels just on the edge of the gravel and a little twitch, had to back out of it and drop a little bit behind, which allows the Continental Racing Simpson car, Miguel Garcia, to get a little bit of a respite for a moment. I say a respite, it's a matter of a few seconds rather than the car having his mirrors full of similar Audi R8 right behind him.
Some drama out on circuit. Let's take a look at the replay as to what's been going on in a moment. Not quite ready yet. Been teed up, but and continues to fight here for 3rd position. Interesting that Tim Heinemann hasn't been able to clear Pierre Caffer. So Caffer initially without a car that has particular strength on lap number 1. And here we go, Snowy, what's going on here? Lots of traffic as we've got the leading cars catching our touring cars.
Right, so it's the TCE, that's the Cooper is not trying to keep out of the way of these the 2 Porsches coming through, and lets one through and doesn't really, there's another one immediately behind. Has seen it, perfect bit of driving, sees it in his mirror, lets it through, thinking he's going to tuck in behind it, and it's a split-second decision, and then realises there's another Porsche immediately behind that. So, I can't turn in because cars can't just disappear. So it's like, oh, I've got to come out of that. So it's one of those things. It's racing. You've got to be on it all the time. When you think you can relax, you can't.
Yeah, this is not the first time you said something that makes me feel very nervous and squeaky bum. Yeah, that's racing. That's how it is. No problem.
It is. Get on with it.
Everyone else is like, no, please don't crash. These two still going at it for 16th position in GT3.
They've swapped places.
Now.
So the Utah's got ahead all the way round the outside on the Mercedes Arena. That's a bold move to make that carry through.
No, it hasn't worked.
Loses it and then gets the run on the way out of the Mercedes Arena. Yes. Yeah, gets the job done.
Maybe. No, remember
it's done.
Is it done? I mean, the racetrack goes left next time, so it could have been fought back, but they were being very gentlemanly with each other. They were definitely considering it an endurance race. There was no door banging DTM style there between the two of them. So that now releases sorry, lost them. Lutz Obermers in the Jitter Racing machine from Miguel Garcia, and that should see that car now close in on that lead battle for 992. And actually that's got quite close after Rump's little error a couple of laps ago. He's now closed back onto the tail of James Kellett, and Kellett still holds the advantage there, but Rump being pushed along and by Breukers. So 3 cars covered by 1.2 seconds. Here's your Aston Martin, Snowy. I know you love an Aston Martin. Crawling all over the back of the Viper Nisa Mercedes. Always good to have Viper Nisa with us, the Malaysian team, Malaysian drivers, yes, but also Malaysian mechanics and engineers and the whole team. They don't just, they're not a couple of Malaysian drivers that hire a European team to go racing. Yes, the car stays in Europe, but the team fly from Malaysia to each event in Europe across the year.
Well, that's not uncommon, is it, for cars to stay based in Europe and say freighting them around there. Quite a few teams do that and just come over and run the car. But yeah, nice to see the Aston out there. Of course, Mercedes and Aston, but a Mercedes-derived engine in the Aston.
Oh, and Tim Heinemann has got past Pierre Caffer here. So how did that happen? Looks like an unconventional place to overtake, and perhaps the BMW forcing Caffer to really defend. He gets wide, he's offline, and round the outside goes Tim Heinemann. A professional racing driver move, that one. Took a few corners to get it done, and not the easiest place to make a move.
And now on a fellow professional as well of Pierre Caffer. So he's had a few kilometres under his belt in any car, let alone an R8 LMS.
Tim Heinemann wants to show that he can be on par with Joel Stern. Because Joel definitely a works professional Porsche driver. Tim is, but he's a junior, and he wants to show in a Porsche. 2 different teams, up to race, running the all-black machine, whereas of Proton Competition, long-term Porsche partner, running the car up ahead of him. We ride back on board with Jake Hill. Now, interestingly, Jake has not cleared Yannick Redan. I would have expected him to have got past, but I think it's a reflection of how hard it is to overtake around here, because Stephen Jans has now joined that party. It's 3 cars for 5th.
Just going to say, so we talked a couple of times earlier in some of the earlier support races, did we not, about being hunter or hunted, and that's just 2 cars. We now added another layer to this. Jake Hill is now being the hunter of Yannick Redan in front of him, but is now also being hunted by Steve Jans behind him. So he's got front and back of that car full. He's a busy boy in there. So he's going to earn his corn in the next few laps.
Different noise to enjoy from the Ferrari 296 Evo. A different package of Ferrari this year. Just double checking that is actually the Evo.
Yes, it is. It was introduced, yeah.
Because Pellin running the original GT3 car without the Evo package, and the Evo package allows you to do lots of little tweaks. It's not a massive bodywork change or anything like that, but there is the ability particularly to modify the suspension settings on the front axle, and that has taken a lot of learning for the teams that have taken the Evo over. Jake again looking to the inside on the flashers, but may have distracted Yannick Redan a little bit, but isn't able to get past. Yannick on a very different line through turns 1 and 2, but ultimately, unless you want to get DTMing, it's really hard to pass through the Mercedes arena.
Well, Jake Hill in the era Ferrari trying every which way and left, right, anywhere possible to try and get past that Mercedes in front of me. He's in a Ferrari and a Mercedes sandwich at the moment. He's the jam in the sandwich between those two of Yannick Redan and Stephen Jans. 0.4 and 0.7 a second between them. And Jake's got to find a way to get past this red and white Mercedes right in front of him before the white and blue one behind him does the job and makes it Mercedes 1-2. So really having to work for his money at the moment. 2024 British Touring Car Champion, switched to GT racing and has taken to it like a duck to water. Cream always rises to the top, and quality drivers just show it doesn't really matter what they're driving, and Jake certainly having to do a lot of thinking about this at the moment. You've got to find a way through, and this is where you sit behind somebody whilst you're busy working out what mistakes they may or may not make, where they're weak and where they're strong, where your car might be different, where you can make an advantage, but not show that to the car in front. But whilst he's doing that, he's got a car right behind him that's also looking at exactly the same on the two in front. And then also, at the same time, you're doing this at great speed in a racing car around the Nürburgring Grand Prix circuit. It's not like you're sitting at a desk trying to work it out and playing battleships, is it?
It does look as though he's sort of happy, though. He doesn't look as though he's really hassling that Mercedes to make an error. Let's take a look at the start once again as they headed down towards the first turn. It was pretty good. It was pretty clean. Michelin Grenier holding on to the lead. A little bit of a challenge further back down the inside, but I was really worried about the Jutta Racing Audi right in the middle of the pack, and then Lisa Clark in the, look at the Pelin Ferrari, which is the golf coloured machine. She looked as though she might have been in the wrong gear because she just didn't get any drive.
So bogged down, didn't it?
Yeah, and by the time you look at this shot, she is pretty much at the tail of the field. She's not been passed by the TCE cars, but she's been passed by everybody else. So perhaps just a little error there. Grenier and Sturm staying line astern at the head of the field, and that was the start of the race as Yannick Redat makes a mistake. Now, opportunity for Jake here. Mistake from a Mercedes. He's dipped his wheels into the gravel, and you've got a traffic bit of Ligier to pass. Wasn't an opportunity, though, to get past there. You mentioned the idea of sort of attacking and defending at the same time. I imagine for someone like Jake, though, he's got such confidence in himself. He isn't really thinking about that Mercedes behind him. He knows who's in it. The team would have told him. And so possibly just literally focus on ahead and try and find a way past this red Mercedes. Here's Yannick, just chronic understeer and dipping his wheel into the gravel there. Was he put off by the Ligier? I think that's a poor excuse if he was trying to claim that with his lights flashing.
Yeah, but it's, I mean, Jake's background, I've just mentioned, is British touring cars, to the point that he's been a touring car champion just 2 seasons ago, 2024. So we're talking about a battle here. British touring cars, it's more like outright war, because that's all over the place. You use that all the time. So this will be child's play to somebody like Jay. And I'm not putting him down on that, as in it's not even close combat at this page yet. So he'll be so used to that. So anybody equipped to do it will be the young man in that ERA Motorsport Ferrari.
0.6 of a second separate our leaders. Michelin Grenier, the Canadian, drafted in to the Get Speed Mercedes that we usually see Mauro Engel drive, but Engel doing DTM duty this weekend. So the Canadian coming for his first Creventic race outside of the Dubai 24 hours and keeping Joel Sturm honest. 0.6 of a second. Those two have made a gap. And that mainly thanks to the fact that Tim Heinemann was stuffed up behind Pierre Caffer for the first couple of laps. That gap developed on the first couple of laps and has since stayed pretty much the same. In fact, Heinemann's about 0.6 of a second faster on that last lap than these two, and there's no traffic around them. So clear track is helping the naked Ferrari in third position. It is staying that name, by the way, for the next 12 hours. Don't think you're going to change me on that one.
No, I would agree with you on that one, Ben. So as we're approaching the first half hour complete, unbelievable, we're still less than a second, only just over half a second between the front two after nearly 30 minutes of racing. Bodes well, doesn't it?
I mean, we do have pro drivers across the field here. They are, I don't know, that was. No, the sync of the sync of the audio and vision that I'm watching is not correct. I was about to say, he got on the power so early through that. I
was thinking the same.
3 seconds earlier because the delay.
Why is it not squirrely with that amount of power input, throttle input, and that's why, because there's a delay.
There's a audio versus visual return to us, but ultimately Joel Sturm still doing a lovely job here. Second gear through the Mercedes arena, down towards the second left-hander, able to really crawl all over the curbs before, and that opens up the right-hander to then exit the arena. You saw the Mercedes not able to do the same thing ahead, or choosing not to do the same thing. And now we switch our attention back to the battle for 5th position. They've got another bit of traffic to contend with, and that looks like a GT3 car.
Ferrari,
Lisa Clark getting right in the way of Yannick Redan, who chooses to go right, can't go through. This is the opportunity for Jake, and Jake does go through thanks to a Ferrari. The Era Motorsports Ferrari taking that position and moving up to 5th spot. Now, Jake Hill, get your head down and scamper off. Do not let Yannick Redan get back past you, because I think you could say that Jake is the faster car. He just couldn't find a way through, and thankfully traffic giving him a gift.
100% there, and that was the move of experience. Saw the opportunity, and no sooner had he seen it than he'd taken advantage and got the job done and got the car placed in position where Redan had absolutely no option.
Let's have a look at that once again, because it was a little bit confusing. Yannick Redan going to the right-hand side, but Lisa then getting out the way. She almost saw Jake, but didn't see the Mercedes.
Perfectly read by Hill there. He just went to the left-hand side on the basis that, you know, it's take the opportunity. You've got to go one of both sides. Redan tried to go to the right-hand side. That was then blocked because Lisa kept out the way, but already that time had gone then already, and Jake was already through and got the opportunity done. So perfectly read bit of opportunity there for Jake Hill in the Era Motorsport Ferrari. He now starts to pull out a little bit already, but of course that now puts Steve Jans in the Get Speed car right behind Yannick Redan.
Yeah, interesting to see that Steve really is giving him a lot of hassle. Wasn't there when it was Jake ahead, but now fancies to get that Get Speed 286 car ahead of the Redan Racing, Ajit Redan Racing 93 Mercedes. Such a compliant and wonderful GT3 car to go racing as a gentleman driver. And Yannick, one of their stars at Redan Racing. Of course, Ajit Kumar, part of that lineup. We'll see him later on. There's Ayrton Redan as well. And Kobe De Bruyke is another fast peddler. We always see that car right at the sharp end. A little bit more traffic to contend with for our leaders now as we catch the little Cayman GT4. We've got one Cayman in Thought Joel was just going to pummel into the back of that Cayman there. It felt like he was holding onto the racing line, and so was Joel Sturm.
It's the age-old thing, though. As a faster driver, you say of your drivers in cars that are of a different speed, whether it be from experience or category class of the car, stay where you are. We will get round you. It is always the faster driver's responsibility to get round the slower car. The slower cars, however, if there's a huge gap between performance differential, i.e. GT3 there and a Cayman, those drivers tend to want to try and be gentleman and get out of the way. In actual fact, as the faster driver coming through, you don't want them to do that. Stay where you are. The view is you've got your right to be on track as much as anybody else. We will get round you, but don't change direction. That's where complications happen. We nearly saw it there for Joel Sturm. Had to use a lot of exit curve to avoid that Cayman, who was trying to be helpful. Don't try and be helpful. Stay where you are. We'll sort it out.
Confirmation there that the 910 of Sebleju Racing, the second of their two cars, is out on circuit. Lionel Amarush is driving the car, the boss of Vortex. So great to have that car taking the start, and great to see Lionel in that lineup, which also includes... Snowy, you messaged me about this one. It also includes Sebleju, who will drive it. Juliet and Carlos Rivas, who was moved on to the 888 car. So I wonder whether Carlos may now be in the 910 and not driving the 888.
Now, a little twitch there for our race leader, Michael Grenier, in the Get Speed Team PCX and Mercedes, which had a little wobble, shall we say, a little falter coming out of on the exit curb of the corner 4 or 5 corners ago, and that just put Joel Sturm right in touch in the Proton competition Porsche. He is now taking advantage of that by just flashing his lights constantly at Michael Grenier in front, trying to distract him, trying to put him off. But it's a really close battle. I mentioned at one point that it was only 25 minutes into the race, and we had 0.6 of a second between. Well, we're now just over half an hour in, and it's halved that gap. It's only 0.3 of a second between these two cars on that lap. Tim Heinemann is now only 2.2 seconds behind in third place, and Pierre Caffer, that started second, is in fourth place. Now Joel Sturm once again getting right, tucked up into the back of the rear wing of the Mercedes, coming out to the last corner onto the pit straight. Is he going to have a little look down the inside? He's certainly going to fill that Mercedes mirror with Porsche right behind him as much as he can. Is he going to look down the inside? I don't think so, but he's going to move across, just let him know he's there. Now Joel Sturm braking a little bit earlier there, I think, just to get out of that, to get a better run through the Mercedes arena. Very, very clever thinking and driving there, and that's exactly why I suspect he's put Joel Sturm right in touch with Michel Grenier for the lead of this race. Can't quite get it done on the first part through the big tight left-hander part of the Mercedes arena. He's close enough. Can he get a run on the outside now and get a run, clear run down the straight, left-handed downhill into the hairpin? Joel Sturm is fighting for this with just half an hour of this race, 6-hour race today, which is only one half of the full race, Ben.
I think he's probably looking in his mirrors, and he's got on his rear view mirror film camera, rear facing camera in his cockpit, an arrow, a green arrow saying there's a car behind you that my camera can see, because Tim Heinemann has taken chunks out of these two on the last couple of laps, and I imagine if you're Joel, you want to get past Michael Grenier before Tim Heinemann starts making it hard for you, because when you start putting yourself offline with the car behind you, that car fills the hole, and Tim Heinemann, as I said earlier, will be desperate to prove his worth against Joel Sturm. Two separate teams, same car, two very works drivers. But now the gap begins to grow again between Grenier and Sturm. It was a slow last lap, whether they had traffic or not. A 57.2 from the first two. As I say, Tim Heinemann taking a second out of the front two. So the gap now down to, well, about a second across the three of them.
Well, a few moments ago I mentioned that the strategy of this race is to be nice and calm and sensible and get to the end of the first 6 hours, and the real race is the 6 hours tomorrow. Well, that just proves I don't know what I'm talking about. We all knew that anyway, but nice to have it confirmed, because these three at the front duking it out. 0.2 and 0.8 of a second between first, second and third. And Mercedes, Porsche it is, get speed from Proton, from... my screen's just gone blank. Exactly the time I was reading it. How cool is that? There we go. From up to race.
By the way, Jake Hill, we saw pass and get himself into fifth position. He hasn't really got away from Yannick Redan. The gap's 1.2 seconds now, but they're pretty close to each other. And so this is why we're focusing on this lead battle, because this is very much the tightest battle on circuit right now.
So Tim Heinemann now should be sitting here waiting for these two to give him the opportunity, make a mistake, run wide, do something, let them focus on their battle, and just be sitting there just waiting, just watching, waiting, listening, learning, and at the same time watching what those two cars do, see where they're weak, where they're strong, where he can maybe pounce. Joel Sturm car in second place should really be similar to specification and handling characteristics, but the leading car, Michael Grenier, in the Get Speed Mercedes, totally different front-engined car, will have different handling characteristics around the circuit. So Tim Heinemann just sitting there and watching, a little bit of a gap opened out this time. It was, say, 0.6 from first to second last lap and 0.8 second to third. I think that's going to be a little bit different now, unless they close up again on the latter part of the circuit.
Well, I think they're going to catch a bit of traffic. Looking out my window, we've got a couple of GTX cars and a GT4 car not far ahead of these three, and this is going to make it a bit spicy. There are those three that I'm talking about, and they're going to have to try and clear those cleanly, otherwise we might, as we saw with Jake Hill and Yannick Redan a bit earlier on, get a bit of spice added to it. We're also expecting pit stops relatively soon, I imagine. Usually they come before the hour, don't they, for the GT3 category cars. And
yeah, I mean, a slight increase. That 0.6 has gone to 0.7 for Joel Sturm, so negligible. It's a tenth in it. Tim Heinemann still 0.8. The traffic you mentioned there, though, Ben, I think that's going to come into play at the lower end of the circuit, down by the hairpin. They're going to catch those cars round about there, I would suggest, and therefore, if they don't get past and get them dealt with and dispatched by then they're going to have an issue coming up through Schumacher through the really fast parts of the circuit, which we've seen already. So there's the first one. The race leader gets past the BMW, the GT, is that the GT4 car? Yeah, it's a GT4 Mercedes. Joel Sturm does exactly the same. The GT4 Mercedes, my apologies, BMW, right country, wrong brand. Doing a great job actually there of keeping out of the way. That's no problem, and literally moving out of the way that clearly to allow the race leader through. That's a totally different thing.
But look how the gap has changed between Tim Heinemann and Joel Sturm simply by sitting behind that BMW for one single corner. Now Tim has to go a little bit harder to get himself back onto the tail of Joel Sturm and to stumble across this traffic at the same time as him. Otherwise, you might find it's the wrong time, and now they're going to blast past the Ligier before they get to the flick left and right. The first two should clear that Ligier. No, they haven't. Okay, so an advantage here now, because this will really close things up. Ligier right in the way. You have to get past me. I'm not going to let you past. And look how Joel Sturm's closed right up to Grenier. Heinemann's not going to have a problem with the Ligier. He catches him on the exit of the final turn. But that Mercedes has a little bit more legs than the Porsche down the main straight. And there may be now 2 or 3 car lengths between them as they break into turn number 1. Joel later on the brakes than the Mercedes. Hotter into the apex, but then loses it on the exit.
Ever-thinking professional drivers. Tim Heinemann there took advantage of that back marker, as you called it, onto the pit straight and had a little toe off that Ligier there. Then Joel Sturm's got the job done. He's looking down the inside. That's more than a better curve. That was running over to the grass. I thought he'd got the job done there. He hadn't. He actually went across the grass to avoid hitting the Mercedes in front of him. There's a back marker between the pair of them now. That's going to play into Tim Heinemann's hands, who's going to scoot up behind Sturm if he can. That Porsche then keeps out of the way. That has definitely lost Sturm some time, but put Heinemann back in touch with Sturm. And this is an epic battle at the front of this for what should be, I suggested, a quiet 6-hour race in readiness for tomorrow's 6-hour race.
It was MM Racing's 992 Cup car that was caught at turn number 3. I think the Mercedes was like, right, I'm going to work out how to get him on the exit. Opens the door, and Joel Sturm says, well, I'll put myself in there. And there was nearly quite a lot of contact between the two of them.
Yeah, Michael Grenier, actually, you're quite right, opened the door, then said, no, I'm going to take my line anyway, which is entitled to do as a leading car. Unfortunately, Joel Sturm had committed at that point, and again, to avoid an incident, he just took to the grass, like, maybe not then, because grass is preferable to body contact.
But by going far, far, far to the left-hand side, was he trying to do a bit of a cutback to get more momentum out of the corner, knowing that the traffic was in the way? It was a weird line, but I think he was sort of planning 2 corners ahead.
And exactly, I think he was trying to find a way around that back marker in front and just say, where do I go? And unfortunately, Sturm took advantage of it. Grenier shut the door, quite rightly, perfectly entitled to do so, which just put Sturm on the grass, which gave a little bit of a favour to Heinemann, who's brought him in much closer now to 0.4 of a second. So Sturm is now 1 second off Grenier in the lead. Tim Heinemann in 3rd place is only 0.7, sorry, my apologies, 0.4 of a second off Joel Sturm in front. 1 second and half a second, effectively.
Let's go on board with Joel Sturm and see how it looks from his point of view, coming into turn number 3. I mean, I get it from his point of view. Mercedes is hugging the left-hand side, right? Doors open, thanks very much.
Good racing.
Good
read from both of them. Good reactions from both of them. Absolutely, pro drivers. That's it. It's racing. You said before, you've got to be on it all the time.
Just a quick note about track infringements. There are 3 offences you're allowed to have before you get given a warning, and then you get another 3 before you get a 10-second penalty. If you then continue to get more, in batches of 3, you get 10-second penalties. So the first of those cars for being noted for that is the 111, who has, I think, already had 3, the 3rd offence. Okay, so they've had their warning now, and the 111 is the Porsche Cayman that we've seen. Cesar Foncia is aboard that car right now. A little bit of gap developing and calming down between Grenier and Sturm. We are going to be surely getting visitors to the pits in the next 10 minutes or so. Traffic approaching again, another couple of cars, including another Ligier for our leaders to get through. Perhaps before we get that, let's have a look at another replay. There is Grenier. Woof! Joel Sturm sliding over that big curb at the penultimate turn. And now that's maybe cooked his tyres a little bit, because Tim Heinemann right onto the tail once more of the 73 Proton Porsche. Carla Velti is our pit reporter for the first part of this race. There's not much, well, there's nobody to talk to, Carla, at the moment down there in terms of cars with you, but what's the mood like?
Have a camera with me. I am standing in the Proton competition box. They are watching the race, obviously. They are having lunch, so things seem very relaxed, but then we go into replays like just a few seconds ago with their car going almost off, and everyone is shaking their heads and they are getting more anxious and anxious, because they know that the fight out there is real. And as you mentioned earlier on, Ben, we will get closer to the first cars coming in for the first pit stops. So it is kind of a false calm situation here in the pit lane, because sooner or later things will get very hectic when cars start to come in.
They need to be aware of indigestion, Carlo, if they're only having lunch now before the first pit stop, because it's only going to be about 10 minutes away, and we wouldn't want any stitches during a first pit stop from our Proton team. They have managed to clear a couple of bits of traffic. Grenier has another 992 car to get past, and he got past them before the chicane. Joel Sturm catches the Chazelle competition during the chicane. That's going to help Tim Heinemann, but Heinemann catches the 992 on the exit of the final turn, so can't quite get the drive off the turn. Swings and roundabouts as they carve their way through some of our 992 category cars, and it's going to get harder and harder as we get to the sharp end of the 992 category. Heinemann down the inside of the Chazelle car at the first turn. A good indication, actually, at how the GT3 and the 992 Porsches compare. I mean, the 992 car looks positively tiny in comparison to the GT3 car when you see them going down the main straight here. But similar in terms of top speed. It was only under the brakes where Heinemann was able to get himself down the inside. Now, next one is the front-wheel drive Cupra. We've got two of them. One's a little bit older than the other. We'll certainly send one of our pit reporters down to Asbez to get a profile on how old. I want to know how old the 102 car is. That's the mission for either Sarah or Carla at some point. It's definitely not for now, because there's far too much fun happening on track. Looking up ahead, yeah, another couple of bits of traffic to contend with. The Cayman gets in the way of the Mercedes, so Grenier's going to have to take his foot off the throttle. And again, Joel Sturm catches the Cayman in the wrong part of the circuit, has to back out of it. That's going to help Heinemann again. There is the Viper Nisa Mercedes. Now, while we're looking at them down in 10th position, he's got the Aston Martin still behind him, flashing the lights on the GT4. Ooh, no. Do not dip your wheel into the dirt and then try and press brake. Does not work. He was very lucky to get away with that, actually. Didn't even lose a position. But interesting to see as the air and the circuit heat up. There's plenty of it, little errors going on out there. It's certainly not as plain sailing and as simple as we saw at Paul Ricard in the first stint of that race. And I do think the parameters of this circuit are rapidly changing. I was thinking about this from our prototype category races that we had earlier on. You know, started the day in 12 degrees, 13 degrees air temperature. Track would have been in its 20s, and now it's certainly in its 40s. Joel having to go around the long way around the RPM Racing 992. That was easier for Tim Heinemann to get past, that's for sure. Still not quite close enough, though, to actually affect the positions of our top three, and seems to be starting to play better for the Mercedes, doesn't it? 1.3 seconds the gap now between Grenier and Sturm. Into the Dunlop curve. What's that? 2 car lengths between the Proton and the up to race Porsches. Mercedes on his flashers again at the top of the hill, halfway round the lap. This time a Seb Lejeune Porsche in front of him. That's going to be Lionel Amarouche, I imagine. And Amarouche, with years of experience in the Vortex, will know how to deal with these cars scrabbling around behind him. Mercedes have cleared him because he's now catching them at a different corner. Such is the gap at the end of this stint for Grenier over Sturm. We have to make notes of the pit stops that are going to be coming up, just to keep an eye on the strategy, because we've not had any code 60 so far. Clean green running. And coming out the final turn, Sturm is going to struggle to get past Carlos Rivas here. It's saying Rivas actually on the... Is it saying Rivas? It is saying Rivas on the windscreen. So yeah, that is actually the 888 car. Sorry, not Lionel Amarouche, but the leading Seb Lejeune car, which is sitting third in 992. So they clear that one. 3 more 992s to get past, and they're the 3 fastest ones. Rick Breukers, Martin Rump, and James Kellett. There's gaps between them. Remember, we saw them really locked together at the start of the race. Well, there's about 5 seconds separating Kellett from Rump, and then another 5 between Rump and Breukers. So it won't be as though these leaders get on top of it and disturb a big fight. It should be a lot easier to clear. But maybe they will have to be visiting the pits beforehand. First pit stops are already happening. A reminder that we have the fuel bays here at the Nürburgring, and they are before the pit lane itself. Sometimes we have the fuel bays after, so you do tyres first, then fuel. But here we do fuel and then tyres. And so it is where at the Nürburgring 24 hours the alternative fuels are used. So there's a little area of sort of a little bus stop really of the pit lane where all the alternative fuel competitors fuel up. And the first visitor to the pit lane now is Kia Racing and the Ligier JS2 RS. Let's go down to Carla.
Exactly, and what we do see right now is definitely tire change, definitely a driver change. So we have Adrian coming out of the car and Kevin getting in of the car. Important to know there, those are the only 2 drivers. So they will swap more often than others, I would believe, because they just need to make sure that they stay fit and ready during the full 12 hours over the course of today and tomorrow. Other than that, this pit stop seems very calm, very collected. We have one engineer actually connecting his laptop to the car. This is mainly to get quick information about the status of the car. Remember earlier on the grid I did have a conversation with Adrian speaking about what the challenges are, because it's the first time for them with that car on this track. So gathering as much information as possible about the car is exactly what they need. So Adrian out, Kevin in, and in a few seconds you will probably hear through my mic the car turning on, struggling a little bit, hold on, there we go. Car is on, lollipop is up, and Kevin is out.
Great stuff, thanks Carla. Good to get our first pit visitor out the way. Gives us an opportunity to understand exactly how long it takes, which is quite a long time, because I spend a long time in the fuel area, 20 kilometers an hour in the fuel bay area, but it actually is very, very short, a fuel bay area. And then the pit lane itself, 40 kilometers an hour, so quite slow. And then the pit stop and the service itself for the Ligier will be different to the GT3 cars. You may have noticed that I've been talking quite a lot on my own for the last 5-10 minutes. Peter Snowden has sent himself for lunch, very important, and been replaced in the commentary box by Simon Hill. Thank you so much for helping us out, Simon, because we've been talking since 9 o'clock this morning, so I've nearly run out of words already.
We've got a bit more talking to do, haven't you, Ben? So I know the feeling. I had the same at Spa. Myself and Johnny were looking after the comms at Spa, and we did that all on our own, and it was a long, long day, especially with the cold. But anyway, nothing cold about the racing action, is there? A bit of a cliche, I know, but this is slow-moving Ligier there. But this battle, this Inter-Porsche battle, is very, very interesting. Sturm, of course, we know has been in this championship regularly with the... the Ligier has stopped. So we had this at Ricard with the Ligier being a little bit up and down. I know it's Kia Racing running the car as opposed to the not only motorsport car that we also see. So interesting to see whether it's a control-alt-delete job, do you reckon, Ben?
Well, as you well know, teams will be watching that very, very closely, because if that becomes a code 60, this is a wonderful window to get in and try and make a pit stop. And I can see activity in the fueling area, people standing up, getting themselves ready. They want to get to the fuel base, but the Ligier moving again. We go back to green flag, and so it's a bit stand down again. We don't need to take advantage of this code 60.
Yes, currently showing us no teams and drivers in the fuel area at this precise moment. So
it's right there, right out our window.
Yeah, just over the other side. But yeah, just going back to this battle here, it's going to be interesting because one of the characteristics of the circuit here is it appears to have relatively long straights, but in a GT3 car especially, they get gobbled up very quickly. And there isn't really a lot of time for the driver. So in this case, in Heinemann's case, sitting there in the aero wash of Joel Sturm's car, not a lot of time for him to get a bit of breathing space to allow those front tyres to stop hurting so much, because what will be happening is, because he's not in clear air, he's going to be getting a little bit more tyre temp, because he's going to get more understeer, because the front of the car isn't working as well. And as a result, that's going to make it proportionally harder for him to really use any performance advantage he may have, both as a driver and as a car. Now, you would obviously look at the two Porsches and think, well, they must be pretty much equally matched. But obviously, as we know all too well with GT racing, there's lots of different ways of going about setting the car up based on who's driving it. Because obviously, the interesting thing is, if you look at the top 5 cars, they've got their quickest drivers in them at the moment. A little bit of an argument whether maybe Benji Pack is quicker than Grenier, but you get my point, is that they're pretty much there. Talking of quick drivers, Kellett now absolutely pushing like crazy, as we know James will.
Yeah, he's just lost a position to Lutz Obermann, who's come past after spending quite a lot of time getting through these leading 3 992 category cars. Obermann now clear of all of the 992s. He's left Garcia in the Continental Racing Audi behind, and actually Garcia still has got 3 992s to get through and is nowhere near making that happen. So it's taken a while, and I think Obermann will be frustrated that he's lost that much time in doing so, but now up to 13th position and about 17 seconds behind the Haas RT BMW up in ahead. There's the other Ligier. We saw one of them, the RS, grinding to a halt. This is an R, and Carla has news on the RS that was stopped on the side of the circuit.
Exactly, the Ligier run by Kia Racing that just stopped on the track apparently stopped because of gearbox issues, downshifting, if I got that information right. And Simon, it kind of sounds like a déjà vu, doesn't it? Because the Ligier seem to have a weak point when it comes to that, because those were problems we did see at Paul Ricard as well. He did do a little reset of the car, and after that all the problems seem to have disappeared. But let's keep an eye on that, because if anything is as similar as to Paul Ricard, then we might see continuous problems, but I hope not, of course.
Yeah, good point, Carla. We saw the Ligier have some real dramas, and in the end of a very spectacular end to its race. After there was only the 2 cars in the TCX TCX class at Paul Ricard, that and the Asbest Seat, and they both had so many dramas that it was literally was anyone going to finish? In the end, Jasper Serre was the one that lasted. The Ligier ended up in a conflagration, I like that word, which was awful shame for them because they'd worked so hard and unfortunately didn't finish the race. But yes, now looks like the battle at the front is now a three-way battle properly. Sturm only 1.4 behind our leader, Grenier, with Heinemann a further 0.7 behind. Then there's a big gap of 14 seconds to Pierre Caffer, who is being closed in on gradually by the Ferrari of Era Motorsport. And then just behind that, Steve Jans now ahead of Yannick Redand, with Michelin in the ARC Lamborghini, and then Alex Prince and Dominic Ang rounding out the top 10.
What is going on here? Well, he was facing the wrong direction, was the 71, so he's had a little spin of clear air for Lutz Obermann. Finally cleared all those 992 cars. He's had a spin, and now he's dropped behind Kellett and Rump again. So he's got to do that all over again.
Yeah, just as their leaders start to bear down, you can see this could be a factor because they're going to be watching each other. Lutz Obermann, as we can see, is having a fairly spectacular start to his race, to say the least. And then now he's going to be closing down, being closed down by the three quickest drivers on the circuit at the moment. So, and
this must be a really frustrating thing as a GT3 driver. You've got a car that ultimately over a lap is clearly faster than a 992, but it's only faster in portions, and particularly the portions where overtaking is really hard. So to try and make a move and clear a 992 car and not be compromised lap after lap actually is not as easy as logic suggests.
Totally agree, and I think this is going to be a factor as the race unfolds. Obviously, as we get further and further into the race, the quickest GT3 cars are going to be lapping the quickest Carrera Cup cars, 992 cars. So then you've got the sort of immovable force and irresistible force and movable object scenario, where the very quicks, the James Kellett's, the Martin Rumps, the Rick Breukers type drivers in the 992s will be caught by the quickest GT3 cars, and there are going to be places where there's such a small difference in terms of what you can do. It's going to require an awful lot of very, very well-timed moves being done by the GT3 cars and awareness of the 992s to know that they're coming. Otherwise, you could easily see that change in the face of the race. You saw a little bit earlier when Lisa Clark was being lapped, how that caused a change of position, and that's another GT3 car, so even more so when the Carrera Cup cars come through. So it's a really important point you've made there, Ben. I totally agree with you. Ligier is moving again, which is good news.
I'm being caught by Dominic Ang in the Viper Nisa Racing Mercedes, who continues to have Olivier Campos in company. Those two battling over 10th position, as they have done since the beginning of the race. They are actually 7.5 seconds back from Hoffer Racing, who is the next car up the road, with Alex Prince in 9th. But they've been together like this since the start, and nothing really has changed. Two very, very different types of GT3 car. Yes, they have the engines in front of the driver, but the Aston Martin, one of the newest GT3 homologations, whereas Mercedes, one of the oldest that you can still have and race. The only elder one is the Audi. Jake Hill on board with him as he looks down the inside to, don't get excited, Ben, it is a Lappery. That is the Continental Racing Simpson Motorsport car. Now, I think there's a story there for Carla to find out about, because I'm pretty sure that car did not start the race where it should have done, and it may have been an issue at scrutineering that caused that car to be dropped to the tail of the GT3 field.
It was definitely a message on the timing screen at the end of qualifying yesterday, and 69 was one of the cars that team manager report to race control message. And
when we left the circuit about 7:30, it was still in scrutineering with lots of bits of car beside it. So
I never really know. There's so many different regs that obviously the teams have to be very mindful of. And what the Creventic organisation who run the championship do so very well is they're very mindful of the nature of the series is being, very professional, some incredibly professional high-level teams and drivers that are running in it in all of the classes. But also it's because it's not a World Endurance Championship or an IMSA or a GT World Championship. Look at the amount of gravel that was on the road there, Ben, changing the subject.
I was scared because the Mercedes had to take to the gravel to get round that BMW, and all of a sudden, I mean, he would have heard the gravel rattling around the metal body, but I just feared at such a high-speed part of the circuit, you go round the outside on gravel there, pick up a massive amount of understeer, and suddenly you're off the circuit on the outside. We saw Martin Rump have a few issues there already, and Stephen Jan's doing a good job not to have too many problems there.
Yeah, and if you look at someone like Steve Jans, who's a very, very good driver, but he's also, you know, the quickest guys in that car, you know, probably Tanner Harvey and Patrick Liddy, certainly Patrick Liddy, must compliment them on their spectacular Stars and Stripes race suits that the two American drivers are wearing. If we get a chance later on, we'll see maybe Carla when the drivers are down there. They were proudly marching down the pit lane in these wonderfully Stars and Stripes suits with a Stars and Stripes flag round their shoulders, celebrating 4th of July. As in fact, there's a huge American flag up in Era Motorsport as well, of course, an American registered team. So happy 4th of July to our American friends watching.
Very good point, Simon. Completely passed me by, having woken up very early in the morning and just
not knowing which day of the week it was.
Which day of the week it was.
That's yeah, welcome to my world. That's me all over.
We were definitely sure that it was Saturday yesterday, after a full day of action.
It was definitely kept you busy. So yeah, interesting. Now you see the Aston is a real interesting car for me. Certainly in the hands of or being run by the E2P crew, because it has. There's times when it looks like it's going to be right in the mix, and other times it seems to be nowhere near as competitive as you would. Oh, is there a bit of contact? I think maybe just got side on side with Dominic Ang. That could have been. I'm not quite sure. I didn't see exactly where they got into each other.
Classic place to do that, though, isn't it? Where the circuit goes hard left and hard right. There's a couple of different racing lines, as we saw earlier on with Mercedes, and sometimes it sort of draws the two cars together. So here we go. Ang's gone wide, opened the door. The Aston Martin's trying to come through, and then obviously understeered into the side of him.
Yeah.
Hopefully not too much damage there.
That certainly looked like a misunderstanding rather than any kind of, you know, Oliver Campos trying to push his way through or anything like that. But yeah, we've been watching with interest what's been going on with our Ligier friends, and our lovely friend Carla Velti has got an update for us.
I literally just grabbed him. He's all confused why I'm talking to you. Hi, it's very nice to meet you, but I would have liked to meet you under different circumstances. What's going on?
We've got some engine problems we need to diagnose.
So car coming in for now, and we'll see how we can fix it. Okay. Well, you've heard it here first. And while this Ligier from the Keo Racing team is coming in, I did see that the Proton competition team, the mechanics have the helmets on, and the Gatsby team, the mechanics have the helmets on as well. So action will start really, really soon down here.
Average lap pace from the Mercedes at the head of the field of 56.8 over the last 27 laps. Average lap pace for the Proton Porsche behind of 56.8. And then average lap time for the third place Porsche. Have a guess, Simon.
Is it 56.8 by any chance?
56.8. That is the consistency and the difference between our top three. They are being locked horns throughout the whole stint. They're still covering the same part of the racetrack. They're still trying to get through the traffic as they now get to the point where they get to the leader of the 992 category.
Well, this is going to very graphically demonstrate. So we've got the quickest guy in a 992 and the quickest car driver in the GT3 category on track side by side. Now, Kellett is such a pro, I wouldn't be at all surprised that he will have instantly noticed that the cars are catching, and they've caught him at a perfect place. They've caught him just as they get onto the start of the straight.
Well, so because the car's just as fast along the straight line.
Yeah, but they'll be able to position himself so he can send it down the inside into one, I would suggest, like that. So that's basically where you can trust a driver like Kellett. If I was Grenier doing that on a driver I wasn't sure about, I would have had my reservations as to whether that would have been a risk worth taking at this stage of the race, or at any stage of the race. And look at this now, Sturm having to think, can I find a way around? Is he going to do around the outside? Yes, he does. I think you can still just about see in the left-hand mirror. Was there a little touch there? It looked like the car, whether it was just on the curb.
That didn't feel nice. It didn't feel easy at all for Joel Sturm. But I don't know whether there was a little bit of confusion there, but once again, Sturm relying upon the car in front to get out of the way rather than him getting around the slower car, and that felt like he was being sort of almost pushed offline on the exit of turn 2.
Yeah, and again, you know, obviously the driver in the 992, James Kellett, is trying to protect his race as well.
Yeah,
you know,
right.
they're absolutely in the hunt at this early stage, of course, with a lot of racing to go, lots of tactics to be played out, but they're in a very good position to use their pro driver to advantage. I spoke to James on the grid at Paul Ricard last time, and he was explaining to me that the plan there was, as you know, with qualifying, the rules are now that you use a different set of tyres for each of the 3 15-minute sessions. And the team had decided to use those tyres, the ones that have been used in qualifying, for the other drivers, and save the new tyres for James when he jumped in. And the logic being is that if you've got the quickest driver with a brand new set of tyres, you're obviously going to have, that will be the fastest that car will go, and maximise the performance of James in the car. They also kept him back till late on Saturday and then did more of his running on Sunday. So this is the other key thing. I heard you and Peter talking about how Michelin Racing are using Lisa Clark at this stage, at this early stage of the race, to use her drive time. As we know, the drive time is you know, dependent on the grade of the driver, and Lisa is obviously being used at the moment so they can get as much driving done early on in the race. Then they have a clearer picture of how they can use their other drivers to potentially focus a little bit more on performance, as we see. Oh, that was close. The lappery going on as Nick Johnson in the most distinctive of all of the Porsches, I think, the Chrome Racing car. That we've spoken about this before, haven't we, Ben, about that evoking memories of Ferrari F430s and such like at Le Mans back in the day with Tracy and Nick and some other fabulous drivers.
Just to clarify, as we were touching on Lisa Clark, she is the AM driver in a pro lineup, so she has to do a 6th of the 12 hours, which is 2, is it not?
Yes, I think you're right, 2 hours.
2, 4, 6, yeah, 2 hours. So that's probably not going to do a double stint. I think they'll be asking too much, but maybe they'll get her back in the first part of this race, having maybe cycled with somebody like, well, they've got interesting options, because of course they've got Kyle Marcelli, they've also got Jeff Westphal in that car, and Massimo Perina. So they've got 2 pros and a semi-pro to absorb any time lost from Lisa Clark, who is not only at the tail of the GT3 field, she is also at the tail of the 992 field, and Jeff actually is now in the car. So Jeff Westphal taking over from Lisa Clark, having pitted. So ignore where I said they are on track, because it is not representative. We've had our first pit visitor, and also both Ligiers are in the pits. So that's interesting. They've actually just done 1 hour and then got Lisa out the car. So even if we can see all these GT3 cars able to last longer than an hour, they have chosen to get Lisa out on the hour.
Yeah, we've been riding on board with Nick Johnson for a little while, watching the back of the Seb Lejeune car of Carlos Rivas. So this is a battle for 4th position in the 992 class, but also a battle for 2nd in the AM category of the 992s. So, you know, we know that that's going to be an interesting battle. The leading car in that, the James Kellett car that we've been talking about, that's the bright day-glow yellow car that's being run by HRT Performance. That is also leading the AM class as well as leading overall. Then leading in the main class is Martin Rump in Warner Motorsport, and 2nd in that class is Rick Breukers. That's fairly standard. That's what we expect to see, really, isn't it? So yeah, we're watching Nick now getting a very, very good run at Rivas. Is he going to think about a send down the inside? Rivas looks like he's got that covered. Johnson knows such a lot of experience, such a talented driver, the US domiciled Swede. He's been very much a partner of Tracy Crone for forever, as long as I can remember. It's been Johnson has been the pro driver with Tracy. I think they've got such an incredible partnership, friendship, whatever we want to call it, as the Hofer Racing car now. This is a good example once again of what you were saying, Ben. 2 992s battling, Hofer Racing trying to find, with Alex Prince on board, trying to find a safe way through without taking too many risks. And I think he's just got the overlap there on Nick Johnson. And again, if you know you've got a Nick Johnson or a James Kellett or a Martin Rump in the car you're lapping, you feel a lot more confident than some of the other drivers who perhaps you're not as familiar with or perhaps less experienced that may not read the situation as well. So Michael Grenier in for fuel now. Just noticed that looking out of our window and looking at our timing screen, which promotes Sturm and Heinemann up into first and second place. And Kaffer third. That will put the ERA car up into fourth and Jan's fifth, I think, just assuming that they don't come in as well. Yeah, so that has changed. You know, Jake in the Ferrari just gone past, or not gone past, but stayed on track, so obviously gets promoted as a result of Grenier taking fuel. And that's the first of the leaders to jump, if you want to call it that, with looking at just over an hour done. I think you can probably run, because we've run green the whole way, which is obviously a big difference as well.
Is that a surprise that they would be the ones to come in earliest?
Well, go back to your point about how Pelin are using Lisa Clark. We'll watch with interest to see which drivers on board. Do they go for example, Benjamin Pack, who's super fast, or do they put Boisson, who's very good, but not as fast as Grenier and Pack, or do they use up some drive time for Patrick Charlet, who's their AM driver, who's significantly different pace-wise to the others? It could be the logic they're using. The other car that's in fuel at the moment of the GT3s is the ASC Bratislava Lambo of Zadina Mikuláško. So see who comes out when that car reappears.
Following the two Porsches on circuit, will they blink and come into the pits next time? Can't quite see the dashboards from our onboard cameras here in the world of SRO. You can read their fuel numbers and things like that, so you know when they're coming in. And Heinemann does something different to Sturm. I think I mentioned it in the Prototype Cup race. Never follow the guy you've been following into the pits. Try and do something a little bit different. And there is, so pit lane speed limit goes all the way down to 40 and then to 20 straight away. So it's a real attack of the fuel area. And 1 lap later for the number 88. He comes in to the fueling area and finds that the Mercedes is still in there. It's taking that long to get a full tank of fuel.
Yeah, I mean, you know, let's be honest, that was obviously the logic they're doing is that we're going to stop under green. The advantage of that is that we can get the full allocation of fuel in. And just for clarity's sake, you know, one of the ways that the balance of performance is applied in this championship is on occasions it will be to do with the fuel flow rate and the maximum amount of fuel that's permitted. None of the GT3 cars will fill the tank up completely. The regulations won't allow that. They'll go usually to about 110, somewhere between 100 and 120 litres, depending on, 100, get the words out in a minute, 100 to about 115 litres, depending on which car it is. So that's a factor as well. The Mercedes, as all the cars have, had some changes to the balance of performance. One of the key things is that the air restrictor, as Johnson now gets his nose down the inside into the final turn, the air restrictor on the Mercedes has been reduced in size, which means in theory it's got a little bit less power. Lots of the other cars have had changes as well within that. Obviously, some of the GT3s are normally aspirated, some are turbo, so that's a factor as well as to how they adjust it. Sometimes they'll do it with air restrictor, sometimes they'll do it on turbo boost pressure. And what it means at the moment is that the status as we stand is that it's Sturm, Kaffer, Hill, Jans, Redan and Prince as we watch the Get Speed guys in action.
Pit stop, which was almost perfect. Left, right, left rear wheel. It took them quite a bit longer to get that wheel tightened up. Sorry, just was a little bit scrambling for words there. That was the only thing, but the driver change was not done anyway, so that didn't interfere at all with the time spent in the pit lane. Mick Grenier just hopped out of the car. Jordan Boisson is in now, and I will try to find Mick as soon as possible because I definitely want to have a word with the man who started on P1 and still is on P1, or better yet, handed over the car in P1.
So that was a full service, was it? Change of tyres as well as fuel, which means that they can't get the Michelin tyre to run a second stint.
I think it's more that, talking to some of the teams, it's more that because of the nature of this, like I said, this left-right sweep, the time that they're going to gain from having a new set where you can, or a nearly new set, maybe one of the ones you've used in qualifying, is significant versus the stop. And if you're making a stop under green, I think there's also an element of that where you may as well maximise that strategy by putting whichever driver in. They have actually gone to Jordan Boisson as the replacement driver for Mick Grenier. And that's dropped them obviously quite a long way down the order. Also notice that Pierre Caffer in the car that was running P2 before the fuel stop has now come in. Which means it is still Sturm at the head of the pack, ahead of the Era Motorsport Ferrari, then Steve Jans in third in the other Get Speed car, ahead of Yannick Bredan, Alex Prince, Dominic Ang. Here's your top 6 in GT3. Obviously the Porsches, and this battle just keeps going on and on, doesn't it? The Porsches can run a lot longer, so we will likely see them out for a little bit longer before they come back in to do fuel and possibly a full service.
So it's 4 minutes and 13 seconds, a complete service for the Mercedes. And note that down on your pen and paper if you are following this race closely. We'll have a look to see what anyone else is doing. But interestingly, the fact that the 73 are able to go 2 laps longer than at the moment as well than the Mercedes. Let's go back down to Carlo, who has that Mercedes Pro driver, Michael Grenier.
Mick, you look sweaty. How hard was it out there?
It was not too bad. The car initially was very good. And then, as I told you yesterday, the Porsche are quite quick, so seems like in the middle of the stint they had a bit less deck than us. Then at the end we could recover. Obviously with the traffic it's like sometimes you gain, sometimes you lose. But it's early in the race, car is running well. I think we have to improve the understeer a bit and the tire deck, but it should be fine.
Now, I saw you doing these movements when you spoke to someone earlier, just when you got out of the car. So how hard is it with the understeer really? Is it something where you say problematic, or is it just something that is you need to handle it as you go? Well, this stuff.
Yeah, I mean, in some corners we're lacking some rear, and in some corners we have too much understeer, and it's also different left and right. So on this side, hopefully everything is fine, but I think it should be all right. I think now we go for double or triple stint with the bronze to try to get them some drive time done, and then we'll see later.
Fantastic, sounds like a good setup. Cool down, and I'll speak to you later.
Thank you.
Interesting to note that the Mercedes gaining 26 seconds over the Porsche in the pits. That much slower up to race, in the full pit stop from start to finish over the Mercedes. So a big gap has been created. We have to look quite a long way down the running order to find those cars since the pit stop. Up to race down in 17th, maybe even further down. Waiting to see the driver ID update on that car, unless they didn't change the driver. But considering the pit stop was so much slower, I think they probably would have done.
Yeah, I don't know, it's still showing as Heinemann on an outlap now, so the driver ID would have changed once they crossed the pit lane exit. It's based on obviously the ID in the driver's helmet, which all when the radio's plugged in. So Sturm now still staying out, which is interesting. There's now a Porsche, a Ferrari, and 2 Mercedes at the head of the pack that have all done a significant amount of laps more. I mean, a good 3 laps, 4 laps more on fuel than certainly when the Get Speed car first came in. And yeah, very interesting to see how these strategies start to play out. Now the Ferrari is in. I've just noticed that the Get Speed car of or the Steve Jans driven Get Speed car that was running on track came in a lap ago, and now Jake Hill is in the Era Motorsport. Probably going to be a driver change to Dwight Merriman. I would suggest with that team, that's usually the way that strategy will pay out.
So Santalok Junior team, as this battle continues to rage on, and they really are going at it. They've still got a bit of time before they're due into the pits, although actually James Kellett brings his car, the leading 992, in. Nick Johnson still trying to find a way past Rivas. That was his last attempt because he brings his car in. 4:42 for the Audi. So that suggests to me that the pit stops are more likely to be a 4:40s, and the Mercedes didn't short fill. It didn't need to spend as much time in the fuel area because it had fuel in it already. So they came in early, and maybe that was because of the understeer that Grenier was describing.
Yeah, it's interesting. It is a really interesting tactic, isn't it? Now you can see let's watch with interest. Is there a driver change going on, or is the Get Speed car staying with Jans in the car? I wouldn't be too surprised to see Jans coming in. Oh, what's going on here? 73, there's a Sturm car that was the leader. Look, he comes in. What's going on here, Ben?
Okay.
And, oh, wow, that's absolutely maximum your pit lane entry speed, isn't it?
Wow. Full commitment through the unlimited part of the pit lane. And we can see Dwight Merriman getting ready for ERA. May have a bit of a wait because they're now in the fuel area and they've been there for a while.
So what are we looking at in terms of a fast full service? About just over 4 minutes, isn't it? 4 like 10?
No, I think the Mercedes was a false number. I think the Mercedes didn't need to take as much fuel, so therefore saved half a minute in the fuel area, because the other two, the Audi and the Porsche, have similar times.
Yeah.
So it's more like 4 minutes and 45 seconds in total.
Okay. Yeah, I'm going to start watching that. I think once we've done 2 or 3 similar stops, we'll get a bit more of a spread of what's actually a really representative one. Every circuit we go to, you know, although we have the same principle as the James Kellett Porsche comes down the pit lane, is that going to still be him on board? Is he coming in to get a service?
I think he's coming in.
So yes, he is coming in for a service, full service rather. Driver ready to go. Can't quite see who that is. I've got a feeling it. I'll have a little guess at this one. I've lost where we are on the list. Oh, we've lost him. Where's he gone? Hope for Racing, Sebleju, yeah, I think it might be Jonathan jumping on board that car as we see the Ferrari coming down the pit lane now, or the ERA Ferrari specifically, because we've got 2 this weekend, about to be stopped with, I would suggest, tyres and a Dwight on board, a Dwight Merriman jumping on board.
Yeah, so all of that time between the difference between the Mercedes, Audi and Porsche was all done in the fuel area. So Mercedes came in early. They did not maximize that first stint. Why? Not sure. But they're choosing to bring the car in early and make a shorter fuel stop that's going to artificially put them at the head of the field by quite a distance, I would imagine, because everyone else servicing the car to their fullest, meaning a pit stop that is nearly half a minute longer. We're still waiting on the numbers for the 73, because Joel Stern is still fueling his car. We are just going to finish up the pit stop for the ERA Motorsport, and they're in 4 minutes 40 at the moment. Should be leaving pits any moment now, and yeah, a 4 minutes 41. So 4 minutes 40 is about the number you want to be aiming for a proper full service pit stop, as the 73 now comes into pit lane to service, and Joel Stern gets out. There he is.
Stern getting out. I think that could be Dressler getting on board. Can't quite see properly, but quite often they tend to run Constantine either at the start or very early on in the race. A slightly different tactic. Obviously our reigning champions, Proton Competition, in the GT3 category from 2025, and have had a bit of an up and down year. They've had a couple of mechanical issues earlier in the year. If you remember, they had a DNF at Mugello. Yeah, but the car's always very strong, especially when it's had people like Klaus Bachler on board and now Joel Stern. So just watching to see who's coming back out now and where the driver changes have occurred. Still Yannick Radan and Alex Prince on track. Prince now in for fuel, but Radan has done a huge amount of time. We're riding on board with Dwight Merriman now on board. Did a very good job in qualifying yesterday. He'd had a little minor off in free practice, and there was a concern the team were like, might have kind of broken his rhythm a little bit, but in fact in qualifying he got into the 158s, which was comfortably the quickest he got. I know of course it's qualifying spec, but significantly quicker pro rata than he'd gone. So great job by Dwight. And down in the pit lane I think we have Carla, but before we do, we have a little replay of what happened on track in a second. And there we see it.
And that Red Camel?
It is a Red Camel's car.
Going grass tracking.
Yep, a 909.
909 on the final turn, just a bit too hot through the chicane. and it has to take to the grass. That's Rick Broikers right at the end of his stint. This lap now is in pit lane, so that was his last push attempt. Interestingly, Joel Sturm making the full service at 4 minutes and 13 seconds. That's the same time as the Mercedes. They are way faster in the fuel area than up to race. So have they short-filled that Proton Competition Porsche for this session? Let's go down to Carla and find out.
Joel, you as a German, I need to say Menschenskind. What did you do out there? I need to do 2 checks. First of all, how's your heart rate? You okay?
Yeah, I think it was a pretty tough stint. We were struggling a bit with the balance for the whole stint, so it wasn't for sure the easiest job today, but yeah, I tried to do my best. We switched to fuel safe mode quite early in the race because we could see that we just didn't have the pace. So yeah, I gave it all, but I don't know if it's enough or not, but for sure it was a really tough stint.
Well, for sure for us, it looked entertaining and absolutely crazy. What just happened when you came into the pit lane there? That was the closest call I've seen in any pit lane, I think, ever that I've worked in.
Yeah, I think it was for Porsche. So yeah, it was close, but we need to do it because every 10 counts. So yeah.
Well, it is close until it's too close, right? But you did really well. You gave us a good show. We have Dressler now in the car, is that correct?
Yeah, Konzi is now in the car doing a single stint. So let's hope for the best.
Fantastic. Thank you very much for providing us with that fantastic driving. I'll speak to you later.
Thank you.
Yeah, if Carla had asked about why they short-filled, you'd never got a straight answer anyway. 56 seconds in the fuel bay, playing 1 minute and 13 for up to race. So I think we're going to see this blue and orange Porsche in pits earlier next time round. He's got the Mercedes, by the way, breathing down his neck. So we've still got a battle for the lead, and it's still the same 2 cars. Dressler and Boisson, 1.4 seconds separating them. Slower cars ahead as well for Konstantin Dressler here, which will not help him whatsoever in defending the Mercedes. He has to go around the outside of the RPM Racing 992 category car. And Tim Heinemann did stay aboard the 88 Porsche, but they are 13 seconds back now. And I think we're just got to get a couple more cars back out on circuit, and then we pretty much have the running order after one full set of stops, because even the 992s are pitting at a similar time. On board with Jordan Boisson in this Get Speed Mercedes, getting gravel kicked up into the windscreen from the Porsche ahead. Konstantin Dressler trying to get into his rhythm, but being disturbed by the 992s, being disturbed by the ever-present Mercedes in his wing mirrors. And there's a BMW to catch as well. Great to have, by the way, a M4 GT3 car in the field. We rarely see them. Oh, there's a twitch from Dressler into the first turn. He's missed his apex, but he's sucked Boisson along with him, and they both run wide in the end.
Yeah, and these two are fairly evenly matched driving-wise. Dressler and Boisson are sort of, I guess, if you look within the team, I'd say they're probably, in the case of Boisson, would be the 3rd quickest of the 4, and Dressler is probably 2nd or 3rd. No, I'd say 3rd, probably behind Manuel Lauck, who would be slightly quicker. So they're probably the sort of similar rated drivers in terms of performance. And once again, we go back to what we seem to see an awful lot, which is a battle between a Mercedes and a Porsche in this category of racing. It seems to be an ever-present. Ayrton Redan on an outlap, so he's doing a double stint. He was in the car, obviously. Oh, no, was it Yannick earlier? It was Yannick earlier, wasn't it? My apologies. So we had driver changes, except Jans and Heinemann have both stayed on board, but in the majority of the other stops, we've seen a driver change. So currently it will be Konstantin Dressler leading in the Proton car. We think we know why, don't we, Ben? Which is because of the short stop for fuel.
Yes, but of course the Mercedes were also able to short stop, but they pitted 4 laps earlier perhaps, so the Mercedes with 4 or 5 lap older tyres than the Porsche, something else to consider in this early part of this endurance race. So many things to consider, there's just not enough brain power to get everything in. At least though, everyone is on a pretty similar strategy. We've not had any Code 60s to throw anything into the mix as yet. It's going to get dirty, though, out there. We're going to quite soon have a rallycross circuit at various points of the track where they are cutting quite heavily over the curb and into the grass and into the gravel and sucking that onto the racetrack, both at the Schumacher S's and the final S's. It's looking pretty bad.
Yeah, exactly. Nicholas Gwellinks in his debut in the BMW, so obviously new to House RT and not new to this championship. Of course, we've seen this not so much in the European Series this year, the BMW I'm talking about, but certainly it's been a mainstay and it's been the race winner at Dubai for the last couple of years. Usually when you see the might of WRT racing in action. Now, last time we were racing at Paul Ricard, we saw a sensational victory for Hoffa Racing, and one of the drivers on board the car then, as today, is Alex Prince, who's catching up with our Carla.
Like what I just saw, you get out of the car and there's a lot of head shaking going on. Can you tell me what the head shaking means?
I was just not happy. I think right now with the balance of the car, I'm not sure what happened to yesterday, but I had to fight so much with the tires, with the tire pressure. I just tried to bring them up. Yeah, right now I'm not sure why this happened, but for me it was from the handling wise, it was just fighting with the car and not concentrating myself on pushing fast lap times. Because when I tried to push, I over-pushed, but yeah, I was just really struggling with the kind of tire pressures we had right now, but now we can adjust, and for sure my next stint will be like you are used to it.
Well, if you say adjust, what can you adjust during the race? What are the measures that you can take from as a mechanic, as an engineer, to improve things?
There are some like a lot of things we can adjust during the pit stop, which also take not much time. But right now it's just important that I give all the information to our engineer that they can adjust for Chantal, for Thorsten, for Michael. It's always, when you start a race, this kind of weather, it's more cloudy, temperature's not like yesterday, so it is quite sure a little bit like gambling. Right now it was maybe not in the right way we wanted it, but now we are adjusting the pressures for the other drivers. We also can adjust maybe something on the setup which not cost us time during the pit stop. Yeah, but the guys will handle it, will sort it out, and for sure we will be back fast on track.
I also experienced a really cute moment just now. Your kids approached you when you got out of the car and they said, "Where's mom? Where's mom?" And you said, "Well, she's driving. I'm sorry, you cannot be with mom right now." I love it. How is it that this is such a family affair for you guys?
I think this is the most important for us. Really experience it with the whole family. Especially with the kids. They were missing the last times for sure. Yeah, and even when I'm just jumping out of the car, I think this is the best moment to just get the kids running to me. Yeah, we just love it, enjoying it. And also my family from US are here. They're flying back tomorrow. It's also quite special at this racetrack now. Yeah, we just love and enjoying it.
Fantastic. I love it how emotional you get. Enjoy the rest of the time. I'll speak to you later.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, such a joy to be around the Hoffa crew. They're always so enthusiastic, and the absolute delight on the face of Alex Prince and the rest of the team when they won last time out at Paul Ricard. Also remember, of course, last year they pulled off a fantastic job to win the 24-hour race at Barcelona, which is where we're off to next, as we see from the onboard of Anthony de Barm in the Chazelle car, the Get Speed Porsche. Let's start again. Get Speed Mercedes coming surging past.
Since when are Get Speed running Porsches?
Well, you never know. They might be doing that.
My house are running BMWs, so why not now?
So I had a very interesting experience last night as I got a passenger ride around the Nordschleife, which was a mixture of incredibly exciting and very, very frightening all at once.
Because you haven't got the steering wheel in front of you.
Well, yeah, but I was being driven by someone who was pretty decent, so it was okay.
Who was that then?
Some kid that I know.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so yeah, in his GT4 RS, which was a perfect weapon for that.
Absolutely, absolutely.
The point I was going to make in the link with Get Speed is they do what they call race taxi. So they have a number of cars that you can get a passenger ride round with a pro driver, an expert on the Nordschleife. if you've never done it, if you, like all of us, are massively into your motorsport and love the idea of being around the Nordschleife, please go and try it out. The thing that struck me was how incredibly narrow the circuit is. You can see it clearly was built in the 1920s and hasn't pandered to modern safety too much, other than the obvious places that it's been made a lot safer. But how bumpy it was, and just the unforgiving nature of the circuit, in the sense of, obviously if you get it wrong you go off in a big way, but also the flow of it, you're constantly doing something. How anyone learns that circuit is beyond me. I certainly know that a lot of the younger drivers, especially, not just younger drivers, but mainly younger drivers, are very comfortable using a sim or using a PlayStation or an Xbox to learn it, which definitely helps. I certainly know that was something that Jake's been doing since he was a youngster, so that helps. But it's just the flow, and the places where I was being told this is flat in a GT3 car, or this is a slight lift, or this is 6th gear. I'm like,
are you sure?
4 gears going
exactly. Yeah, some of the best Euros you'll ever spend getting that lap around the Nordschleife. You mentioned about learning the circuit. Before my first ever outing here, which was actually the 24-hour race, I didn't bother doing a short race. I went straight in at the deep end. Question the sensibilities and judgment of that yourselves, but I was at Le Mans the week before and caught up with Wyn Percy, who was quite a good mate, and just said, yeah, you've got a bit of experience and whatever, and what's your advice? And he looked at me and he said, I can't do that lovely Dorset accent he had. Wyn Percy was a Jaguar TWR XK Jaguar driver, Le Mans, and he said, how good are you at learning circuits? And I said, yeah, pretty good. And he said, most people try and do it into 5-6 circuits. Don't do that. He said, just learn what's coming up next, which is probably, and then you'll be fine. As long as you know what's coming up next, you'll be fine. So don't break it down into 5 or 6 sectors. Learn what's coming up next, which I guess is what you do on a sim now. You know where you are.
Exactly. So what's going on circuit? We've been chatting away and just letting the action unfold. Our race leader there goes through the shot, the distinctive blue and orange Porsche of Proton competition with Konstantin Dreschler on board. 47 laps in the book in just under 4.5 hours left of today's part of the race. Remember, as we say every time, we have 6 hours today, then there's a checkered flag and the cars go into parc fermé, and then we restart again from the positions that they ended up at the end of today, and away we go for the final part of the race. But Dressler leads Boisson by just over 5 seconds, with Tim Heinemann 4.3 seconds behind that. Steve Jans a further 6 seconds back. Then there's a big gap to Ayrton Redon, Adam Konopka, Antonio Cenero and Dwight Merriman. Finally, Ernst Inderbitzen and Christa Chantal Prince round out the top 10. There is the 10th place car that we see there. That's Inderbitzen in the 18 car, the black and yellow Santalok Audi. And they're both about to be lapped by Jordan Boisson, the driver. Oh, that's very close for Boisson. He nearly got into the side of Chantal. So what you see here is in Inderbitzen and Prince, the two AM drivers, and the two drivers that are definitely on pace, the drivers that are the furthest away from the quickest driver in the car. So that's going to be a matter of using up drive time, making sure they maximise it. Behind that, you see Tim Heinemann now has closed right in on Boisson. With the...
Is there a Ligier in between? Yeah.
The Ligier in between, who I don't know if he's actually...
Where the Heinemann's he is now.
Heinemann's trying to do all 3 and nearly gets into the back of the Audi, the Inderbitzen-driven Audi. So yeah, that could have been pretty exciting. Now, I think I'm right in thinking that when we were at Paul Ricard, I was hearing from my good friend, or our good friend, Peter Mackay, was commentating there, that as Inderbitzen had bought the final Audi R8 off of Audi, top sport competition, which is that car, and that's why it's such a significant car of the car that is obviously no longer in production, both as a road car and as a race car. But I heard a little birdie tell me that there's a new sports car coming out from Audi, which is going to be the first, basically a newer version of what we know as the R8, which will be very exciting if that happens, because every time the German manufacturers bring something out, whether it's an AMG GT or an M4 or obviously the 911, it's always a strong GT car.
And a little snippet I heard yesterday. Do you know who owns the very, very first R8 LMS off the line? Julian Thomas in the UK, who is Race Logic and Video VBox, as we know, so the data logging systems that we're so used to in race cars now over the last couple of decades or so. And he bought the very first one, the car that was presented at the Festival of Speed and up the hill, and said, yes, we are going GT3 racing from Audi. He's got the very first car, and in fact raced it in the support race at 24 Hour Spa only last weekend. Wow. So there we've got the first and last in line still, and still being used, which is a great thing.
Well, a little bit earlier, I was sitting with Ollie Bryant, who's obviously racing with ERA, and his father Graham, who's come out to visit. Both superstars in historic racing, as we know. Graham himself, a very, very good driver, and actually they did the Generations Trophy, which is the fabulous little series being promoted by Motor Racing Legends by Sean Lynn and his team, and they shared an MGB, as you can see now. Heinemann putting a little bit of pressure on Boisson. You would expect on driver pace alone that Heinemann's got the advantage. A spin for Chantal Prince. Now, is she coming back in, or is she being able to just get it going again? Hopefully it was a harmless spin. It looks like she's managed to get going and not lost too much time. Change
of position there. So Heinemann's got past Boisson, which is it looked like it was coming for a while, but Boisson no slouch in that Mercedes, and they're up against the back mark of the Müller Motorsport Porsche now. That's going to try and keep out of the way. That's actually going to play into a little bit of Heinemann's hand to give a little bit of a break there, because Boisson is tucking in behind there and gives Heinemann an opportunity to escape. Let's have a quick look at that replay. It's coming through the Mercedes arena. He goes in wide and deep and does the cut back through. Boisson just runs out a little bit wide, not necessarily offline, but just to take a sweep back. But you don't give Tim Heinemann, somebody like Tim Heinemann, an opportunity like that, and he'll just take it. So Boisson has now got past the Müller Motorsport Porsche, and is setting off behind Heinemann, but that gap has opened out a little bit for him then. So given Heinemann a little bit of breathing space there, job well done, and puts him up into second place. Now we've got one of the Porsches. No, that's the Haas M4.
Yeah, that's Nicholas Quellings, and we're going to get a code 60. Now, we've not...
From 9th overall.
Yeah, we've not seen a lot of fuel stops. Now, this creates a real conundrum. Most of the fuel stops...
That's the Michael Schumacher-esque by the look of it, Simon. Look like she's gone straight on there.
It does, yeah. I mean, I wonder if there was some sort of contact or maybe a failure of some sort. Maybe a tyre problem or something. Hopefully we'll get a replay in a moment and be able to get a better look.
If we do, we'll obviously explain that to our viewers and listeners. So, yeah, code 60, exactly as predicted, Simon. Almost immediately with 4 hours and 18 minutes of this part one of the race to go. It is a code 60. For those of you that are new to watching, listening, observing this type of Creventic racing or Michelin 24-hour series racing, a code 60 means it's a pink flag with a 60 on it. It means you slow down to 60k. So it's kind of like a virtual safety car, effectively. So all the cars maintain position. It's completely fair, equitable across the whole field, and you maintain position. So nobody, a full safety car, you tuck up behind, and any gain you lose immediately. So this keeps everybody in the same positions, and a little chance to have a little bit of a respite and think and read the dash and look at some temperatures. But of course now in the pit, Simon, the strategists and the clever guys will be thinking now, what does this do? What does this mean? Can we take advantage of this code 60? And how can they take advantage of it in teams like this?
So what they'll be thinking about is when you come in for a code 60, and that's a great explanation of what goes on there, Pete. They also are limited on the amount of fuel that you can take. You only take 25% of the maximum that you're normally allowed. So whilst if you go back to your example of a safety car, usually under a safety car, if you stop for fuel, if it was, say, World Endurance Championship or IMSA, then you can still take on the maximum permitted fuel, assuming the pit lane is open.
Jordan Boisson obviously did that straight away, and has taken, it looks like he was from P3. He hasn't taken on tyres, I don't think, in that time, but it looks like he's taken on fuel.
No, and also the other Get Speed car has done the same thing. That's in the pits. I'm just looking to see if they're just...
So obviously this means that the cars that have left the pits and rejoined, they do not retake their positions. They rejoin the track wherever they do and maintain the 60 kilometers required for the code 60. It's self-explanatory, but you've got to be very disciplined about that. But teams taking advantage of that, and interesting to note there that Simon spotted not one but both Get Speed Mercedes managed to get their cars in. Of course, there is the Jordan Boisson in the number 28 in P3 in the Get Speed team PCX racing car, racing entry, my apologies, and the 286 in fourth, Steve Jans in the Get Speed team JR286, which is a European team that Get Speed are running for them here at this event. So the two are merged.
So that looks, unfortunately, like Nicholas Gwellings is out of the car, obviously looking very dejected. Looks like he's okay, that's the most important thing, but clearly you can tell by his body language that it's not quite worked out the way they would hope on their debut with this new car. So we watch with interest to see how long this Code 60 runs for. I would suggest that we're going to have a lot of people. Ayrton Redan is in as well. We saw...
sorry, Simon, just to interrupt, there was a little bit of replay there of the footage, sorry, just to relay to listeners and viewers. The front PU of that BMW, Haas BMW, is now being picked up and onto the tyres, so it has definitely made contact with the barriers, which is why that car's out. We weren't sure from the angle we could see, we couldn't see the front of the car. It has obviously made contact.
Yeah, understood.
And we're just going to throw down to Zara in the pit lane.
With Yannick Redon of Redan Racing. I mean, good stint. There was a moment, a little bit shaky. Tell us what happened.
Yeah, it was a big moment. I overshot the corner a little bit and lost the rear, so we had lucky there, but yeah.
But a good first stint out there. Who's in the car now? Ayrton?
Ayrton, yeah, is in the car now, but for me personally, I didn't find it a very good stint. We lost 2 positions in the opening lap, and I could not fight with the guys I had. So I wish we could do a little bit better.
Why was that?
We already struggling a little bit the whole weekend to find a good pace, and we hope that the long stints will be better. But for the moment now, I think when it's very hot, we are struggling a little bit with the car.
Is it more the tyres, or what part of the car? Is it the handling around this circuit in particular?
Yeah, it's also our first time that we go here at NÜRBURGRING, so I think it's a little bit tires, a little bit driving style also, so we need to work on that.
Well, I hope it gets better through the race. Good to chat with you, and we'll stay with the story as we go. Thank you.
Thank you, Zara Sedan in the pit lane there with Yannick Redant giving us a little update. But look at the amount of cars that are now queuing for refueling. It's almost like a sort of Saturday, Sunday lunchtime at your local supermarket, wherever it is you live in the world. Refueling is done outside of the pits. For those again that are new to this series, it is not done in the repits at the pit box. It's done on a separate area for safety, and then the cars go. So if you want to refuel and do drivers and tyre change, it's 2 separate stops. Effectively refuel first, or we take on fuel and then do the tyres. So the Code 60 is still continuing whilst they recover the Haas RT BMW, new to that team this weekend. Synonymous with Audi R8's LMS that we were just talking about in their Evo 2 evolution of that, but first time out in the BMW, so not quite sure what happened there. We just saw the end. In fact, we saw the car stopped up against the barriers. Oh, that's quite a heavy impact. I've just got eyes on it now, being picked up onto the flatbed to describe that. It's hardly surprising bits of the front have been taken onto the side of the tyre wall there, Simon, because that's a heavy impact, isn't it? So it almost suggests like a brake failure or something. The car's clearly just not turned that first part of the Schumacher S and gone straight on. So driver okay and out, that's the most important thing. Cars can be rebuilt, but when it's a brand new car, it's going to be heartbreaking, is it not? And also out of the race.
Exactly, and unfortunately, although they will get the car back to the garages, that's something that is great about this championship, is that they always do that. You can see there's a lot of track cleaning going on as well. There's a note on our timing screen explaining that there's some barrier pairs at turn 9, which obviously is where the accident happened, and then track cleaning. They're using the time on the fact that we heard Ben Constanduras when he was with us earlier saying that the circuit is going to get really in the 24 hours, which was the driver lineup. You see the 4 drivers plus Kyle Tilley, who's obviously the owner of Hero Motorsport. Kyle's here this week, and he had a little run in the Evo car in testing the other day. You can see just how much dirt and debris and detritus. That's a John Hindhaugh word, isn't it?
It is very much a John Hindhaugh word.
I won't try and do Hindy's wonderful accent, but we all know how it sounds. So, yeah, but I love that word. I think he actually taught me what it meant. I commentated with him once many years ago, and he used that word. I was like, what's that mean? He told me. I was a bit worried it was something a little bit naughty, but clearly it wasn't.
It's Latin.
It was Latin, yes. I gathered that now. Tu brute? Cool, blimey. So, yeah, and a great explanation, a better explanation from Ollie than I could have ever given about the pluses and minuses of exactly where you are. Just seeing also Ayrton Redan in the Redan racing car in the fuel stop now. Been a driver change in the 286 car. Tanner Harvey now on board, and it looks like we're going to see a driver change here with the Redan car. Is that Ajit on board the car? I think it might be. Ajit Kumar jumping on board. So welcome to all the Ajit fans everywhere around the world tuning in to watch your man do his thing. It's a wonderful thing to see him part of this championship. I know he's thoroughly enjoying his racing. It's always a pleasure to hear what a wonderfully charming man he is as well. Every time he says hello to anyone or he's chatting to anyone or some of the other drivers, he's just a real gentleman. There is the sad sight of the BMW M4 being recovered, and let's hope for the team's sake there's a chance that they can maybe get something back.
Well, there's a second part of the race tomorrow, but it's a little bit academic as to whether that brand new to them car can be repaired in time. I suspect they probably won't want to rush that. Something like the Audi they knew inside out they could probably do, but that's got a lot of damage in it. I suspect that won't be taking part in anything tomorrow. In fact, it'd be almost futile to do that. Good bit of housekeeping here from our organisers, whether both sides, whether it be Creventic or from our race direction here at Nürburgring. Whilst we've got that opportunity, sad though it is that a car's out of the race with heavy damage. There's some barrier repairs, but as I need to call you John then, as Simon was talking about the detritus bit, as John was just talking about detritus in the form of Simon Hill, take that opportunity to clear the track, do some housekeeping at the same time, re-put out the floppies, the bollards, as we saw quite a few times at Ricard a few weeks ago, and general bit of housekeeping whilst we're under code 60. You mentioned about driver stint times. Now, is this an opportunity to put in an AM driver that might be a different rate? Can you do that during a code 60?
Yeah, you can be risky, because it depends on how long that code 60 is for. Yeah, exactly. Is it worth it? Well, that's the good question, is how long is the code 60 going to be? Now, it's pretty obvious. All the teams will have been seeing what we saw on the screen, which was a heavily damaged car and a very badly damaged barrier as a result. So they would therefore go, right, this is a good opportunity for us to maybe make a fuel stop, possibly change tyres, maybe do a driver change, and we've seen all of those things go on. As to whether you would specifically put your amateur driver in under this case, I think that one is probably a little bit more of a difficult one to judge, as we see Sanero and Merriman running nose to tail, both trundling along at 60 Ks, as you can see.
Waiting to pounce.
Waiting to pounce. Got to say, just before we go down to Sarah, we were just looking at the car that was on the circuit just a moment ago. Oh dear, excuse me for my voice croaks at the wrong possible time. The MM Racing car of Mick Muir's. I saw that car on the grid earlier. What a wonderful livery. If you get a chance to have a proper look at that up close, it's absolutely beautiful. Anyway, enough about liveries. Let's find out what Sarah's got for us down in the pit lane.
With Martin at Molnar Motorsport, I mean, pretty good start for you so far. How's it looking from your end in terms of hitting deltas?
It's quite good. So Martin did an amazing job on the start, and we are now leading the class still after the code 60 pit stop we had so far. And it's an amazing battle because the AM cars are a little bit more into getting more fuel out of the fuel stop in the short amount of time. This is why we are battling against them so hard. And it's only 1.5 hours now in the race, and we have still so many more hours to go, and we will see what will happen.
Well, there's 2 days. The race is split across two. What's the strategy for today versus tomorrow?
So basically the strategy for today is to be one lap ahead all of each other, because over the night the gap on track will be deleted, but the laps stay. So if I have only like 55 seconds in front of the next car, this will be deleted, but if I have more than one lap, this will stay for me for tomorrow also. And tomorrow will be like a 6-hour sprint race then.
Well, it definitely will. So it's all going to be about getting on top and staying on top. You're already on top right now. Tell me about how a Code 60 impacts strategy as well.
So I'm sure there are different opportunities among the paddock here about Code 60 refueling, and I did now one which I normally wouldn't have done, but I was exactly in the window to get those 17 liters which I'm allowed to get. And I saw I would not lose any track position and I would gain a little bit of an advantage. But in my opinion, there is one Code 60 not to take during those 12 hours every time. And this is the difference which I can make on the end of the result.
And you're talking about the fuel allocation. We spoke earlier on in the week, ahead of the weekend, and you were looking for a driver, specifically, obviously, a bronze driver. Tell me how that plays into the fuel allocation.
So if I have a full AM car, so only with bronze drivers, they can have 44 liters of fuel under Code 60, and they got the fuel flow, so 100% of fuel flow, which means faster refueling, more refueling under Code 60. We can extend the sprint very much longer and have a bigger advantage than on this specific car.
Well, it started well. Good luck for the rest of the race. Are we going to see you go around the Nordschleife at some point this weekend?
I was yesterday evening.
Well, tell me more.
It was a nice ride. So to be honest, I'm here now since many decades, and it was the first time for me to ride on Nordschleife. And I had some girls out of the Creventic crew in my car, and we enjoyed it very much.
Well, that sounds wonderful. I'll have to hit you up before we head home. Anyway,
one of my ticket left, so I can go for another one.
Oh, wonderful. Well, lovely to chat with you, Martin. Thank you so much, and hopefully we'll get racing back underway very, very soon.
Thank you.
Well, I think down at Mulder Motorsport, timing's everything in endurance racing, as we know, Simon, but they're obviously on a different time scale to us, because saying an hour and a half for the race gone, we're actually just 2 hours in already, so need a little bit of a reset of their watch there, just to make sure they've got the right time.
I think maybe, unfortunately, we were frustratingly, the microphone was cutting out a little bit when Martin was giving us some really interesting information as well, so we were kind of missing little bits of it. So I think it was possibly a little bit lost because of the cutout. I think he was saying when they stopped, it was an hour and a half to go. I think, as understood, saying there is an hour and a half to go. Now, the other point that he made there, which was fascinating, was talking about the advantage of running an AM car. Now, as we know, in the 992 category that they focus on, a 992 AM car and a 992. So there's no pro category per se. It's just not an AM, if that makes sense. But the AM car has the ability to take on a higher fuel flow during stops, which is one of the advantages of running it in that configuration. So that's clearly what you're going to be doing. And it's the same in the GT3s. You have different fuel flows based on what's going on. A decent crowd here today, which is great. GT racing, obviously, because of the NLS series and the NÜRBURGRING N24, is wonderfully popular here. It has been for many, many years. And I was lucky enough to come here for the NÜRBURGRING 24 hour. When was it? Last month before? May, wasn't it?
It was May, yes.
Not as warm as it is today. That was the first thing. It did actually snow at the end of the first qualifying session. And unfortunately, the only snow we've got this weekend is the bloke sitting next to me. So that's all right. It's much warmer, a lot cuddlier, definitely.
Definitely these days. You're very kind. Thanks for highlighting that.
That's all right.
Yeah.
All of my race suits seem to have shrunk snow.
I know, same. Yeah.
Anyway, so
perfect face for radio.
We carry on with the Code 60. Go back to your point earlier, which is there an advantage of putting an AM driver in to effectively use their time up? Potentially, yes. I think the drivers that are, when this Code 60 started, and it's obviously been some time now, the drivers that were in the car at the beginning that were the AM drivers, that's really where the advantages are. And I can see at least 4 or 5 cars that would apply to. So that's really going to be where it starts to play out. They're constantly interested there. Thumbs up to the driver in front. Now, I don't know whether that was a sarcastic thumbs up, as in that maybe he's done something that he's not happy with, or I think it is a bit of a sarcastic thumbs up. So that looks like the Mullen Bear, I nearly called it, because it says Mullen Bear sponsorship on the back there. Other funky clothing companies are available, obviously, but it's important.
What would you know about funky clothing companies?
Mullen Bear jacket, actually, it's a very cool one, thank you. I still got it. Anyway, so Mullen Motorsport, the leader, that's Conrad Laveau on board, and it looks to me like Dressler is getting frustrated with him, and I don't really know why, to be perfectly honest, because at the end of the day, a Code 60 is what it is, and it doesn't matter what car you're in, you're all driving at 60 k's. So where it would be more of a problem is, in this case, if Dressler gets held up when the track goes green again. Now that clearly doesn't look like it's going to happen for a little while yet, based on the amount of work that's going, and the fact that you've got a heavy vehicle there with a crane on the side doing the work for us. But maybe Dressler's just getting frustrated now. I guess from his perspective, the only reason you could maybe argue that that's a bit of an issue is perhaps it's just cars getting hot, in which case pull out of the slipstream and just keep the car cool.
Exactly, get some airflow through it. Porsches are known for that. I raced one of these nearly 20 years ago, 2007, different generation type car there, more of a Carrera Cup car, but in the second year of GT3 racing, can you believe that? And we had an issue at Silverstone, exactly that, sitting behind the safety car, and I had the temperature go off the scale and pitted the car, and the team owner, who you all know, Phil Hindley, just said, you didn't need to, you weren't to know, we should have told you. He said, but they cavitate, they get an airlock, and if you don't keep the revs up enough behind the safety car, he said, it'll turn the temperature sender unit off the scale. The engine isn't. He said, but you saved an engine, you did the right thing. It's round one. Don't worry about it. You live and learn. But the point there was, as you say, pull out of the slipstream with the car in front, albeit it's not much of a slipstream at this pace, but sitting right behind it, you're blocking the air going through the rads on that car behind, Dressler is, and also potentially go down to a lower gear and let the revs get through and get the thing pumping. We're going to go down to Sarah for an update.
Well, you just told me you've just about picked your tongue up off the floor after your first stint. Tell me what you mean by that and how it's feeling inside the car.
Well, it's a 12-hour race, so it's a lot of responsibilities to start the car, and unfortunately we didn't start in our qualifying position. So staying out of trouble can be quite nerve-wracking. You can tense the body quite a lot. So we didn't have the cleanest of starts. It wasn't by far my best start in my career, so I apologize to my teammates and to my team for that. But we managed to stay for the most of it out of trouble. We are still in the race, so yeah, it's because of that.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned about the starting position. Can you tell us what happened there?
Unfortunately, we had a small homologation misunderstanding. So after qualifying scrutineering, the stewards deemed that we should get penalized, and we got penalized basically. And
it's definitely it's an endurance race. Tell us how that changes sort of the mindset. Obviously, it hasn't gone to the start that you particularly had in mind, but there's still 10 hours to go.
Yeah, there's still 10 hours to go. I got 2 rapid teammates, or 3 rapid teammates to be precise, and our car is on rails. We don't want any damage because we're really comfortable with our setup. We know we can go all the way, and like we saw in Paul Ricard, the race got decided in the last 22 minutes by the last code 60, so we have to be all the way there until the end, and that's what our plan is.
And it's a massive team effort, car effort. Obviously, you've got to make sure the car's reliable all the way to the end. The code 60 happening now. What do you get up to in terms of a driver? I saw you were sitting here with one of your mechanics. What are you looking at on the screen?
Well, strategy is always changing. Apparently the barrier damage has been quite substantial, so that code 60 is somewhat longer than we expected. It obviously affects fuel consumption, tire strategy, driver change strategy. So this is something, or in endurance racing, especially after a 6 hours or a 12-hour race, it's impossible to stick to the original strategy. Things are going to happen. The leader is just passing in front of us right now. I don't know if that's planned or not, so we have to see how the race goes.
Well, thank you so much, Miguel Garcia. Thank you.
Thank you.
Code 60 ending in under 1 minute.
And interestingly, our race leader in the pits at that exact moment as that's about to happen. Now, I'm just looking to see whether they're in getting fuel or whether they are just doing tyres. Can't quite see at the moment. This pair of cars that we see on circuit running 7th and 8th. So when the green goes, they will be racing hard. So I would suggest that we're just hearing from Sarah that the Konstantin Dressler car was went straight through, which would suggest he's come in for fuel and then gone back out again. Looking at the stop, 40 seconds. Yeah, maybe. Well, actually it says stop 40 seconds, pit only 28. So they wouldn't have taken 12 seconds of fuel on, would they? That doesn't make any sense whatsoever. So let's go racing. Dwight Merriman right up the inside of Antonio Sinera already. So the Era Ferrari and the E2P Racing Aston having a nice little scrap straight away from the off. I think Dwight will have been coached by Ryan Diel to be ready to go, and he's obviously got on it. Now we're already seeing a yellow flag on our screen at turn 17. So has somebody already had a bit of a drama or had a problem or maybe a mechanical issue? So we'll have to watch with interest. That's now gone off of our screen, so hopefully whatever it is that's gone on there as we watch once again the very distinctive purple and white Era Motorsport Ferrari. Dwight, of course, a former winner at Daytona in the 24-hour race with Era Motorsport in the LMP2 category alongside Ryan Diel and also Kyle Tilley. Very much part, or really intrinsic part of the Era Motorsport setup. Very, very busy team. Not only are they running, of course, the Ferraris in this championship, but also we're at IMSA last weekend at Watkins Glen, took a podium in LMP2 there. and of course a lot of historic racing as well. It's historic racing season. Next weekend they're going to be running cars at the Goodwood Festival of Speed. One of their drivers this weekend, Jake, is going to be driving a magnificent car up the hill at Goodwood. It's going to be driving an ex-Steve Millen, a Nissan 300 ZX IMSA car, GTO car.
I shall be sure to interview him.
And interestingly, in the same category in the shootout is going to be Ollie Bryan in the Ford Mustang. So we're just hearing a little bit of inside info from Sarah that was literally almost like a drive-through that Drechsler did then. He went in, they were going to make a driver change, they decided at the last minute not to, and they just drove in and drove back out. So what does that mean? It means that Drechsler currently leads Tim Heinemann by just over 40 seconds, and then behind that, Boisson is on the back of Tim Heinemann. The gap then goes back a little bit to Tanner Harvey in the second of the Get Speed Mercedes, ahead of Ajit Kumar, Adam Konopka, Antonio Sonaro, Dwight Merriman, Ernst Inderbitzen, and then the first of the 992s, which is Conrad Laveau in the Milner Motorsport, that's rounding out the top 10. So all to play for still, as we're seeing just over, we're getting to sort of just over the 3:48 mark left as we look at Heinemann now. His drive time now is just over 2 hours and 5 minutes, which would suggest that they're using up his drive time today. He's got another 25 minutes that he can do, a maximum 2.5 hours drive time. So that would suggest that they're going to do about another dozen laps. Maybe that runs to a second fuel stop, and that gives them perfect timing to put one of their other drivers in, with Heinemann very much being their pro in this particular lineup.
And that's where the spotters and parts of the other members of the team, strategists, all work together. When they have an incident like that with the 21 Haas car going off, it'll be spotted very quickly, have an assessment of how long might it be. If it's just a simple code 60 for a few laps, it's not worth the pit stop and the loss of time to put your slower driver of your selection in the car and use their drive time up. However, when you see that there's a fairly big impact there and there's clearly going to be barrier repairs and track cleaning, you know it's going to be north of 10-15 minutes. Once you get to that window, I would suspect that's the time to pop a car in and say, and put your driver in and use up 20, 30, 40, 35 minutes, whatever, of that drive time.
A big drama for our
front right tyre gone.
That is Jordan Boisson and Gatsby car. That looks like contact.
Oh, it's just locked solid. The wheel is a contact on the S. Yeah. You're absolutely right, Simon. There's contact, and the headlamp's missing on the front right, so that's collected something. We will hopefully have the benefit of a replay from our producers very shortly, which we can then explain to you exactly what's happened. But indeed, well spotted, Simon. Drama for the BMW.
We're all doing it.
We're all doing it, mate. It's an epidemic of it.
Just say it's the German car.
The German brand, exactly. The Mercedes. It says AMG right across the front. I'm not allowed to talk to the pictures, but it's got a big AMG down the front. You think I'd know better, wouldn't you?
So we've got to find out at some point if we can hopefully get a replay, if we can see that.
I'm suspecting suspension damage, not just the tyre. They're all locked up. You say there's impact. Look at the smoke coming out from the diffuser at the back there, and it's totally locked up. That wheel is absolutely not rotating one iota. And where is he on the circuit? How far back has he got to come?
He's around. Well, let's have a look on the drive.
I think he's got to the Schumacher S.
Yeah, so let's have a look. Show number. Looking for, what are we looking for? Number 2. Where are we? The number 28 car, isn't it? So 28 is. Where's he gone? Can't find. Yes, he's just coming.
So coming up the Schumacher S.
10, yeah, so he's out to turn 10. So he's about halfway, just over halfway round the lap. Now, question is, if from their perspective, they're going to hope that all that's happened is that they can replace the front bodywork, they can change obviously the front section, they can then put a new wheel and tyre on it, and hopefully that will be sufficient to get them back out and get them racing, and they won't have lost as much time as we see the 925 in. Now we have, Sarah has caught up with one of the team from Get Speed.
Just giving you a little bit of an update. Bit of a rush to get the tyres out then, but they've managed to change them, and they're just having a look at this one here, but they managed to get it in. I'm actually not with Get Speed. I am with the Van Berlo car, part of CP Motorsport, but that was the pit that just happened then. We're waiting for Get Speed to come in. The mechanics are out here ready, and I'll let you know what's happened on the front of that car as soon as the car is back.
Yeah, and one of the cars, I mean, our pole position car, and one of the cars that's consistently in the mix. Now, hopefully, we've got a replay now and give us a chance of seeing what's going on. See if this actually happened during the Code 60. So there is Boisson behind the Porsche of what would have been... Oh, now he gets hit from behind.
Oh, my word.
He's been hit from behind to turn that... well, actually, in fairness, either something broke on the car, which I would suggest is not the case, because that would have been the left-hand side of the car that would have broken, or he's been hit from behind. Just looking to see if there's any damage on the rear diffuser or splitter. But that's what turned the car around, so it wasn't anything that Boisson was doing particularly. The only thing is we saw him jiggling around, whether he maybe moved across on a car that was behind him, but behind Code 60, that should never have been an issue. As we just see, I think that was the Ligier just coming out the fuel area as well. But the question is going to be, I would suggest this car will go up on the dollies, be spun round and put into the pit garage straight away.
So that explains the damage to the front right. It's contact with the barrier on the pit exit where it's been turned and hit the wall really hard, which is obviously that's the bodywork's to around that tyre. We can see it in the pit lane now. So let's just explain that for you. So it's not just, it can't even get that wheel off now because it's got to have the jacks underneath it, which they can't do because the car won't go up on the jacks high enough, and they can just get a trolley underneath it. But there is bodywork from the front right of that car wrapped around the front right wheel. That will have automatically, the car will be rotated round. And mechanics working hard there. They've got the front left wheel off already, and he's holding it in one hand and pushing the car with the other. It's a bit of a gym workout for that mechanic there, isn't it? Well, with the car straight back into the garage immediately, no questions about it. I am sure Zara will get herself down to the Get Speed garage. So this is the Get Speed PCX entry.
28 car, isn't it?
And the bodywork doesn't look that bad, Simon. We've got a cameraman close in there, but it's the inner wheel arch and all that, all the lining that's got wrapped around the wheel and the tyre, because the headlamp's gone. So whether that's in there hanging or whether it's gone, it will need to have that refitted at some point.
So you see what they're obviously going to do is they're going to remove the bodywork that's broken, remove the wheel liner. I think they can probably run without the wheel line. I don't think they have to run it. It's an advantage if it's there. I'm not quite sure. I don't know enough about the requirements from a Mercedes perspective whether they will do. But what is absolutely definite is that front fairing will have to be changed. They will obviously replace as much of the bodywork as they can. But I think when they're actually in that position, we'll just have to watch to see how quickly they can turn that around. Now, at the moment...
So I think we're just going to get the replay in a moment from a different angle, which may see what caused the 28 Get Speed to turn to...
Can you check the onboards?
So here we go. We're looking at the restart here as the lights go green. Now, I think what's happened is someone behind has anticipated, has got on the gas, and obviously Boisson won't have reacted as quickly, and has got clouted from behind, and that's what's turned the car. That's without seeing the full picture, that would be a reasonable suggestion as to where that may have happened. Now, hard to say who. I can't remember who they were running with, because you're under Code 60. It's all a little bit out of sequence, isn't it? So, not sure which car that may have been, but I'm going to watch with interest to see if there's any penalties come up or any. You would suggest certainly that race control will be looking into it, if nothing else.
Well, they'll certainly be investigating. You're absolutely right. One bit of good news, always to give the silver lining on this, is that the front PU, it's one big unit there with the splitter and the grille separate within that, but the aperture's there. But the bonnet was opened cleanly, i.e. the catches and the bonnet are all straight. So what I'm saying is the damage is to the left-hand side of or the right-hand side of that car, not the actual frontal impact. So that will come off. So hopefully, once that front unit is off and replaced, it's not easy to come off because there's damage behind, and this is always a problem. There are so much collateral damage behind with carbon intakes and vents and ducts and all sort that you think it's a little tap at the front. And Simon, you and I have both raced, and we've done things like that where we'll use the famous phrase, it'll polish out. And then your technicians look at you and it's a look that you just know is withering. Yeah. Well, you think that, mate. So tell you what, if if you think it'll polish out, then good luck to you. The new front is prepared. I mentioned about the headlight needing to be replaced. Well, they haven't. They blanked it off. So this Get-Speed Mercedes is going to become a Cyclops when it rejoins the track. So I'm guessing, because it's rules, you need to have one working light, don't you? You've got to have one full working light.
I'm not.
Yes, front and rear. Yes,
familiar with the
you do
on lights, but
must have. So basically, if it's got something like a 296 Freud, where the rear clip is the whole back end of the car, if that joint electrical connection breaks and you've got no rear lights, you must box to have that repaired, and you can even literally strap an LED torch or strip on so you've got light to save time, but you've got to have one front and rear working light as a minimum.
Okay, so that could be significant for tomorrow, because according to some people who know a lot more about these things than me, but the locals are suggesting there could be some rain tomorrow. So if that is the case, obviously you have to run with some sort of lights on in the wet, and that obviously, if they weren't running correctly, that could be a problem. We've seen a second place car of Jonathan Kearney, one that was originally being driven by James Kellett, running very quickly, and that is where are we now? Where are they running at the moment? They were running in second place overall in the 992 class and leading the AM class. So the car that they were up behind was Tracy Crone on board the RPM car, which currently sits 7th in both overall and AM. Sorry, 5th in AM and 7th overall. We saw the Ligier, the not only racing, and we heard, interestingly, we asked the question, what else do you do apart from not only racing? And apparently it's to do with, they do a development program for young drivers and also for other team members, so technicians, engineers, tyre people, all this kind of stuff, which is a great opportunity to do that. A race leader in GT4, lovely livery. Isn't that a great livery for Martin Crowley? Hoffer Racing by Bonk Motorsport. So Hoffer Racing, we know, a mainstay of the NÜRBURGRING as well. So they race here regularly in the NLS series in various different categories. But a palm tree on the side of a BMW, that's a strong look. Works very well for me.
What's not to like, eh?
What's not to like, indeed. Club Tropicana, drinks are free, etc. And there you go.
We're going back to the sponsorship days of... I used to have a sponsor called Hawaiian Tropic. We'll just leave it at that, shall we?
You know, I was only discussing with my daughter the other day about the Hawaiian Tropic promotional tactics that they use in Le Mans.
Yes.
I'm not going to say any more than that, but my daughter Ellie has been in the past a grid girl for a certain Jake Hill. So I had a brother and sister.
I will add only one thing, that it was distracting enough as a driver, never mind anybody else.
Yes.
So I'll just leave it at that, shall we? So the front end of that Mercedes, the Get-Speed car, this is what we're talking about, the 28, that had the issue under the safety car restart. Thereabouts, I think it was very close to the restart, but that has now had the front end removed, and of course we're just being treated very kindly to a very close camera shot in the pit lane, which I can describe to you as we do. And there's two things I love about race teams here in terms of detail, Simon. We've got spanners and torque wrenches and all sorts in there. There's a radiator behind that needs to be replaced as well, so it's not just a bit of bodywork, it's moved something else while they're doing that. We mentioned about the headlight being in position, what the regulations were. Initially, that new front came out with a black duct tape over it and covering it up. For the sake of making things look right, whilst the mechanic that's doing the radiator is leaning at the front, another mechanic technician is to the right-hand side, placing carefully cut silver foil in the shape of the headlamp onto that black, so it looks and reads like a headlamp on TV. I love the detail.
That's the level of professionalism.
Absolutely.
With a team like Get-Speed, they are absolutely some of the very best in the business at what they do. They're always, whenever we run in this championship, we always see them at the sharp end of the grid. They've got some absolutely blistering talent in Benjamin Pack as a young driver that I think very soon will be a factory driver. He's that good.
Yeah, absolutely. He's a stronger driver than his grading suggests in that team. 100%.
He's a gold.
Talking about the sharp end of the grid there, Simon, we haven't just done a run through the top since the safety car. Really been talking about the Get-Speed car in the pit lane. Well, the other Get-Speed car, the team JR286 with Tanner Harvey at the wheel, is currently in P3. Right ahead of him is the Up 2 race, which is new to this series this weekend. Tim Heinemann at the wheel of that Porsche 911 GT3R, but just in front of him, some 8.7 seconds of the road and 62 laps on the board is Konstantin Dresler in the Proton competition Porsche. So Porsche, Mercedes. Fourth place is Adam Knoppe in the ARC Bratislava Lamborghini Huracan, and Ajith Kumar is at the wheel of the Ajith Redant Mercedes AMG GT3 in fifth place.
Yeah, so that battle for the lead is starting to get quite interesting. It's coming down because Heinemann is the pro, as we know, in that up-to race car. And he is lapping around about just over 1.4 seconds quicker than the race leader, Konstantin Drechsler, that we see on our screen at the moment. As we know, Drechsler is probably the third quickest of the 4 drivers that's in that car. Jörg Dreisau is the AM, then Drechsler, and then your semi-pro is Manuel Lauck, and of course the pro is Joe Sturm, who we saw on board earlier. Interesting here, Sturm, when he was interviewed, saying that we just didn't have the pace, so we went into fuel save mode very early on. That is the level of knowledge and experience of how this championship works. That's why they won the championship last year, is that they were able to very quickly work out what's the best strategy for that particular event, you know, whether it's a fuel save or a push or whatever it may be. So Drechsler, I would suggest, is going to be looking at a stop in the next sort of maybe 10 minutes or so. He's just sniff under an hour in the car now. Heinemann is definitely stopping in the next 10 minutes because he's done 2 hours 19, nearly 2 hours 20 in that car, and the maximum drive time is 2.5 hours. So he's only got 10 minutes left, which is around about 5 laps as the Asbest Seat gets lapped by Drechsler. And looking down in the order where they're running at the moment, we've got 3 Asbest Racing cars here. We've got a Porsche 718 Cayman GT4, a Cooper TCR, and a Seat Leon Cup Racer. So interesting to see that we've got that nice mixture of different cars, with just the sole GT4 entry, and obviously the 2 GTX cars that we know a little bit earlier about before. So Drechsler, you can see there Heinemann in the background is starting to close down, and the Pellin Ferrari just ahead of that. That's a little bit further down because, as we saw earlier, when Lisa Clark was on board that car, didn't have the best start to the race and was tumbling down the order a little bit. So it's a bit of a recovery plan, as it were. Massimo Perina on board that car now, currently sitting 18th and 12th in the GT3 category. So a little bit of work to do for that team. Pellin obviously dive in and out of this championship. We've seen him in it quite a few times in the past, already earlier this year, but not doing every round this season. I think Lisa is also focusing very much on the Ferrari Challenge. That's an area that she's very competitive in when she runs in that category, as you see Heinemann now not wanting to lose too much time behind the very distinctive Gulf-esque livery. I don't think it's sponsored by Gulf. I think they've just got a livery that very much looks like that famous Gulf livery that we know from all kinds of sports car racing over the years. Probably most famously, in my opinion, the 917s of the 1970-1971 period.
Some of the potentially most dangerous cars ever made. Do you know how, just a little aside here, as we go on to that one for a minute, we won't go down a rabbit hole, but do you know how much the chassis, or the space frame chassis of a Porsche 917 weighed?
Yep.
You're sitting down, aren't you?
Yeah.
45 kilos.
It's a massive tubes, isn't it?
Exactly.
It's the great story I heard was from Frank Gardner, who was not personally from Frank Gardner, but Frank Gardner, in his book, he talked about how he did a lot of the testing for Porsche on the Nordschleife, and the tubing was pressurised with gas in there to keep it as rigid as possible.
Keep it stable.
And the engineer apparently said, so Frank, if you have a problem and the gauge drops, the pressure drops, means the tube has cracked, you must drive back to the pit lane mit care. And Frank, in his Australian accent, said, if the pressure drops, mate, I'm not driving it anything.
Exactly.
Exactly so, yeah. There's your silver foil you were talking about. Doesn't look quite as pretty when you see it like that, does it?
Not really, no. But so my suggestion that the bonnet clips are okay is obviously slightly wider than Mark, because they're taping the bonnet down to make sure it's there. But it is being wheeled out. It is the car we are talking about. It's the number 28 car, the Get Speed Mercedes, that had that little incident behind the safety car, which dropped them right down the order. In fact, they were running, they were second, were they not second or third?
Second, yeah.
Second, yeah.
So 26 overall now, and 14th. So last of the runners, the only car that was 15 that started, the BMW, of course, is out. We know about that. So let's just see if they've taken this opportunity to do a driver change as well. It's a difficult one because in one respect you'd maybe want to put your quickest driver in because you've now got a lot of work to do to try and make some time up. But on the other hand, they may be now going into survival mode. Obviously, they're very much in the fight to win the championship this year. So you would suggest that the most important thing for them is to get out there and get some solid points. So it is their AM driver that's on board now, Patrick Charlet, who's taken over the car. So this is an interesting way of basically applying the tactics after a really frustrating situation for them. So now,
I think that's a really smart move, Simon.
Yeah, they're currently 8 laps down, so that's a really difficult thing to fight back from. So let's see if we can get a bit of an update from the team down at Get Speed with Sarah.
Mick, very disappointing there. Tell us what happened in terms of on track.
Yeah, it was just at the end of the code 60 zone. It was called green flag, and we all have cold tires at that point. So Georgian just lost the car because he had a quicker launch than the Porsche in front, and he tried to overtake him and just lost the car in the barrier. So we had to stop for repairs. I'm not sure how many laps we lost, but yeah, now it's pretty much the end for us for the podium, but we'll try to score some points.
Tell me what repairs were going on. It looked a bit more extensive than first when we saw the car come back.
Yeah, so the full front bumper splitter, some suspension parts, the right front light is not there anymore. We're not driving in the night, so that's not an issue. The guy did a super job, but obviously we lost a lot of time.
You mentioned obviously you're not driving through the night. It's 6 hours today, 6 hours tomorrow. First question for you, what sort of rules do you have to stick to in terms of repairs? So obviously you need lights through the night, but that's okay because we're through the day. Anything else?
No, as long as nothing's flying off the car, we can run now. Obviously we can't do more repair overnight because it's parc fermé for everyone. So that's not ideal, but it's the same for everyone. So yeah, we'll just keep driving and see where we end up.
And the other benefit is the split race, I guess, because today has a slightly different strategy to tomorrow. Tell us what changes in terms of the plans for you now.
So we'll try to get the bronze drive time done today. I think Jordan's gonna still have to drive tomorrow. Probably Patrick will be done by the end of this race on today. Now we just have to see how is the car, obviously. If we stop for more repair or if we just keep going like this, because as I said, after the checkered flag today, it's parc fermé for everyone.
And you say maybe stop for more repair. Tell me really quickly, do you think there needs to be more done?
No, if there's no vibration and everything is like solid, should be fine. Obviously setup might be a bit off now, but...
Well, thank you so much, Mick. I hope it gets better throughout the race. Thank you.
Very much.
Back on circuit, back into green flag conditions and back racing with a slightly changed story since I had my lunch. Amazing what things can change in the space of around an hour. Different strategies now to try and decipher as we've got different cars on different pit stops under those last 2 code 60s. Well, actually the second one wasn't in the end a code 60, was it, with the Mercedes coming round into the box. The team have done a good job though, Snowy, to get that car back out onto circuit, despite the fact that obviously a decent chunk of damage to the right front corner of the Get Speed car, but has rather stunted their progress. I presume the Santaloc Junior team car is in the position that it's in because of driver rotation rather than anything untoward, because obviously that car under the Pierre Caffa are at the very sharp end of the field, but now sits down in 22nd position. Was there any dramas that I missed there, Snowy?
No, not in particular on that one. Obviously, up at the front with the Get Speed was a little bit interesting, and still haven't really got to the bottom of how that car ended up right in the barriers just after or clipping the barrier at exactly the wrong part of the circuit to then lock the front right wheel and drive it literally pit lane exit effectively. Simon had the theory that it had been tapped from behind. I'm not convinced. I'm not saying he's wrong. I'm just not convinced that did happen. It's almost as if it was just when the safety car went to green and he was weaving. It's almost as if he's floored it and the car's just snapped right.
Yeah.
Now, I'm not suggesting that... So it was Benji Pack at the wheel, wasn't it? I'm not suggesting he's done anything...
No, Jordan Boisson.
Jordan Boisson, my apologies. Certainly not Benji. Sorry about that, Benji. I was just trying to get your mention, mate. So I'm not suggesting that Jordan Boisson's done anything wrong there, but I just wonder if something quirky happened in the traction control or something. It suddenly appears to, as he's putting gentle weaving, nothing mad about it, as he's weaving to the right, on the right-hand stroke of that, it just flicks right and goes into the barrier. I didn't sense there was any impact from the rear, but we haven't seen a different shot of it yet. We've only seen in-car footage, which we've tried to explain as best as we can from the angle that we've been given. But unfortunately, the car then hit the barriers hard on the right-hand side of the track, front right wheel, just at the end of the pit lane. So he's got to do a whole lap round to get it back with that wheel stricken and solid. Hence they're now 8 laps down.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so we covered off obviously the BMW and the Mercedes, and then the next furthest down GT3 car is that Santalok Junior Team Audi, but I'm presuming that's because during the Code 60 they put in Michael Doppelmayr. Let's see if I can find them on my timing screen. And that's a sensible thing, because of course during the Code 60 you really want to use your AM driver time up when they are not being affected by green flag running. So we saw ERA do that with Dwight Merriman, but why can't I find the 81 on my timing screen? They disappeared.
It's 8th on the screen. P8.
Okay, so the reason why... Oh, that's interesting. The reason why they've Santalok are that far down is they didn't pit under the last Code 60 and then have pitted under green flag conditions, possibly in reaction to the Mercedes, and got Michael Doppelmayr in. Short pit stop, just 3 minutes and 30 seconds, but not only have they not reacted to the Code 60, but they then have done a green flag stop and put Doppelmayr in. So that's why they're as far down as they are. And it has rather left a bit of a gap at the top of the field, with Konstantin Dressler having done 2 short stops under Code 60, leading, but probably not with much fuel. And then Tanner Harvey taking up the 88 up to race Porsche, and he's 16 laps into that car's stint. Sorry, what am I talking about? Tanner Harvey is in the 286, which is second, and they reacted twice under Code 60. So it has really jumbled up the field, hasn't it? Tim Heinemann, by the way, just come into the pits, and he is not done very much in the fuel, actually. He's gone straight to pit lane. So that has pulled them out of that leading battle as well. So Konstantin Dressler clear at the head of the field. Sarah Esser is in the pits for us, and she's down at Santalok Junior Team.
Yes, I am, Stefano Tribordini. I mean, we saw you tumble down the leaderboard a little bit. Can you tell me what's going on, or what's the strategy?
Yes, we start with Pierre to do the first stint. It was a very good battle with all the pro drivers behind the wheel. Really nice to see. After we have Ernst, the second driver, who took the wheel, and now it's Michael. So the strategy is to try to stay not too far tonight after the first part of the race, and tomorrow to fight more and to come back a bit on the field and to try to win maybe tomorrow. For sure it will be tough, but we do our best, and I'm completely confident with my teammate to do the good job. At least to finish the race with no crash or no big problem, no penalty. And let's see tomorrow to fight to come back.
Well, you were sitting third in the championship coming into the weekend. You took a win in Mugello. What are some of the learnings that you've taken through this championship so far, whether it's strategy for the car?
Yeah, for sure, on that championship with a lot of it's a very long race. It's every time 12 hours, sometimes 24 hours. so you need to avoid maximum the stupid mistake, the penalty, quite easy. Also to optimize the driving time, to optimize the fuel also. And for sure, when you are in the car, when the pro are in the car, the goal is to push really hard all the lap. Because it's a long race and we need every second, because on other championship you have sometimes a safety car and you can come back on the lap. On that championship it's interesting because all the time you lose on the track you never come back. So you have to come back only on the track by pushing hard. You have no help from safety car, only code 60, but code 60 is the same for everybody. You cannot gain time. So for sure it's optimized every time the strategy and the lap time when you are behind the wheel.
Well, you've just said the dreaded words, code 60. We've just gone to another code 60 now. I want to ask you about the variations of tracks through the series, the Creventic European Series. This is the first time here at the Nürburgring. Tell us about some of the characteristics that are a bit different and how fun it is to, you know, drive the different tracks.
For sure, it's always interesting to change the layout. The Nürburgring is a really interesting track. Quite some elevation also, so it's always interesting when you have some different corner, when you can go downhill, uphill. It changes a lot the balance of the car. It's interesting. You have also some really nice corner here. For example, the S Schumacher. It's really fast, really challenging. Sometimes you go at Le Castellet, for example. The Castellet, it's really more flat, quite large and flat. Here on this track you have some part really wide, like the first corner, and some part really more narrow. So normally on the track it's quite almost the same wide everywhere on the track, but on that specific track you can have really different wide. So it's also interesting to play with it and to maximize every time the potential of every corner.
Well, thank you so much, Stefan. Just one other thing behind us. If you have a look, you can see the difference in all the different seats that the drivers have, but we'll come back to that a little bit later on. Back to you in the commentary box.
Yeah, it's the Racing of Mick Murrins, who has made contact with the barrier at turn number 10. That's the reason for the code 60. Lots of cars in pit lane, lots of cars reacting to get fuel. There isn't a queue yet, but it is very, very busy down in the fuel bays. And actually, they've managed to tow the Merriman's car, which is in the 992 category, out of the barrier. It may just be a very light touch and therefore shouldn't be too much of a problem, but you can see how congested the pit area is getting with all of these various cars. And oh, there is our leader. Is there going to be space for the leader to find a place to fuel? Yes, there is. Luckily, it just felt like there might not be enough, but he may have just got literally the last fuel space there, the 73. A reminder that you can only get 15% fuel of their allocated allowance under code 60 conditions, so it isn't very much, but it's what they've been surviving on over the last couple of laps, because they reacted to the last code 60, did 15 seconds, then at the end of the code 60 did another 15, not 15 seconds, 15%. And they're doing the same thing again under this code 60, and so many people are. So is this going to reset the strategy? No, it's going to make it even more complicated.
Is it 15 or 25%?
15 this year.
Okay.
Rules changed over the winter.
So it was 25%, it's 15 this year?
Yeah, so they put the
okay.
15,
I wanted to confirm that you were right.
Was for the Middle
Don't know why,
East.
but...
Well, no, because this is exactly what I was discussing yesterday. 15 was for the Middle East. Then the regulations for this year came out and said 25, and then they put supplementary regulations out to correct it.
Okay.
So if you look at the regulations for the championship, it does say 25, but there is a bulletin that has corrected all those things. ERA pitting their car, full service by the looks of things, in terms of tyres anyway. And they head back out onto circuit. Right, so the cars are now mainly out of pit lane by the looks of things, and mainly out of the fuel bay from the right-hand side, because of course 15% is quite quick in comparison to the 1 minute and 15 seconds they take to fully refuel the car. But as you can see on the left-hand side, many cars have taken advantage over this Code 60, including our leader, including second position, and including the Lamborghini that sits in third spot, Snowy. That's something I've completely missed, but Adam Knopper is the fastest driver in that crew.
Yes, and I'm intrigued to see this Racing entry, the 923 numbered GT3 Cup car, as to whether it is actually damaged or not. Ben, you said it had contact with the barrier. If it was absolutely light touch.
Yeah.
It won't have felt
parked.
Exactly. I'm just wondering. I'm not doubting you, Ben. I haven't seen it myself. So on the fact that it's been towed in on its own four wheels, that's fine. The RG3 Racing Mercedes is going to fuel, whilst that Racing Porsche is towed into the pit lane behind a incident vehicle at the moment, with its lights flashing on the roof, of course. And hopefully the camera will get a few eyes on that in a second, when we get to see whether there is any damage to the front of that car, which we can relay to you, those of you that are listening and can't see the pictures. We can relay what the damage might be now. I'm getting an aerial drone shot of it, and I'm not seeing any significant damage at all. He's going to run over the tow rope in a second if he doesn't get on the brakes. Keep that tow rope tight. This is, I'm talking to Mick Moorens in the car. It's been brought out of the fast lane of the pit lane onto the apron, as it were, and be unhooked at its garage, and it'll now be pushed into the right place. Air bottle's been brought out to it, and they'll plug the air jack system in and lift the car up. Driver's still remaining in the car, quite rightly, and then what they'll do is they'll come out with little skates that go under this and pick it up from the air jacks and lift the car completely, and then they can rotate it on its own axis, and it will be returned into the garage to see what's happening. I think that car's actually had something mechanical, which is why it had actually stopped. I'm not convinced it's had any contact with the barriers at all, because we would have had barrier repairs. That said, we've gone back to obviously full course green, and the previous Code 60 was quite a bit. There's a little bit of scuffing on the front, so you might well be right, Ben. There's a little bit of scuff marks on the front right, but nothing that doesn't look normal on a race car anyway. So it's been pushed across the pit lane to its refueling blitz from where it was stopped, not rotated into garage. That would suggest that there's not a major problem at the moment. Obviously, they can't have fueled it, bringing it in. It will have tyres. There's a close-up from our cameraman now. Yeah, I've just said there's a few little buff marks there, so it has just connected with the barriers.
Though, isn't it?
Sorry?
It's barely kissed it.
Exactly, but you never know what it's done behind, if you've seen with other things. So new tyres going on that as a matter of course, ready for when it does rejoin the race. But I'm intrigued to know why this car did stop. The car, when I say this car, the one we're talking about is the Racing Porsche from a 992 Cup car, and it is rejoined. So that's an odd one, because it stopped, had a tow back, has come in, had no work done on it, restarted and gone out again.
As you say, it didn't go through the fuel area to get more fuel.
It's had no work done to it at all.
Mission for Sarah to work out what's going on. It's a full Belgian team. It's not a team that I've ever come across, and they are all siblings. and MM.
So there's a little task for you for Detective Esser, if you'd like to get down to Racing and find out why that car stopped on track, had a straight tow back, put tyres on it, and has gone out and rejoined, because we're a little bit perplexed as to why it stopped.
There's a Tom and there's a Steve.
And a Mick.
And the Mick was in the car.
Yeah. So I bet he's the oldest brother though, isn't he? Because it's the isn't it?
Well, yes.
It's my team, because it's named after me.
Yeah, he is Mick Moorens. So it's not. If it was MMM, then it could be the three siblings, brothers, cousins. But I reckon it's dad and sons as my guess. Either way, there's the car. It's a great livery, wonderful livery, and it's back out and running like nothing has ever happened. But it has thrown a cat amongst the pigeon. Have you got any news down there, Sarah, from any of the drivers to tell us what's going on with that car?
Go and have a chat with the Murins team, but I can tell you it is three brothers. We've spoken to them several times before throughout this series, and it's a team that's basically three brothers and all made up of friends, and they all muck in. But I will pop in and see if I can have a word with one of them and also understand why it is MM, because we haven't actually asked that question before.
A lovely drone shot showing the undulations here at the Nürburgring. Look how the circuit plunges downhill on the left-hand side. The very back there is the most southerly point of the circuit, the lowest point of the circuit as well, and then it climbs back up the hill, back towards the this camera position now as we have a look at the Lumi rank there on the Müllner Motorsport 921, suggesting that car is now leading its class. Where is it? 6th position overall. My lord, it is leading its class. It is well up, even in the middle of the GT3 pack. So they have either had the dice fall the correct way for them, or have ignored various code 60s. Looking at my strategy computer, it looks as though they ignored that last code 60. So that is how they've managed to do it. They did change drivers, they did refuel in the previous code 60, a short stop, because they had actually previously stopped just a couple of laps before the code 60 came out. So not only were they able to top off the car in the previous code 60, that allowed them to come through this last code 60 without pitting, which is curious because I would have thought they need to pit quite soon now, but artificially they are up in 6th position. It's really, really hard to read these races when you've got lots of different strategies going on. So, Sarah is down at MM Racing. Let's find out what happened to that car in the last code 60.
First off, to clarify, Murins MM, it's because Murins machinery. But Tom, what just happened?
Yeah, my oldest brother Mick, he just had a small incident in the Michael Schumacher S. There was another GT3 car, he was quite quicker, and was lapping my brother, and I think he made a small mistake on the exit with oversteer, and he was just too late, and the car just ended up in the barrier.
And you managed to put it all back together and get it back out on track?
Yeah, the car is fine, just small things, but the team fixed already quite very quickly, so we are back on track, and hopefully the rest of the race goes very well.
And tell us more about the team. We've spoken to you at previous races. It's quite a beautiful story. 3 brothers and all your friends mucking in. Tell us how it all came about.
Yeah, we are 3 brothers and the team is only friendship. So we know each other already since we were 4, 5, 6 years old. We were in the same class in school. And we went always to the 24-hour races in Spa and in Zolder. And now, 10 years later, when we were 14, 15, 16, we started as well with go-karting as well. And a little when we get 17, 18, we started to race with BMW. And then it was a little bit too slow for us, and we changed to the Porsche Cup. And yeah, now we are racing in the Belcar series. And since this year also with the Creventic 24-hour series.
Well, it's wonderful to have you here as part of this series. I hope it gets better throughout the race for you, and looking forward to when you jump back in the car.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now that is an epic accent. That is fully Dutch-Belgian, isn't it? With the
full on. With
the kind of the rolling of the back of the throat that only the Dutch and the Belgian Flemish can do.
I say Flemish, isn't it? Yeah, it's the Flemish bit. Yeah, literally Flemish.
There we go, there's one for the clips.
Exactly.
So Mick Murren back out on circuit, all good, down in 23rd position. Actually didn't lose a mammoth amount of time, probably 2 or 3 laps in total, but because everybody else was running at code 60 speeds, that kind of saved their blushes if they had. And that's an interesting thing, Snowy. Here's one for you. That car was recovered back to the pits under code 60 conditions, right? So everybody else is doing 5 minutes a lap, and he was able to be recovered at a very similar pace to the cars going, because the tow truck's going to run at 60 kilometers an hour or there and thereabouts, maybe even faster. The Mercedes we saw from Get Speed limped its way all the way around the circuit from turn 1 all the way around without being recovered back to the pits. And without under code 60 regulations. So everyone else is doing green flag speeds whilst it's doing code 60 speeds. Had they parked the Mercedes up, race control would have had to throw code 60. Yes, they might have lost a lap because there had been a reaction time, but by the time then that car is recovered back to the pits under code 60 conditions, he might not have lost as much time as he did limping the car all the way around under green flag conditions.
It's a good point. We need to break it down as to the 8 laps lost. What was the percentage of time coming back to the pits and time being repaired in the pits? It'd be an interesting metric to work out. Takers, anyone?
Not me.
No, we have people for that, don't we? Somebody will do it. You know, somebody somewhere will do it. But it's an interesting point you make.
Because they actually haven't lost too much time on from MM Racing. Now, who are we expecting into the pits? Because I reckon most of our field went and got a 2-minute stop under the last code 60. As I said, apart from our leading 992 category cars, so the 921 and the 928 both ignored that last code 60. Viper Nisa, by the way, also did. Dominic Ang down in 16th position. And of course, that doesn't give us the full picture, but it does give us an idea of where everyone else is fuel-wise, and it gives us an idea of how representative the order is on the left-hand side versus reality. And it does look as though Jörg Dreiso in the 73 does have about a minute and a half advantage over 286. With Tanner Harvey aboard that car right now. So one Get Speed gone, but another one getting more speed and bringing himself up into the mix. The Lamborghini that was definitely nowhere near the head of the field at the start, now up in 3rd position. And then up to race using their gentleman driver now at this point of the race, taking Tim Hyman out of that car. And they sit in 4th position, but they are 2.5 minutes back off the lead. So that's a lap and a bit. And we always talked about make sure you're on the lead lap at the resumption of the race tomorrow, because there is some time to be lost and gained in the Parc Fermé conditions between this first part and the second part of the race. Yes, you can refuel and make sure you're stocked up and ready to go for Sunday. But ultimately, if you're just in front of the leader of the race, when we go into the end of this part, you are going to gain back almost the whole lap. Because we are effectively, it's the only time we're putting it into safety car conditions, the only time we can. That's that was the Get Speed car being pushed off into the gravel there. I thought he was heading off towards our camera at that point, but managed to save it and going 3 wide with the Jutta Racing Audi and the Malaysian Mercedes. Still hasn't cleared both of them either. So the car is 2nd position. And Tanner Harvey having hard work of it. Who's in the Jutta car? Because that's obviously down in 13th position. Andreas Latour. Let's have a look again, Snowy.
Ooh, just run. It's the white Mercedes just runs a little bit wide there and gets itself on just over the white line. Then just pulls itself onto the because it's dry as anything moment, so it soon kicks up dust and it's not even into the gravel. It's just dry grass and dirt. But it's suboptimal contact point with the tyre anymore, and all of a sudden that can suddenly develop into something a lot bigger. So looking to get away with that.
Somebody did that earlier on, didn't they? It was when you had just gone to lunch. They tried to brake on that part of the circuit and got a proper swapper on. Managed to save it. Did go through the gravel trap, but managed to save it. This is it's not a battle on circuit, is it? Because the Jutta Racing down in 13th Malaysian car. Oh no, there is a battle. So this is a battle for 13th. This is Dominic Ang trying to get down to the inside, which he does. Wow! But Tanner Harvey later on the brakes and nearly collecting the back of the Audi. Dominic Ang moves himself up into 13th there, and hopefully that will give Tanner Harvey the opportunity to get past. Behind them, one of the Seb Lejeune Racing 992 cars. They both have very similar liveries. So again, just behind the graphics there, is it the 910? I think it might be the 910, which has got Enzo Juliet, in fact, in 15th position.
Tanner Harvey having a battle with the Utah Audi there, but they're not in the same part of the lap, are they?
And interestingly, Enzo Juliet is actually part of that battle.
Yeah.
Even though a different category of car, he is still fighting. Oh God, they contact this time.
There was a bit, yes.
There. Blimey. Andreas Latour has been hard to get past. And now you're Enzo Juliet, and you've got a car that is as fast on a straight line, but not as fast through the corners, and desperately trying to get past. Halfway through this first part of the 12 hours of Nürburgring, and it's Proton competition that has a lead of 1.5 minutes over the Get Speed team JR286. ARC Bratislava find themselves in a lofty third position in their Lamborghini, the old Slovakian entry, with Up To Race in 4th. And then the Aston Martin in 5th position right now. It is rather topsy-turvy because Mulder Motorsport find themselves all the way up in 6th position ahead of Era Motorsport as they get through their AM driver rating. Hoffer making their way up through the field, just 9 seconds back from Era right now. And the second of the 992s in 9th position, HRT, the two headline acts in 992 this year. Continental Racing by Simpson Motorsport in 10th position, then the Red Camels Jordan in 11th, ahead of Ajit Redant Racing, the 93 car, who has a good advantage over the Malaysian Mercedes. And then a healthy battle that's been going on between Latour and Dominic Ang with the 910 of Seb Lejeune Racing. Enzo Juliet aboard that car right now, also part of the fun. 4-second gap down to the Chazelle, then the second Seb Lejeune car in 17th position with 904 Mulner Motorsport in 18th. Then you find Santalog getting through their driver time down in 19th position, 20th position for RPM. Pellin making their way up through the field in 21st, Van Berlo in 22nd, MM Racing in 23rd, and then the GT4 Motorsport BMW in 24th position. Then we look at the TCE category cars with the Ligier leading in TCE, TCX. A delayed Get Speed with Pratic Charlie aboard after an accident. The rest of the TCE field, and then one retirement, the Haas RT BMW, I'm afraid shunted at Schumacher S's and is out. And here are the highlights of the first 3 hours then. A packed grid of fans enjoying themselves under blue skies and sunny conditions here for the very first Michelin 12 hours of Nürburgring. Lights out with the pro drivers aboard the cars. It was a spectacular first hour of racing, with Michael Grenier in the Mercedes leading the field away, but challenged by Joel Sturm, by Pierre Caffer, and by Tim Heinemann. Those were the class of the field in that first hour, and there really wasn't very much separating them. Further back though, further battles. Martin Rump gave us this scary moment through the fast chicane. And then we also had a good battle with the Mercedes and the Era Motorsport Ferrari. That was the Mercedes from Malaysia, having an error going into turn number 7. And the first round of pit stops, Joel Stern pushing very, very hard into the fuel bay. Then new drivers in cars, and lots of drama until our first Code 60, a crunched BMW in the Schumacher S's. When we went back to green flag racing, the Get Speed Mercedes lost control and damaged its front right corner. It's back out on circuit now. There's punctures, there was battles, and a couple of other dramas. And it really has shaken up the field, whether it be strategy or Code 60s, as we go into the second half. The second half of part 1, because of course 6 hours today and then the second 6 hours tomorrow, and the main focus for all of our teams is to make sure you're on the lead lap coming into the end of today. That might be an interesting one, because for the moment we only really have 2 cars on the lead lap. Jörg Dreiso and Tanner Harvey separated by 1.5 minutes. Then Adam Knopper in the Lamborghini is just, I think, 1 lap, actually, just ahead, actually. So he is still on the lead lap, but only just. 3 cars on the lead lap, with Up To Racing in 4th. There is Jörg Dreiso. And of course, Jörg being their Am Spirit driver, but holding yes, losing time to Tanner Harvey in 2nd position, but still holding such a healthy advantage as the era of Dwight Merriman goes down the inside, tries to make a move, but runs a little bit deep into turn number 1 and is not managed to make that one stick. Merriman is 7th position, so that's 2 laps down. So that's a battle for era staying, well, at the moment 2 laps back, but trying to get 1 of those laps back. And just the way that it's all panned out, big dust cloud. Is that somebody in the gravel, or maybe the Malaysian Mercedes has just visited the gravel trap? But what I'd like to see is where the Lamborghini is in relation to that leading Porsche. I think it is just ahead still, but it can't be very far ahead. Here is the Malaysian Mercedes. Viper Nisa just being rather overly greedy. Oh, yeah. Overly greedy with the curb. Wheel over the inside of the curb. That spat him sideways, and he was very lucky not to have a major accident. Amazing how many people are having that kind of a swapper up at the Michael Schumacher S's, Snowy. It's not something I'm usually sort of seeing, but obviously with these tyres and the speeds that we're running today, it is on the edge of adhesion.
So you were looking for the distance, the gap between the Lamborghini, were you not, which is 44, on which other car, Ben?
The leader. So is he on the lead lap or not? I think the answer is yes, he's on the lead lap, but yeah, almost a lap down.
You're absolutely right, because he's literally, it is the Lamborghini's in the Mercedes arena now, and the Porsche's just across the line and coming up to turn 1. So it is effectively half the Mercedes arena a lap down.
Yeah.
Short of being a lap down, sorry.
Just three cars on the lead lap. As I say, what happens when you go for lunch? Dominic Ang there, moving up ahead of Ajit Kumar for 12th position. And that will be the last we see of Ang making up positions for a while, because he's got a .5 minute disadvantage to Luke Breukers, who is in the Red Camels Jordan car, which sits 3rd position, the 909 machine. And surely we are owed a pit stop from Mulner Motorsports shortly, 24 laps into their stint. Now, the great thing is, at the start of the race, we had clean green running all the way through, and that car was able to do 35 laps on their opening stint. Now, one would assume that's with full tank. We know that some cars stopped a little bit early in the GT category. But I was also surprised to see that 992s and GT3s didn't pit remarkably different strategies. I mean, I know I've been away for a while, but it always used to be that 992 would go a lot longer than the GTs, and the GTs would be able to only just about do an hour, but the GT's going well over an hour here at the Nürburgring. Dominic Ang struggling with the rear end of that car. Of course, a lot of them won't have done a full service at the last round of pit stops. They may have just done a splash and dash, particularly when you consider they were under code 60 conditions, but hard to know as Dryso gets on the flashes. Now, regulations at Le Mans say you're only allowed to press that button once. It is only allowed to strobe a certain amount of time before then there's a cut-off that doesn't allow it to flash again, to stop what the likes of when Audi developed their LED light system, just basically leaning on it the whole time, and you spend 9/10 of the lap just flashing at cars. Now you can only do it once for like 10 flashes every 30 seconds or something like that, but Dryso has obviously got a repeater button on his.
We had an evil one on our GT1 car 25 years ago for 24-hour races, especially like Spa. The car had a single big headlamp each side, right at the front in a nacelle. For all the races we ran, which were 3-hour races, but for the Spa 24-hour, we replaced that with a triple unit, so it was 2 above, 1 below, and it used to be call it the strafe button, like it was on like a machine guns on an aeroplane, and it basically went round in a figure of 8. Going round to lighting all the LED lights up, so literally it flashed around, and you could let slower cars know you were coming through at a far higher intensity than just a simple flash of the lights. And that was quite early technology then, and the car was a few years old by then, but it was great fun. It was always a great feeling just hitting this strafe button, these lights going like machine guns. It's the kid in me. It was great fun.
No need for the headlights here. Many of our races, of course, going into the night, but full day running for both parts of this 12-hour race. Of course, we'll go to Barcelona for the full 24-hour. And we used to have the Portimao 24 hours in Europe, but now the only European 24-hour race, the rest 12 hours. Of course, we've got a 6-hour in Middle East, as well as a 12-hour at the Yas Marina circuit for the Middle Eastern Championship, which bookends the 24 hours of Dubai. Here's Vasily Vladikin in the Continental Racing by Simpson Motorsport Audi, up to 7th position then. I'm not sure did we get to the bottom of why they were dropped to the bottom of the grid? Because I'm pretty sure they had an issue in scrutineering.
Which car was this?
This one, 69.
No, I'm not sure of that one.
No, the questions have not been asked. I did see that Alex Acker was knocking.
In which case, it can't have been answered.
Well, no, this is true. Yeah, when we left the media centre last night, it was in lots of pieces in Parc Fermé, which is unusual. But they had the floor off. They were looking at something underneath the car, and then this morning it drops to the very bottom of the grid. It's interesting to see, isn't it, when you're watching the pro cars with pro drivers in them versus the body language of an AM driver. For a seasoned professional like yourself, Snowy, you can tell effectively what driver's in the car just by the way that it's leaning into the corners, by the way it's attacking the brake.
Kind of carry the car, don't they? It has a physicality to it that's suddenly evident when it's being hustled, shall we say. And of course, depending on your level of expertise, then that hustling can increase the level of jeopardy if you run a little bit wide and what you think is really good. It depends how much you've got left in the talent box. That's always the danger. I remember being told many years ago when I was on a flight back from testing somewhere and had gone reasonably quickly in a car, or sufficient pace. And the number one, or the engineer sitting next to me on the plane, once we'd settled down and got a cup of coffee kind of thing, asked me what percentage of my brain did I think I used to drive the car at that pace. And being young and whatever, I was like, I wanted to sort of convey that I was fully committed, yeah? And I said, oh, good, yeah, 95%. I said, yeah, I'm fully committed. And he just looked at me and went, well, you're no use to me then. And it was a real stark realization moment, a light bulb of, his point was, I don't want you using 95% of your brain capacity to drive the car at pace. It needs to be second nature. You need to be doing 65%, so therefore you've got 35% at least spare to understand and interpret radio messages, strategy, adapt, do things, as in you don't, that should be absolutely second nature, driving the car quickly. It shouldn't be anywhere near that extreme. So that's what AM drivers do. And it's like, oh, okay, I'll back in my box then. But you learn. Yeah, I didn't get any quicker, of course, and I think it's at 99% some of the times.
How are we getting on with penalties? We've had a few penalties out there, but at the moment it looks as though a lot have been issued and not many have been served, because the penalty box actually is right opposite where we sit. And you see, the thing is, trying to read and trying to commentate at the same time is not easy. The 44, the Lamborghini in third place, has been given a warning. You see, getting excited by something, not reading the full sentence, and then it's okay for the moment, but they are now on their third offence of track limit infringement, so 3 more and they'll start getting 10-second penalties. We were looking actually earlier on at the 69 Continental Simpson Racing, and that car has a couple of penalties to its name: overtaking under a yellow flag and not respecting refueling regulations, so that's got 40 seconds that it owes us. Car 65 as well, which is the Malaysian car, that's not respected the speed limit of 60 kilometers an hour at the end of the countdown, so that's got 30 seconds. Yeah, lots of penalties actually, including out of our window the 101, which comes in and serves a 30-second penalty again for not respecting the speed of 60 kilometers an hour at the end of the countdown. So is that that suggests to me that they are reacting early to the end of a code 60?
Yeah, exactly. Countdown being exactly that. So just gone a little bit early.
Oh, they've got 2 of them. So there'll be a minute parts up there. And of course, that TCR car may not have a pit lane. Well, will it have a pit lane speed limiter?
I would have thought so. Yeah. Highly unlikely it didn't.
But will it have a dial that you can change the speed limit to? Because of GT3 cars, you have a 60, a 40, an 80, whatever. But like here, for instance, you need a 40, a 60, and a 20.
Yes.
So you need to have different settings and know that you're setting the right one, and then have a button for the on and off. And it just sounds to me as though maybe either it's ill discipline in the cockpit, or it's not a very simple process in a car that's been sort of modified to these regulations.
A little amusing story for you here, Ben, which you'll love at my own expense. I mentioned earlier about doing some current GT4 testing in Aston Martin, apparently on screen at the right time, and I was out testing one last year, early last year at Donington, with a very professional young driver called Tom Canning, who does Valkyrie stuff with Aston Martin on that program and a lot of their work, and under auspices of Darren Turner, and Darren was on site as well. And I went out at one point out of the pit lane, and speed limiters used to be, in my day, it used to be hold the speed limiter. Now it's turn it on, turn it off. So in my day, I'm going back in time, you used to hold the button, you drive away, hold it, and then as you went over the line, you released it and the car went up to speed.
Fair.
Now you turn it on, so you come in, it can't go anymore, so you can't overspeed in the, but you can't slip your thumb off the button in the pit lane, but you must remember precisely and be disciplined about it when you go to the pit lane to press the button again and turn the system off. So I've gone round down Donington at one point. I've obviously got a handful, a bit of luck, and all of a sudden the car won't go, and I think it's broken. I think there's something happened. It just won't go. I've gone down through the gears, I checked the limiter isn't on and whatever, and so I'm looking frantically at the dash. And the dash to me is like a kaleidoscope. There's so much information. Like, I'm old. Oh, pretty colours. Look at all that, isn't it? And it all comes with me on the train. There's cameras inside and whatever. So I've explained that something's not working. They said, right, box. And I've come in, and Tom Canning just opened the door and leant in and pressed one single yellow button on the steering wheel that just says FCY on it. Full course yellow, which holds the car at 80k. I'd obviously just knocked it with my thumb, and it's for that exactly what you're saying, those different speeds. And I was like, I didn't even know you had a full course yellow button. And he just went, yeah, you'll find it'll go quicker now, mate. I'm like, yeah, all right.
That's
the dangers of putting old people in racing cars. I'll just leave it at that, shall we?
It does remind me of technology and my dad, you know.
Yeah.
What does this phone do? Oh, it's got the internet, has it? Oh, that would be very exciting. There's the Get Speed Mercedes back out on circuit. They did a really good job, Get Speed, of getting that front end serviced and back out. Lots of cosmetic damage, but actually underneath a quick-ish fix. They are obviously well down, and they will start rising up through the field as they take away positions from the 992 category cars. They're 24th at the moment, so they've already deposed a couple of TC, or all of the TCE category actually. And then they'll start chopping away at the 992s. The first one would be the MM Racing that also was delayed. That's 4 laps back off the rest of the 992 field.
The number 44 ARC Bratislava Lamborghini Huracan being pedalled by Adam Knapper is just finding its way around the Krone Racing Porsche, and as I say that, it's just got the job done down at the hairpin at the bottom of the Grand Prix circuit. Get Speed Team PCX car running in 14th position now in class, 24th overall, with its somewhat wounded Cyclops front, with its new front on it, but headlamp still missing, etc. That's making its way. Patrick Charlet at the wheel of that, getting his drive time in very wisely, as they did during a bit of the safety car. That's safety cars, so we don't have safety cars. Code 60, I should know better. We do not have safety cars in this series.
Number 1 point on the bullet point list.
Yeah, all right.
Championship leaders, these are. Get Speed.
You hear a high-pitched scream, and it's me attacking Ben in the commentary box.
That would not be wise with 2.5 hours still remaining.
I can cope, it's fine.
So points are going to matter to Get Speed. You know, yes, they've lost, well, it's 7 or 8 laps with that repair, but they really still need to be able to get as maximum as they can, because they lead the championship by 6 points over Hofer. It is the Nürburgring round, which is round 4. Now, Barcelona, you get double points because it's a 24-hour rather than a 12, so it always slightly skews, but Santalok Junior Team are only 6 points away as well. Now, they are well down at the moment, getting their gentleman driver lap time, and Michael Doppelmayr in 20th position. But you never know what's going to happen ahead of you. Did somebody say there might be rain tomorrow as well?
Most definitely. I will check my forecast, but it is supposed to rain quite heavily tomorrow, as far as I recall. Yes, indeed, we have 85% chance of precipitation.
No way.
Starts overnight, basically 50% overnight, increasing to 6% in the morning between 5 and 8. By the time we get to race start, it has reduced to about 40%, but that is continuing through and increasing to 50% by 5 and 6 o'clock for race end.
Gosh. So soggy surface all tomorrow.
Well, that will sort out the men from the boys, won't it, as they say?
Yeah, absolutely. I wonder if that changes things with regards to the strategy and what you would do pre-parc ferme conditions, whether you don't come in because you don't want to service the car because you know you're going to have a chance to service the car and put new tyres on if the weather conditions change. Of course, track conditions right now, and track is not declared wet, so you would not be able to put a set of wet tyres on until they do so, and they won't do that until tomorrow morning.
No, precisely so, but I obviously for a safety reason, if it's torrential rain in the morning and if had heavy rain overnight and the track is soaking wet, it would be ridiculous to send the cars out on slicks. I'm not quite sure. I'll ask Peter Fry, actually, of Creventic, or look into the bulletins and regulations as to whether what the rules are. Is it a? Do you consider that it is a 12-hour race and it has suddenly started to rain and you are out on slicks and you therefore must pit for wets, i.e., do you start the race as you finished in Parc Fermé the following day, even though the track's wet, or is there a safety aspect of sending the cars out on dry tyre slicks on a wet track? Is there too much risk?
I mean, surely it's going to be you're going to be allowed to change tyres under Parc Fermé conditions. I would have thought. Will be a very interesting second half of the race, though, if we get that wet conditions, because they've not had any wet running at all this week.
No.
Brand new circuit to the majority, or not the majority, brand new circuit to Creventic. Actually, it's a minority who will have not experienced the circuit in wet conditions.
So Muller will know the circuit. People like that. There's teams here that have done an awful lot of track time on all sorts of conditions here. But it's something to decide for tomorrow. We'll check up on that and come back to you.
Another reason also to get your gentleman drivers out of the way, let's say, if the conditions become more difficult.
Yeah.
The gap in performance between a pro and an AM in wet conditions versus dry conditions quite different. Yes, we are seeing a field spread of maybe 10 seconds in GT3 right now, but that could be 20 seconds. The confidence is so important in wet conditions, and actually working the car. You know, tiptoeing around in a GT3 car is not going to help anything. You're not going to get the temperature in the tyres, therefore you're not going to get the grip. You can't get the speed, so you can't get the grip. It's like that, I'm sure everyone's seen the Top Gear where Richard Hammond jumps in a Formula 1 car on the Stowe circuit at Silverstone and tries to drive it slow. You can't drive these cars slowly, particularly in wet conditions.
No, that's not their operating window. They're not meant to do that. And you're quite right. Let's take an AM driver, a gentleman driver who's being careful and protecting the asset and trying to do the right thing for the team. But unfortunately, that's not what you need, because it's too slow. It doesn't work. Its rev range isn't right. Its suspension isn't working properly. The tyre isn't getting up to heat. So in actual fact, by being careful with it, you're making it worse. You're actually creating a worse situation, which sounds a little bit backward, but they have such a small operating window of these cars of where they have to be, and that's where the pros get the maximum out of them, whether it be suspension, tyres, engine temps, all that kind of stuff. But certainly the tyres, how much you can and cannot use them, and how much you can lean on them and how soon. And you often hear people you're talking about sort of some of the Formula 1 drivers like Hamilton and stuff is often referred to as the tyre whisperer, in terms of they understand what the tyres are doing underneath them in those cars. Obviously that they can see the front on a open wheel car, but it's getting that, understanding that and translating it and be able to use that information and do something with it is the primary part, not just understanding it. And there are certain people that just won't get that, largely because they're not factory works drivers and haven't had constant seat time.
Great to have Claudia Hurtgen with us this weekend, possibly best known in the world of GT racing for winning the Dubai 24 hours and second at the Spa 24 hours. A bit of a master of BMW and a long-term driver for BMW. So in the GT4 car with her son driving in that car as well. Elia Weiss, haven't seen him yet. Remarkably, unless my research is incorrect, they are both FIA silvers for two very different reasons, because obviously Elia being a silver driver for being under 30 and being in the single-seaters, he's done Formula 4 and all that kind of stuff, and Claudia because she's a mega driver, and about 30-odd years difference between the two of them. But great to have them racing here as part of that GT4 squad for Bonk.
Ever on point. I've got a non-verbal update from our pit reporter Carla Velti. I'm not going live to her. She has picked up on what we've just been saying and just checked out those rules and confirmed that if it's wet tomorrow, it has to be declared a wet race.
Yes.
Then you can do it, and you you have to start as you did on Parc Fermé rules.
So are you saying that they will have to restart with slicks until, and then race control will say it's a...
No, so the quote is, only when race control declares it wet, race control, then the team has the choice what to do. When not, if it's not declared a wet race, as you said in the first place, Ben, then they have to start with the tyres they finished.
Okay.
Thank you, Carla, for that. Absolutely clear. I just didn't explain your explanation clearly enough to Ben, or he didn't interpret it well enough.
One or the other.
One or the other, yeah. I was waiting for Ben to do the teenage thing, whatever. Whatever, basically.
Sort of feels like
whatever, Grandad.
Yeah. Feels like
I know either way, I'm in the wrong, and I'm being told off here.
No.
I'll get back in my corner over there, shall I?
It's more sort of the brain capacity is shrinking.
It's my age, mate. I can't help it, all right? Don't pick on me.
Not you.
Oh, sorry, referring to me again.
Too many words have come out of my mouth today. We are in this position of the race, though, where it's really hard to know what's going on. We are sort of awaiting a green flag pit stop, which actually are coming in now. We've got Conrad Leveau and Dwight Merriman in the fueling area. They've come in at the same time. They were 14th and 15th when they did so. And so we are going to get another round of pit stops, which will, green flag pit stops, reset things more clearly than code 60 pit stops. On board with Nicholas Jonsson in the Crone Racing yellow and blue 992 machine. Have we seen Tracy Crone in that car yet?
I don't think so. That may not be accurate, and of course, if anything I say is usually the opposite of what's happening on track. So he probably has done. You've got your driver stint screen up there.
I wish it was more accurate, though. I wish it actually told the truth. So, Nicholas Jonsson, here we go. Nicholas Jonsson, yes, we have seen Tracy. So Jonsson started, did a full stint of 35 laps. Tracy got in the car, did a code 60 stop, and did about 35 laps as well, eventually, but had a pit stop in between. And they backed in Nicholas Jonsson. So they're keeping Hamprecht dry for tomorrow. And presumably they'll go back to Tracy, and then that again will be Tracy done. I imagine, much like in GT3, this car.
Now we've got. That's the
88. That's the
88
up to
car.
race.
That's just been off and rejoined. It's back up to speed again. That's Kiri Kreshko in the up to race car. That's 4th overall at the moment.
Yeah. How much time is he going to lose? Has been doing 2-minute laps over the last couple of laps. They've all been closing in on Jörg Dreiso, by the way, who's just come into the pits. So our leader in the pits, and Oleski getting back up to speed again and looking quite aggressive at it, but he will have lost some time there. Not going to lose a huge amount of time to the Aston Martin behind, but it was half a minute. Also, that was a big drama for up to race. Still didn't lose a position, such as the gaps between our cars, but all that hard work gone away in an instant.
Yeah, 25% slower. Just straight off. So we look at it that way.
Still the leading full-fat GT3 car, with their main competitor being Pellin Racing down in 18th spot. Such was the performance of Tim Heinemann at the start of the race. But now full.
Mulner having a major. That's just was caught at the end of that. That's coming back around again.
And that's on the first lap out of the pits. That is Jordan Bednarski, and he was reporting after qualifying that he was ill and feeling a bit rough. And
so now end of the lap, so he's coming into the pits, return that straight into the pits.
Yes, but he's just come out.
Yes, yeah, no, absolutely.
So that means he's either got an error, damage, or something's just broken on that car. Let's have a look at the replay. Goes back into the fuel area. So Aston Martin looking to come up the inside of him. Not a great place to do it. Is there contact?
Contact, 100%.
Yes, there is. was rather naughty from the Aston Martin, which was Pablo Muguera. I don't know why you come into the pits, though.
I guess to assess any damage, because he's cut between, yeah, he's nearly cut across another Porsche coming into there to do that. You say naughty, we need to see it from a different angle for the Aston. There might be some damage there. I'm not defending the Aston, not because it's an Aston either, but it's a long shot. When, as ever, you need to see different angles of this to see what happened, because it might have been full short, you might have had the track taken off him. It could well indeed be Pablo Guerra's fault, I don't know, but we haven't seen different angles yet.
It's just not a place conventionally where you want to stick your nose in, because there's not much of a braking zone, right?
Agreed.
There's also been an incident involving car 90 and 904. Let's have a look. So, right on the rear axle. And he tried to get out of it because he hit the sausage curve. So I'd be concerned by the Aston Martin there, whether there's a bit of damage to that car. So that car, it's weird because I'm sure he's just been in the pits. He had a big 0 next to his name, which means out. But he's now back in the fuel area and getting a mammoth amount of fuel. So I reckon, yes, he just done a 4-minute stop, and yet there was still plenty of space in the tank to be able to put even more fuel in. I think Sarah said that she was down at Michelin Motorsport. The car's coming towards you, Sarah. What do you know?
Sorry, Ben, I have lost the driver now. He was going to give me an update. It just took a little bit long to come down, so I don't have it. But the car's just come in. I can let you know once they've changed the tyres. They've done a driver change as well. This is the 904. There are 2 cars for Michelin.
Yeah, good point. It is not the 912 that leads. That's the confusion, because the 912 is just pitted, but it is the other car, which we haven't really seen too much of. Roland Sacher is aboard that machine, and did he owe us therefore a pit stop? Maybe he did. Pay more attention to your Michelin cars. It's a shortish stop. It's the shortest stint for Roland, as down the inside goes, whoa, Continental Racing, Simpson Motorsport, very late on the brakes, managing to clear the Aston Martin. It is actually for position, so that is now up to 4th spot, would you believe? Amazing how things change, because that car was right in the middle of the 992 pack at the start. And Vladigan has done a really, really strong stint. A nice dive bomb on Biguera, and puts them up to 4th spot. So don't panic, Michelin Motorsport fans. The 921 is still out on circuits, and having just had that service, they have dropped down to 4th position in 992, having had that service, but we would expect to see the remaining 992 cars coming in as well, depending on what sort of fuel situation they are in at any given moment. Here is not the leading 992. Jonathan Kearney bringing in the HRT performance from 3rd position, and he's jumping out. Luke Breukers is in the leading 992 car, and I imagine Paul Truswell's done his usual thing, the strategist there, and just basically ignored all the code 60s. Actually, they did come into the pits during both the last code 60s, so I tell a lie. They've done short-ish stints. Last time they got Fabian Dance out and put Luke Breukers in. Luke's done 25 laps, So can go another 10 if he wants.
Interesting. So you said a moment ago, Ben, and I'm just, Mulakar just running a little bit wide there, kicking up the dust, which also, as it drops down onto the curb, on the outer curb, they'll just catch the undertrain chassis, can do a little bit of damage. So I hope that hasn't gone too far over the curb. But I'm just ruminating, Ben, on your point and how it might actually work. Of the strategy, as you say, 2 hours 20 minutes to go.
Wow.
Yeah, that's just a little replay of that. The Porsche Mulakar just going all the way over the curve to 904 entry. That, as I said, it's once it goes so far over, it actually bellies the car, which can do quite a bit of significant damage to undertrays, splitters, diffusers, fences on the diffusers, which are the vertical parts that split the air as it goes out of the diffusers, literally diffuse the air. And I did love your term the other day. I thought you said no, it was Simon that said about a rear diffuser.
I know.
Yeah, it's one of my favourites. That.
It's an easy one, like a
front splitter. Yeah, rear tail lights.
Yeah.
we all do. It wasn't you. We all do it.
Front nose.
So Patrick Charlet brings the 14th placed in class, 24th position overall. Get Speed PCX Mercedes into the refuel area. And I suspect that will be most of his drive time done now, or certainly a lot of it for today. But just going back to the point I was just making there, Ben, before we just come to that Get Speed car, this is an interesting phase of the race with just over 2 hours, 2 hours 20 minutes to go, of what do the teams, where do they want to start the race tomorrow, given that it's going to pretend the forecast is currently to rain. So it's a whole different thing. So do you take advantage of it now?
Absolutely make sure that your AM drivers are in the swimming pool tomorrow. And I don't mean on track, I mean chilling out, watching the race, having a nice time, because you just don't want to risk. We don't know what those rain conditions can be. We're at the Nürburgring, remember. It could be awful, torrential. And so don't risk having any drive time left. If you can, get your least experienced drivers out the way, park them up, and use your more experienced drivers to deal with the tricky conditions. That's what I'd be doing.
I agree. I agree. So our race leader is currently the other Get Speed car. We just mentioned the PCX version, which is some 8 laps down at the moment. Of course, it's in the pit, so that's kind of irrelevant. It's in fuel, sorry, at the pit, so it's Patrick Charlet. But the leading car is driven by Tanner Harvey in the 286 entered Get Speed Team JR 286. Mercedes right at the front, and the top 7 places are currently held by GT3 cars. The leading 992 car is in 8th place overall. Luke Broikers at the wheel of the Red Camel Jordan's entry. And then we have 3 more GT3 cars, then back to our 992s. GT4 is the only car. There's Claudia Herken in the half racing by Bonk Motorsport BMW M4, still circulating around. Quite happily there, not a problem, in 25th overall. And then we've got the 4 TCE/TCX cars right behind that, and 1 GTX at the back, the Ligier at the very bottom there in 30th position.
What are we going to see here? This was a couple of laps ago, I think. Yeah, that is the 88 spin. Oh, that's another one.
Just happened, yeah.
That wasn't a couple of minutes ago, because that isn't going to cost you half a minute. So Oleski is having quite an adventure out on circuit there. He's going to be an interesting one.
So that's just a potential problem with the car? That's twice he's spun that now?
I doubt it. Maybe. Did we see the first one? We didn't see the first one, did we? That just looked like he just tightened up on the exit. I mean, I know you're the driver expert, not me, but it just looks as though he was trying to avoid the curb, and by avoiding the curb...
I think expert's a big oversell, but...
I know, but I was being
thanks,
generous.
love. Appreciate it.
Sometime racing driver.
Yeah, well, in the dark mist of time, as we often say.
Sometime racing driver too.
Yeah. I shall be racing in 3 weeks, but... But in things that have ridiculous, like no tyres, no brakes, and you think I mean no brakes. I mean, I am not convinced yet after 5 seasons in that car that the pedal is actually connected to anything, the brake pedal. But that's historic car racing for him. Nothing wrong with the car, and I must on that note just say a big thank you to David Reed for letting me drive his wonderful 1952 Aston Martin DB2 at the Silverstone BRDC Classic coming up in 3 weeks. And there is nothing wrong with the car. It's just historic racing is so different.
Ajit Kumar losing 9th position there to Andres Latour. So we saw this car in a bit of strife earlier on, not that one, but the Audi, and it seems as though it's now settled down, and Andres, the Australian flagged racer, the Lithuanian team, has now been able to get his head down as a pit stop for Hofer Racing is underway. Oh gosh, was that looked as though there was a flat spot on the front right corner of the Mercedes. Don't know whether that was just a trick of the light or whatever, but they head back out onto circuits. And there is Andres Latour. As we now switch our attention to the 992 battle, just trying to see where these two are. That's not really a battle, is it? That's Igor Sorokin, and he's in a Seb-Lejou sandwich, but there are no Seb-Lejous around him. So we've got actual Seb-Lejou in front of him, and the second car of Enzo Juliet behind him in 17th position. That car, of course, sometime leader in 992 in the hands of James Kellett at the very beginning, but now things have changed. Marcel Van Berlo in 8th in class, 20th position overall, and on track ahead of our leaders, because Luke Breukers in the Red Camels Jordan machine is still the leader on the class. We've seen Rick in that car. We've seen Fabian Dance in that car. We haven't seen Ivo yet, which is an interesting one, because when it comes to strategy, I would be, as we've mentioned earlier, putting in our AM drivers as much as possible. I mean, Ivo obviously actually, I think, the most experienced person in Creventic racing. He has competed in the most Creventic races out of everybody. Not a surprise, I suppose, but he hasn't done every one. If you remember last year, for a while, he had damaged his neck, so he missed a couple of races and let his sons do the hard work. And here's Manuel Lauck in 5th position after that race service. 36 seconds back off the Aston Martin. I must say, I know that I took an hour off there and thereabouts, but I have absolutely no idea where anybody actually is. Of course, we saw Manuel Lauck leading by a good minute and a half. Now he's done a full green flag pit stop. He's down in 5th position. Should he be actually our leader, or is he actually in 5th position? The second place car was the Get Speed team JR286. They're now in the pits. Oh, was that a mistake from our leader, Adam Konopka, in the Lamborghini? Talking about who should be where. We pick him up, and we pick him up. We pick him up having not lost a lot of time. Let's have a look. So choosing to come into pit lane, and has he outbraked himself?
Do you know, I think he has. I think you're absolutely spot on, Ben, because that's a deliberate decision to come into the pits. You wouldn't take that line, and then it's quite a tight curve right into the pits there, and it just looks like he hasn't made that turn. Let's hope it's not desperate on fuel and can get another lap in before he has to pit that Lamborghini. But that's a very odd one, to go into the pits and then decide to go back out again. But it's the nature of the track there. It curves to the right, and he's gone straight on and rejoined. I think he realised he couldn't make it, therefore didn't want to hit the end of the barrier. I guess the answer will be at the end of this next lap, whether does he actually pits properly.
Well, yeah, he didn't lose that much time. It was a 2:02.6, so it didn't compromise him that much.
So driver change for the Get Speed team JR86.
Yeah, full service. So Tanner Harvey getting out. Good stint from him. Interesting at times with some scary moments, particularly with the Audi. And Simon was saying that they've got really cool race suits. I haven't actually seen these Stars and Stripes race suits, but now the next one in is the 69 Continental Racing by Simpson Motorsport. Oh, they've got new race suits as well. They're very sexy race suits for Simpson Motorsport. New livery on that car. Well, maybe not this year. New livery since last year, but a long-term partner of the Creventic series. And their workhorse has done many a 24 hours and 12-hour race. Vladikin with a great stint. Vasily Radikin really is a bit of a star these days. We've seen him being trained a lot by Alex Acker, who's sometimes entered as a driver, but most of the time is just a backroom boy, helping out the team and advising the drivers. And Vladikin absolutely benefiting from that super pro stewardship of Alex Acker. We're definitely in a period of flux, aren't we, with all these pit stops happening. Once they all stop, we will have hopefully a better idea of where we're all at. But ALC Bratislava now coming in. So Adam Konopka, yes, we were right, had missed or outbraked himself coming into the pits the last time. So we saw Joel Sturm nearly hit the barrier coming into the pits a couple of hours ago, and Konopka bailing out earlier, which has put Oleszki and Up to Race into the lead.
Just over 100 laps completed, 102 laps on the board now with 2 hours and 10 minutes left to go.
So they're not going to be in the lead for very long, by the way, because they probably will be in the pits in the next lap or two, which will cycle Manuel Lauk back to the head of the field. So that, I think, makes more sense. The Viper Nisa 65 owes us a stop as well. We can see on the left-hand side now that Red Camels are in the pits, and that's promoted John Hirschberg in the 286 upper position. Those would be good guys to talk to, because they're not a team that I know from Creventic particularly well. As again, I must emphasize that I've not been at the last the races so far this year, so they could well be a team that have been entered this year. And Jonathan, one of the AMs in that car. We've seen Steve Jans, we've seen Tanner Harvey now as the AM Plus, Jonathan Hirschberg, and they're saving Patrick Liddy, the semi-pro, for tomorrow, I imagine. But plenty of drivers getting out, and driver changes resetting with just over 2 hours remaining.
Muller Motorsport entry there, number 21, just coming down the inside of the Red Ant Racing Mercedes. That's Joshua Bednarski in third in class, 12th overall. A little bit further back, I was just watching Ollie Bryant in the Era Ferrari. Currently running in 14th position, having a little duel. So 2 Porsches at the head of the field now, so I am sure I'm correct in saying this, that Alexei Kikashevsko in the Up 2 race. Porsche Up 2 race is one of the new teams this weekend. So great opening salvo from them to be heading the lead of the race. 103 laps completed, and they are currently 1.28 seconds ahead of Proton Competition Manuel Lauk in a similar Porsche. We've then got the ARC Bratislava Lamborghini Huracan in third place. Rosso Kanobka at the wheel of that. Dominic Ang is ahead of the Viper Nicer Racing Mercedes. Whenever you say Viper, I look up for a Dodge Viper because I'm of that generation.
So cheap road cars.
Race one of those as well.
I know you did. There's a road car to buy. We talk about road cars that were cheap in the second-hand market. Dodge Viper is unbelievably cheap at the moment. Saw one at Le Mans. The guy said to me he'd paid 20 grand for it.
Yeah, but it's the bills when it goes wrong, isn't it? That's the problem.
Well, yeah.
I can't imagine they're a cheap thing to repair.
Do they still have spares for Dodge Vipers? I don't know.
Yeah. Massive, great V10 in those, isn't it?
Yeah.
V10, yes. It's a tractor-based engine, I think, isn't it, or something crazy? I think it is. Origins, yes. You know, I'm going to do a bit of looking now, don't you? I'll wait until. No, that's fine. No, I'm waiting. I got told off for doing slow looking yesterday. I'm going to do quick looking today.
No, it's yes, you were a little bit.
That's fine.
Engrossed.
I understand.
At moments. Here's the era-coloured Ligier. Cool little looking one-make series from France. Is the Ligier. Two different types of the JS. It's JS2, isn't it? With the R. This is Gino, by the way, who is the youngest member of our field this year, or this weekend in the entry. And the Ligier JSR is the 114. The RS is the car that races in GTX, so it's on its own, whereas the 114 is in the TCX category. Weighs 1,000 kilos with a Ford V6 engine producing about 350 horsepower. Whilst I read more about the Ligier European Series, full briefing coming up. Let's go down to Carla Velti's back with us at Up to Race.
Exactly, and I did get Tim Heinemann now. We've spoken on the grid shortly. You've done a few laps now. How is it?
Amazing. I mean, I really know the Nürburgring well, but normally we don't have such a nice weather, so it's really nice to drive in really good conditions. It's not too hot, it's sunny. We have a lot of grip, the track is really fast. It's a lot of fun. I did 2 stints with a short interruption of the Code 60, but yeah, our pace was really good. At the moment it's Kika in the car, and he's also doing amazing. It's his first race weekend in the GT3R, so we are really proud of him.
Fantastic. What about when you say one stint? What does one stint mean for your car? Because it's very different depending on the model of driving here.
Yes, by regulation, one stint is starting at the end of the pit lane and ending at the beginning of the pit lane. For us drivers, one stint means mainly 1 hour, because typically one stint is 1 hour, then you have to come in for a tire change and pit stop. So yeah, I did a bit more than 2 hours in the car.
We are now hearing that your car is in fuel, so it's coming right in. Before we will switch with the camera to that action, Up to Race, I just send you back to the team to find out what is it with that name. Why Up to Race?
Yes, I didn't know myself before, but I just asked Patrick, and he told me there's a website on the internet, and he put in like find a name for a race team, and the website just did it. So basically it's just did by the internet. I think it was before ChatGPT was a thing. So yeah, there's no reason behind it. Yeah, but a funny backstory.
That is a funny backstory. It's almost a lazy backstory, which is okay. It's fine. We're putting all the effort into racing. Brilliant. So I think Fabio is the one going in now, correct? Is there any more change planned until the end of the race, or will he go through?
Yeah, Fabio will do a double stint now, so he's ending today's race, and then I have some more driving for tomorrow. Kika also needs to do 1 hour more tomorrow, so I mean, we have a plan, but in Creventic you have to be flexible, depending on the code 60 and so on. So yeah, we just take it how it comes.
As you have to with us. Very nice. Thank you very much. And as soon as the car is in, we'll show that.
Usually about a minute and 15 seconds in the fuel area. And we've got a great drone shot of the naked Porsche fueling. We've got a yellow flag at turn number 3, and that's going to be a concern. And we are going code 60 within 20 seconds, and this is going to work beautifully and put the 88 back in the fray. There's only one other car in there, which is the Zell, I think, competition 992 machine. Why is that great? It's because everyone is going slowly out on circuit. You already are in the pits. It's Ajit Kumar who's had an off in his Mercedes and giving the circuit a few extra bits of Mercedes as it sheds. Oh no, Ajit, it's shedding all kinds of stuff everywhere.
Lots of front right damage, same as the Get Speed car, the same side, although the wheel is actually rotating on this one, but it's that same front right, Ben, with a lot of damage there. So I suspect he's gone off and collected the barrier or something there. The bonnet starting to lift as well, and the ERA Ferrari going incredibly slowly. So now, is that going to be a code 60 infringement for...
Ajit's not doing 60, is he?
He's certainly not doing 60. He took him past the Ollie Bryant-driven number 81 Ferrari. He's now got down to the 60, but I think in his haste to come back, he's not realised it's a code 60 or pressed the right button, but he just went, yeah, now. So there's Ollie Bryant going, retaking that position as he should. And okay, Ajit nearly just drove, trying to tuck into the back of that Ferrari, just nearly collected and taken more of the front of that Mercedes onto the back of the Ferrari. Some little bit of sort of Mercedes-Ferrari mating game going on out there on the Grand Prix circuit.
It's also got an exposed front right wheel, so that could have done huge damage to ERA. Thankfully, he has not. I don't know whether he was trying perhaps to use the Ferrari to loosen off the front end of that car.
It was a very strange manoeuvre, let's put it that way.
It does, we're going to have to clear up quite a bit of this Mercedes that's being deposited around the circuit. So why was it good for 88? Because they were refueling under green flag conditions. As soon as it goes code 60, you can then get another 15%, and then it cuts off. But everybody else can only get 15%. They have to react to the code 60. They then are going and doing the full normal service, so change driver, change tyres and all the rest of it. We've got a tractor heading to clear up the debris, but I think he has to go all the way along to turn number 3 to begin this sweep, because
I'm sorry, I absolutely trust the organisers, do not get me wrong, but just seeing a vehicle going the opposite way on the track is just an anathema to me. I'm sorry. I'm not doubting organisers or race control in any way, shape or form, but crikey, it makes me a little bit scared, shall we say.
Just under 2 hours remaining. We're under code 60 conditions for Ajit Kumar, who's we haven't quite yet seen why, but damaged front right corner to that car. He's put a load of Mercedes all over the first couple of turns. He nearly collected the back of Ollie Bryant in the ERA car, and the only positive in comparison to what we saw with Get Speed is it looks as though all 4 wheels are still rolling, so this could just be bodywork, repair and back out onto circuit.
Yeah, but it never is just bodywork, is it, Ben? That's the problem. It's always the bits in between. There's bits of... is it like a door mirror?
Hang on, so there's telltale signs, is that?
There we go, straight on into the barriers there. So that is at...
3, weirdly.
Yes.
It must have been helped by somebody, because if those are his skid marks, he has...
They won't be the only ones in that car.
And understeered, and just carried on committing.
I think he was helped by a lack of braking.
Yeah, very strange one.
Although there are tyre marks, so it suggests that he has gone straight on there. So looking at some of the other cars, no, there's no other damage or anything else on that, just in case that was focused on that for a reason then, which it was not. So how do you get the door mirror? And
that's not his door.
That's not his door mirror. That's
purple.
Is that an ERA Ferrari door mirror? Because that's got that sort of white and lilac colour scheme, has it not? So has the ERA Ferrari, currently driven by Ollie Bryant, has that lost a door mirror?
I mean,
lots of bodywork on the track here.
That's the bodywork from the Mercedes sitting in the middle of the circuit. So another bit that the organisers need to sweep up. So he's gone off. He's gone off between turns 2 and 3, but he's got off very early into turn 3. And now they are down with the dolly jacks coming out. So it's going to go into the garage, and Carla is there.
I am indeed, and it is normal practice for now, so they are doing tire changes for now, but the question is, how much do they have to do up there in the front? I see the light is completely damaged. I see some of the bits and pieces are bent, but from what I can judge as a non-mechanic and as someone who just looks at a car from the outside normally, it doesn't look like anything serious is broken or bent. They are bringing the car in, of course, to make sure, to double check. You don't want to send that car out with something bent or loose. At the same time, Ajit is getting out and Ayrton is ready to get in, so that is a change happening meanwhile as well. I will stay close. I will find out if there's anything bigger, broken or bent than what we can see from here. But so far, I think it looks quite okay-ish, if I may say so.
I would suggest on the bit of footage I can see from here, or we can see from the box, and just try and describe this for you, that there was no point putting a second driver in that car for the moment. It's going to be some while they sort that out. We have got the resolution to the mirror that was on the track. It is from this car, whilst it's the same colours as the ERA Motorsport Ferrari. The mirror on the other side is the same colour. It's purple. That little bit of the car, for some reason, there's a streak of purple down there. What?
Why is the car red and white?
Yes.
But the mirrors are purple.
I thought you were saying, why am I talking? Sorry, no. I'm describing this thing completely accurate, but yes. So the mirrors are purple. Well, we thought it was off a different car, but the one on the other side, on the driver's side, is the same colour as one that's currently on the track. So I'm sorry for alerting or alarming anybody down at ERA Motorsport that you might have lost a door mirror. Ollie Bryant going, what is Snowden talking about again? He just really... have a rest.
Ollie's in the car.
Exactly. Oh, somebody will tell him now. He will message me, I'm sure. Mate, I've got my full mirrors. I'm using them.
Ollie will be very interested to see the near contact that he had under code 60 conditions. Surely there'll still be a penalty coming the way of this car when it does go back out on the circuit, because post crash Ajit was not in code 60 conditions. He was still doing maybe 80 or even 100 kilometers an hour, whilst everybody else was slowing for his crash.
Well, the grille that's come out of that car is now a piece of wall art. That'll never go back into a car again. It's too deformed, as is the entire front end there. And I think Carla is right in as much as that it can look superficial. I know she's round at the front of the car at the moment, but there's going to be a whole load more. But I think we're going to have a quick chat with Carla, down to Carla.
Can you please explain to me? I didn't see anything. I just see your car coming in like that.
I thought I was doing a great stint, and towards the end started losing the grip on the tires. So I did call my engineer on the radio. He said, yeah, just try and hold on for another few laps. I tried, but then I guess I cooked it into turn 3, into the entry of turn 3. No grip, no front grip. Lost it, went into the barrier.
Are you okay, Ajit? That's important.
I am, but I'm feeling sorry for the team, but personally think it was a great stint for me. I hope it had ended well, in a better way.
Have you heard anything about what is actually damaged on the car yet?
My confidence right now, but no, the car should be okay, I guess. I hope. Keep my fingers crossed.
We'll keep fingers crossed. I'll stay around to understand better what goes on. Thanks for talking to us.
Thank you, bye-bye.
Understeer. By the sounds of things, I imagine he wasn't just understeering straight to the wall, but sometimes understeer can lead to a bit of oversteer. He's taken a bit of chunk of tyre barrier out, so some conveyor belts needing to be replaced down there at turn number 3. And then we will be back to racing conditions. It's allowed everybody to get a little service. Obviously, the cars we haven't seen get a little service are the cars that we saw in pit lane just before the code 60 was called. So the 44 Lamborghini not pitting under code 60 conditions, the up to race getting that luck whereby they were in pit lane when it was called. E2P, the Aston Martin, also had pitted just before. So had Red Camel's Jordan. So Evo now aboard that car and not pitting. Neither has the 910 of Seb Lejeune. If it goes on for much longer, those cars may still come into the pits because they can still take 15% fuel. So, you know, top up, top up, top up. And I guess it also sort of depends on what you're aiming for. And do you want to pit right before we go into the neutralization period overnight, or how people are wanting to play that? What did you see at Ricard with regards to sort of people pitting just before the window?
Yeah, Hoffa did it.
Yeah, but did everybody do it?
No, but Hoffa did.
Okay.
Motti went on to win.
And went on to win, yeah.
Yeah, now, to be fair, there was two parts of that. That was a gamble that should there be any code 60s or significant code 60s in the second part of the race, it would play in their favour. Had that not happened, they wouldn't have won it. Getspeed would have done. However, because Getspeed had different longer stops because of pro drivers and etc. Hoffa played a blinder, took the risk overnight and said, let's set the car up for, if there's substantial code 60s tomorrow of any length, we're in the game. And guess what happened? They were, and they were in the game, and they won it by just enough.
And all the information that we've been given so far with regards to tomorrow would suggest that it could be quite fraught. And so maybe the same rules apply.
Yeah, I'm just going to do a weather update and just check, see if anything's actually...
I don't imagine it's changed much.
You never know, I know, I'm filling.
I'm filling. Be careful, my bladder is filling. And
mine too.
Yeah, well, we might have to both do pit stops. Not at the same time, otherwise we'll have some dead air, but... whilst we're on the code 60, perhaps.
Well, why don't you go now while it's under code 60 and I'll cover.
I'll do the...
so it's actually, you'd be surprised, it's actually a little bit heavier, suggesting already. So it's 45-50% overnight. It's now increased to, in the morning, 75% by race start. So that's pretty significant. It is dropping off a little bit, sort of a 3 hours into the race to 55%. And what was going to be an increase in rain towards the end of the race is now tailed off a little bit. So it's basically 75%, 55, 45%, almost in 2 hours at a time there.
Now, this is a frustrating thing to occur. Manuel Lauk here, I'm not sure. Look at his dashboard. He is not doing 60 kilometers an hour. He's doing 54, 53. He's slow behind that Ligier, and he'll be losing so much time by not being at 60 round the whole lap. He's caught this car that isn't on 60, and that is horrific because the Code 60, by the way, is about to end, which is not ideal for Snowy and I, but that is going to really annoy Manuel Lauk, and he's going to lose time because of it. Let's go down to Lamborghini and have a word with Adam Konopka. His brother is now in the car, Miroslav, but he is with Carla.
Indeed, Adam is standing next to me. Adam, you gave us a bit of a scare earlier on when you were, I guess, trying to get into the pit lane and sort of ended up not to. Can you tell me what went on in the car?
Yeah, I had a stint that lasted 2.5 hours, and the tires were a bit of not in the best condition in the end, and I used them like they were in the best condition, and I didn't. I brake late, I couldn't turn in. It was either I put it straight into the barrier or I jump onto the track. I know we will get penalty for that. It was my mistake, of course, but it was my mistake, yeah.
You had to save the car, basically. You had no other choice but saving the car. So, tricky with tires that laid on in a stint. But other than that, how does the car feel? How is the Lamborghini behaving here on the Nürburgring?
The car, the settings of the car, the setup is wonderful. Even when the tires are used, the car holds on the track. It doesn't oversteer. It doesn't understeer. It's very good. The setup is very good, and the track. I'm here for the first time, but I really love the track. So the stint was wonderful.
Well, that's good. So you just told me we cannot go into the pit lane because the shoes that you're wearing, and if we want to point the camera down, are yellow Crocs. So you are completely styled in team colors. And talking about good pairings, you also have kind of a family affair going on here in the team. Is that correct? There is the last name that repeats itself in the team. Tell me a little bit more about you guys.
Yeah, so it was my father's dream, the Miroslav. It was his dream that all three of us will be in the same car, the three Konopkas. So it already happened last year in Abu Dhabi, and it is happening again this year. And I think he is very happy to see this. And yeah, we are trying to carry the dignity that he or the journey that he started. We are trying to continue in it.
Lovely story. We have so many of these family stories. It fits so well with Creventic. Maybe one last question. Creventic itself, how do you guys feel here? How is this championship for you?
This championship is really wonderful because it is almost the only one that is in the Europe and the Middle East that you can attend, and the level isn't at the top, but it's really high, so you can actually compete with drivers that are pretty similar to you. And I really love Creventic. It's the best series that I drove.
Fantastic. You're in the right spot. I will let you to it. Enjoy the last few hours, and we'll speak tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Carlo Velti down in the pit lane, who was also in the right spot and getting that fabulous insight and interview. So thank you once again, Carlo. We've gone back to green flag racing during that, and just a quick note that car 93 team manager, I noticed on race control, race messages has been required to report to race control, the team manager of 93. Now the significance of that is that the 93 is the Arjith Redant Mercedes team, and of course that's just been had its incident on its own, so be interesting to see if we can find out what the reason for that is. Now obviously race control are not going to tell us, that's between themselves and the team manager before anything happens, but we may be able to find out there. But Arjith himself saying that he'd overcooked it into turn 3 and appears to have gone straight on himself. So as long as he hasn't got involved in anybody else, I'm not quite sure why he needs to. Well, there was any issue there, but it might just be a thing to do with instructions of race control, and just want to make sure that they're quite clear and just have an explanation of it. So back at the front of the field under full course green again, we have Proton competition in the Porsche, currently leading Manuel Lauk at the wheel of that. And just got a little bit of onboard footage there of him on my screen in the background. Next to it is, though, in second position, and 49 seconds adrift is the Viper Nisa Racing Mercedes AMG GT, the Malaysian team. Melvin Moe at the wheel of that. Third position is the Up2 Race Porsche 911 with Fabio Grossa at the wheel of that, and the brother of Miroslav Konopka in the ARC Bratislava Lamborghini, Huracan in fourth position. Rounding out the top 5 is the now front-running get speed of the two cars, that is the two get speed cars, the team JR8286 car, which is Jonathan Hirschberg at the wheel of that car, and American in there, and Utah Racing it is that's in 6. All starting to settle out a little bit now, and we'll get some cars across the line. Top 7 cars are our GT3s. Meanwhile, work continues apace at the Mercedes garage with the Arjith Redant car. New front clip being going onto that, a front clip PUs or more. One of those clippers tends to be sort of half the bodywork like an LMP car, or a bit more like the Ferrari mid-engine cars, front and rear. We tend to call them clips, whereas this is a PU polyurethane unit on that car. And that's being rebuilt, but as ever, just time after time being lost in the pits while they repair that, with the collateral damage that we can always get in the background of those cars. So Just looking at the Mercedes there, I was thinking it's got a headlight on, but it hasn't. It's a sunlight shining off the foil headlamp that was replaced on the other Get Speed car, the PCX car. That's currently got the ERA Ferrari right behind that, and the Aston Martin immediately behind that. I'm not sure this is all for position, because the PCX Get Speed Mercedes is way down the order, so keeping out of the way there. That's the number 28 car. That is with Patrick Charlet back at the wheel again, so they really are getting his drive time out of the way on this one. It's 24th still and 14th in class, but they've kept Patrick Charlet in that car to make sure he's used up all his amateur drive time. Whereas the other team car, the Get Speed JR86, they're the same teams, but they've got slightly different names for different reasons. That car is still currently in 5th position. So Manuel Lauk, it is 111 laps completed, and 1 hour 42. Just will come out into 1 hour 40. Yeah, 1 hour 42 of this to go. It's not a way to go yet. I was just commenting, Ben, that there's been a call on race control there, or by the race director, for the team manager of car number 93, which is part of the Red Ant team, to go to race control. I'm not doubting anybody there. I'm just wondering why that is, given that he potentially went off on his own. But it's obviously needs to go and explain to the headmaster what happened.
Well, he also distributed quite a lot of stuff around the circuit.
Good point.
And didn't potentially...
because it was a bit where he didn't observe the code 60 bit and explain why.
Well,
he went past the ERA Ferrari.
Yes, thank you. I'll have that penalty. Carla may have more answers. She is down at Red Ant.
Well, the front part of the car is back on, and that's when I'm going to ask Yannick what was actually broken on the car.
Luckily, it was only some bodywork that was broken, nothing mechanical. But on the Mercedes, it always takes a little bit more time than the other GT3s to repair every part of the car. So, yeah.
Is that because it's more complicated in the way that it's built together? Does it have more screws? What is it? What is complicated about it?
Yeah, I think more screws. The click system of the new GT3 cars is easier. But yeah.
All right. It looks like you guys are almost done. Who's in the car now and will take the lead in that car again?
Ayrton will go out now and finish the day.
Fantastic. We like to hear that. Well, let's hope you can get out soon, and we'll speak soon. Thanks.
I hope. Thank you.
Oh, the Red Ant guys were such a positive group of guys, racing a couple of years ago when they joined the series in the 992 category and then moved up to GT3. Ayrton and Yannick, and it's just so much more tough these days. And interesting reference to the Mercedes there, because of course, as I mentioned earlier, the Mercedes GT3 car, one of the oldest base homologations, back in 2016, so nearly 10 years ago was the original homologation. Now it has had upgrades to it and Evo packs to it since, but as Yannick mentioned, you know, the new Ferrari 296, you can take the whole rear end off that car and put a new one on in 2 clicks, click clock, and you've got a brand new rear end, sometimes even with a gearbox attached. So the front end does the same. And if you are working on an Audi or a Mercedes, then you've still got the more sort of traditional old school system of repairing. And so, as Yannick's saying, takes a bit longer to repair a Mercedes than it does maybe, for instance, this Aston Martin, which is also one of the newer GT3 cars. And I think we mentioned a little bit yesterday how these GT3 cars are now much more racing cars than the original philosophy of GT3, which was a modification of a road car, which is now more like the GT2 or GT4 regulations. Lots of congestion down at the Dunlop curve right now, with Nicholas Jonsson aboard the 907. Thought we might have seen Tracy Crone get back in that car, but maybe we're waiting for the next service, which will probably be the last service of today's action. And just a reminder that Manuel Lauk and Melvin Moe did take fuel, although not much fuel, under the last code 60. But the third place car, the 88, was serviced just a couple of laps before and actually crossed over into the start of the Code 60. So that's a really, really strong position from Fabio Gross. And the Lamborghini also being serviced just before the pit stop. So they're in a great place, and it's great to see not only a Lamborghini Huracan in such a strong position, but the ALC Bratislava team. It's basically the automobile racing club of Bratislava, so the Slovakian brand. Used to love going to the Slovakia ring. It's such a shame, actually. That's a racetrack that we don't see enough of these days. Be a really good place to go for Creventic. Open up a whole new market. Notice this year, or next year I should say, the SRO GT3 calendar has Budapest on it. So they're going into the Eastern Bloc. And there's obviously a new track there called Lake Balaton Racetrack, which is used by the motorbikes. But Slovakia Ring was always one of the cheapest racetracks that we ever went to in the World Touring Car days. GT cars did go there as well, but such a cheap racetrack to rent out, good facilities, and right beside Bratislava. See, it is relevant. I'm not talking complete rubbish. ALC Bratislava team sitting in third position, well, fourth position now, 32 seconds back. The loser in the last round of pit stops, because interestingly, and I don't know whether Carl has been to Get Speed recently, but Jonathan Hirschberg going into pit lane under that Code 60, only 5 laps into a stint. So bearing in mind the guys in GT3 can do about 30 laps a stint, the Get Speed team serviced the 286 5 laps before the Code 60, full service, and then did pit again under Code 60 just 5 laps later. So that's why they're artificially a bit further back. It's a risk, I think, considering the situation of our sort of neutralization in 90 minutes time. There's an interesting fight going on with Jutta Racing, number 71, that is trying to get up past that Get Speed car on circuit. And the other team to do a similar thing to Get Speed was Continental Racing by Simpson Motorsport. So they got Vladikin out of that car after 30 laps, full service under green flag conditions, and put Paul Scheuchner, gotta say. He did 5 laps, then they came in under Code 60 again. So they must have a very, 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 very full tank of fuel, both the 286 and the 69, but it won't be enough fuel to get them to the end of today. And maybe they wouldn't want to get to the end of the day with no fuel. So they will still owe us a pit stop, but it has artificially put them lower down the order than perhaps they would want to be. So maybe intelligent people down in pit lane. Get Speed, definitely an intelligent team, but it'll be interesting to understand the philosophy behind the Simpson Motorsport and Get Speed strategy. I know Carla's not there right now. She's still sniffing around Ajit Kumar and that car. What are you seeing, Carla?
Well, actually, I'm seeing something that is entertaining for the wrong reasons, if I'm really honest. But on the back of the Ajit Kumar Racing car of the Red Ants team, it has a new sticker, which is green, and it says Weggelenzt. Now, people who speak German, they know sort of what it means. So the company that does get the cars when they are stuck at the track is called Lenz. So Weggelenzt means basically that this car has been transported by Lenz, sort of. It's not word to word correct, but you get it. So cars that they have to gather from the track, they just put this sticker on with the hashtag. It is a fun gag to sort of promote what they do. At the same time, Ayrton is in the car. Car is about to go down on its wheels and out soon, and I will make sure that I go by Get Speed and find out a little bit more about this strategy thing.
If if I'm translating that right, that's a bit like falling off the racetrack, and then the guys that pull you out of the gravel put a sticker on saying recovered, like a label. Do you get two if you do it twice?
It's exactly that, Ben. It is exactly.
Carla is confirming in my ear. So okay. So who else has been vegalenced? Because there's a couple that have benefited from our recovery crew today. I wonder if they've done it to all of them, whether it's the recovery crew or whether it's a joke within the team. Talking of sticker jokes, do you remember a Formula One driver called Ricardo Rosset?
Yes, I do. I certainly do.
1996 German Grand Prix in Hockenheim. I was a tiny little sprout of 11 years old, and of course at that time the F1 paddock was sort of free for all, and you'd had all the drivers' scooters parked outside the trucks. So it wasn't like today where the paddock is completely closed off. There's no scooters allowed. There's only pedestrians. There was hardly any hospitality units, and there was scooters. And Ricardo Rosset had his third shunt of the weekend in qualifying, or maybe even pre-qualifying, and they were having to build up. The mechanics were having to build up another chassis, and on that chassis, that when they were stickering it up, the name of the driver was not Ricardo Rosset. They were able to move the R and the T to the opposite sides of his surname.
Made it an anagram.
Leaving, I let you do the translation.
Exactly. I do remember...
It's kind of similar to that.
Yeah, exactly.
If that's the team, you go, you've been recovered.
I do remember driving a GT1 car at Barcelona in testing ahead of FIA GT, and we lost a diffuser. I was on track at the time, and the diffuser departed from the car, and of course I was naturally berated for running over the curbs and loosening the diffuser and taking it off the car, which I hadn't done, and it was collected by the marshals, and it was the entire diffuser, which was a large amount of the rear floor under tray of this particular car, and we screwed it back on again, and we went out again, and the diffuser came off again, and again. Neither myself or my teammate had been over curbs or whatever. In the end, they added a strengthening strap onto it. We're not really sure why this was coming off, but in the spirit of the sticker story, it was the days of the first self-adhesive first-class stamps we had in the UK. They peeled one off and put it on the corner and put an address on, so in a self-addressed envelope. If this part got lost for a third time, we could at least send it back to the team in England. At least we knew where it was. At least it would come back to us, hopefully. And don't even get me on losing the bonnet on the same car at Spa 24 Hour and having to get that back from a spectator who decided to take it home as a trophy. And I'm not joking, having to go back and wrestle the bonnet off spectators to put back onto our car in a race. You could not make that up. But it happened.
It happens quite often. I didn't realise just how much of the car bits get returned back to the team and how much they then will try and fix bits and recover them, because obviously everything's expensive. So,
but equally, how much spectators want to keep bits as souvenirs?
And yes, yeah.
And they think it's finders keepers' right to go. Actually, no, that's a quite. It's not just an expensive part, but it's a vital part of our car. We do need it back. In this case, this particular race at Spa 24, it was the bonnet. It had come off, and we needed it.
A big piece.
We didn't have a spare bonnet. Put it that way. So we did.
I think
we did need it.
I don't remember, but I think I referenced working for Jordan Grand Prix. Maybe it was at dinner and it wasn't there. But when I was there, I inadvertently picked up a tiny flick, bit of carbon that was barely like 15 centimetres in a little triangle shape, which was part of the aerodynamics of a car back in the early 2000s. And then that came home with me. And then I was told that they needed that bit because that could have been stuck back onto the car and used. And I really shouldn't have taken it home. I did get a little wrist slap from the next race. Carla, we've talked about stickers, we've talked about stolen bits of bodywork. Let's talk strategy as the 18 is off the road.
Going the wrong way
now.
Stefan Tribadini probably at the Santaloc Audi going the wrong direction for the moment, has turned it around on the grass and rejoined. Sorry, wait, we're just going to go for the replay and then we'll go down to Carla. And unsurprisingly, there was potentially somebody else involved here. Stefan Tribadini, very fast. Oh, it wasn't. It was a curb that did the damage. He just got a rear wheel over the curb and that spat him off the circuit.
Wow. Well, luckily kept it out the wall and carried on. An unusual place to go off. Where is that? I'm trying to work out what part of the circuit that is. Thank you, our director. Turn 12, so around the end of the lap. Right, let's go down to Carla, who is down at Get Speed, but the Team JR 286.
I did grab Patrick Liddy. You were just sitting around, so I figured, come on, let's talk some strategy together. So you guys came in, you did a fuel stop, I believe. Yes. You went out, 5 laps, you came back in. What about that?
We just wanted to take advantage of the full course caution for the driver change. You know, these changes are so hard with inserts and bottles and all this stuff, so we thought it would be smarter to do that. Tanner ran an amazing stint, came in at P1, and unfortunately we got a little bit unlucky with the full course yellow coming just after we did our full stop, but there's a lot of race to go, and it's difficult out there. I mean, you said it, I have a day off today, but man, my nerves are worse than in the car sitting and watching the live stream. So I'm really happy with the job the guys are doing. John's doing a great job too, and looking forward to a full push tomorrow.
Yeah, we just talked about it while we were waiting to get live here. It is a fantastic race that is happening today. I mean, if we look at the races we had in the past of this season, Saturday was usually the keep it cool, keep it safe kind of day. Today, everyone is full on. Do you know why? What is going on? What is different today than compared to the other weekends?
Well, I was talking to Mick earlier about his first stint, and he said that the deck is quite a bit higher than he expected. And you can see it on the onboards. I mean, people are really having a difficult time controlling the car, and we love the NÜRBURGRING here. Obviously, it's Get Speed's home race, but it is a difficult track to pass. There's so many chicanes, so many combined entries where it's difficult to get the car in. So I think when you have so many difficult factors, the low grip and difficulty in passing, it makes for an exciting race versus Paul Ricard or Spa. They're quite a bit wider. It makes passing easier. Here, you know, you're kind of threading the needle a bit more.
I did see earlier on when you guys had a driver change that you actually went in and assisted, and I like to point that out because endurance racing really is a team effort. You do things together, and probably you being one of the drivers yourself, you know exactly what it takes, what it needs, right? How is it for you as a driver? You're used to it, but please take me into this moment of helping your colleagues getting in and out of a car.
Yeah, after a long double stint, you know, it's so hard to accurately place the seatbelts or help out. So I just wanted to go in and help Tanner and John with their change. But to be honest, they did a really good job. I think I'm putting the armband back on for the change with Steve because it is a little bit warm out there on the track. But it's difficult. You know, you just have to stay calm and get all your belts on quickly, easily, but not rush. As soon as you get a belt behind the insert or something, you're toast.
Nice. Well, thank you for that insight. Continue doing your thing, and I'll be excited to see you tomorrow more on the track itself.
Thank you. I'll be. My nerves will be better tomorrow, I think, on the track.
Oh, you seem cool enough. It's fine.
Thanks.
Nice interview there with Patrick Liddy, who is the pro driver in that car, so saving all of the pro driver time for tomorrow for Get Speed. I would add, talking about the DEG and the reason why it's such a high frenetic race today, well, that's Patrick Liddy's excuse. My excuse is if we've got rain tomorrow, it's going to be really, really tough. So people are wanting to establish themselves today as well. But I don't know, Snowy, I know that you're not necessarily from the strategy side of the pit wall, but giving away 5.5 to 6 minutes in the pits, yes, you've got a car full of fuel, but you give away so much track time. We've seen that 286 up in second position, and it's now down in 6th.
Yeah, I think when you'd gone to lunch, I mentioned to Simon that being a massive football fan, I'm going to use a football analogy, and Simon looked at me with that sort of, you talk about football, Snowy? That's really okay, and he was absolutely right. No, is that the Get Speed car that just collected the Aston at turn 1? Was the Herfer car?
Alex Prince.
Yeah.
Oliver Campos. And
the Aston having to do a reset there, lights off, on again, lights off again. That car's not restarting by the look of it. Driver ID going off on the windscreen as well, so that suggesting that Oliver Campos cannot get the Aston restarted. lights back on again. So it's just cycling through. The driver ID is now illuminated, so that's working. So damage to the front left of Alexander Prince. Hoffer.
And we've got 2 more cars in.
Yes.
Down at the Dunlop. No,
yes.
Not just before Dunlop. Anthony Vince in the 888 Seb Lejeune Racing.
It's one corner before, isn't it?
That is definitely going to be a Code 60. Code 60 cooled within 20 seconds. Now we're talking about perhaps still maybe not too far for a last pit stop, but I saw that the Jutta Racing Audi was slow as well.
Yeah,
so
that was running wide, wasn't it? So whether that and the Porsche have come together, I'm wondering, because I think that's a knock-on effect. So the Aston is now going again.
Yep, but that was a proper hit on the rear axle there, straight through the drive shafts, I imagine, of the Aston Martin. And now we go.
There's right rear bodywork damage to that Aston as well, where it's been harpooned by Alexander Prince's Hoffer Racing AMG.
White rear.
Yeah, white rear.
Not actually bad as I would have thought. It was a proper clunk.
White rear on the wantage.
Yes, very good.
So the 888 Porsche, Anthony Vince sitting forlorn in the gravel there. This is the Seb Lejeune Racing entry. One of the few cars that's got 5 drivers in it.
What's going on with the steering wheel? Can you see that? See, the steering wheel's like wobbling from left to right, almost like, you wouldn't know this, but when you do sim racing, you turn your steering wheel off, the force feedback makes it wibble. I'm sure that's what we were seeing on the left-hand side, which is the weirdest thing.
It looked like the power steering was doing something, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Feeding back through the column to the wheel. There was certainly a vibration. You weren't the only one to see it, Ben. You're 100% right. So I wonder if that and the Jutta Racing Audi had just got together and just been a little contact and flicked one round. We may be lucky enough to get a replay in a moment. Just going back to the point where we've got this Code 64, these cars are recovered. You were asking me about strategy and stuff and things being different. This has changed it again, added yet another layer, Ben. But I said to Simon Hill earlier that it was a football strategy of analogy. I'll get my words out, it's very much this race a game of 2 halves, not just because it's 2 6-hour races, but the weather is forecast to be so different tomorrow. So we've really got to think about that, what happened. So we're going to get a little bit of onboard footage here of...
No, so we're coming down.
Oh, just see the stranded car there out in the gravel. That's the Porsche. Okay, we know that's out there already. Just want to see what actually happened to that, why it ended up there.
Yeah, race control saying that investigating 71 and 888. So, as suspected, the Jutta Racing of Lutz Obermann. We saw him scuttle away from the scene of the accident in a cloud of dust. So we may have had 2 separate incidents at exactly the same time. I'm more concerned with the Hoffer Racing and Aston Martin.
Now they've got that Chevrolet Porsche. Oh, they were lucky to get away with that because they pulled that Chevrolet Porsche all the way forward, but not quite enough. Has it got a puncture on the right rear? No, I'm not sure. I think it was just gone and dipping into over the curve there, but they didn't get the rear wheels out of the gravel. It had enough purchase mercury to pull it forward, but of course that one out just shed gravel everywhere over the track. Very wisely, it's Anthony Vince at the wheel of this Seb Lejeune car. He immediately rotating the car left to right to get some of the gravel out offline to where you want to get it, but it's the first time you brake, all the gravel comes shooting forward. You hear it all come out.
Right, let's go down to Carla, who can see the Hoffer car. How much damage is on it?
The team is doing regular things, which is usually what they do first and foremost. So they did change the tires. Alex Prince is out, Torsten Krotz is in, and now they are on to, okay, interesting, just tape. There is no checking going on here. It is very pragmatic. So no, they don't seem to be worried about any internal damage of that part of the car. They are just taping it down so it lasts, and I'm pretty sure that this is going to affect strategy massively, because I cannot believe that this is going to be the solution for the rest of the, what do we have left in total? 7.5 hours of racing, 6 hours tomorrow, 1.5 today. So at some point, this will have to be looked at further, I would believe. But let's see. So far, tape action and nothing more.
So if they are having to take over any ducts, there's enough holes in that bumper for the airflow to still be able to cool the brakes and hopefully the engine as well. Code 60 is about to clear, so they want to get back out on the circuit, and this is what happens. Dives down the inside. And too far back, really. Too busy, really, looking at the other two cars. And a proper harpoon from Alex Prince there.
Well, that's an uncharacteristic error from Alexander Prince. The Aston looks like it's taken the line correctly, and Alexander just hasn't slowed down enough. As you said, just absolutely harpooned the back of the Aston. The tape that he put on the car initially is, as Carlos pointed out, it doesn't look too dramatic in terms of damage, but of course you can't have any bodywork flying off and causing any more problems or danger to other people, drivers, competitors, marshals, anybody. And of course, they can't have the bonnet flying up as well, and it's a rear hinged bonnet on those AMG Mercedes, so they've got to take the front down to make sure that bonnet cannot lift and away, or the catches vibrate loose. It's down off the jacks. It's going to be replaced, rejoined.
News for both the Get Speed team, JR286 and Manuel Lauk, both in pit lane as we go back to green flag conditions. So losing time to those that were out on track during that Code 60 release again. Another round of pit stops for a lot of cars to take advantage of the Code 60. But Manuel Lauk and Proton Competition will lose a little bit more ground having done that, having been late into pits. Not their fault, it was just where they were on track. Viper Nisa, would you believe Viper Nisa continues to be in second position? And again, another full service of 2 minutes and 40, a good, strong service. They've lost a bit of ground to Proton Competition. The ARC Bratislava team also serviced their car, so did Up to Race. Pretty much everybody down to Ajit Kumar Racing, and then the leading 992 car had some kind of service. Out of the pits comes another wounded Mercedes. There's quite a lot of
Benji Pack at the wheel of that Get Speed now. So Patrick Charlet's done his driver's stint and now put Benji Pack in it.
And it's worth keep on plodding on.
Absolutely.
They're now 23rd position. More people are falling by the wayside, and they need those points for the championship.
Yeah, the fate that befalls you may befall your other competitors as well. You know, never say it's over until the Rubenesque lady is singing.
So I wonder what the gaps are now. Fabian Gross up to second position post pit stops. Viper Nisa dropping down to third. And then the ARC Bratislava team in fourth spot. So I still think we've got 3 cars on the lead lap. I think the Lamborghini's actually dropped off the lead lap. We'll double check that in a few moments' time. But yeah, the Lamborghini now needs to up its pace a little bit. And we've got Manuel Lauk in the 73, so that's going to be a tough one to do. Over the line goes the leader. This is a second place car with its Lumarank no longer working, but the gap is going to be smaller than it ever was between our 2 Porsches at the front. And Gross is going to come across the line. I know, he's still got a bit more of a track to go, so it's going to be about a minute, isn't it, the gap between Lauk and Gross. More penalties being applied to various cars up and down the field, causing collisions for car 71, causing collision for car 11. So that was easy. Torsten Kratz now aboard the Hoffa Racing Mercedes, and they have a 20-second time penalty for causing a collision.
And the Asbest Racing 111 entry has got a 30-second penalty for not observing countdown on the Code 60 as well. So
here comes the 888. What damage is on it? Carla's there to watch.
I am indeed. Not much damage from what I can see. I mean, we did see the car in the gravel, so that's usually a bigger problem with what's underneath the car, actually. Paul Meyer just got in the car. We do see a normal pit stop of driver change, as I just mentioned, and tire change as well. Of course, the almighty tape is being used as well, so there's a small piece in the back right of the side splitter that is being reattached to the car with the help of that tape. Okay, done with taping, get that car down and off we go. So they really just wanted to get that car out as quickly as possible. Once this car just left, a lot of stones that came flying out of the back of that car. So I'm sure he is going to be very busy now with getting rid of whatever stone gravel is left in that car, because you do not want that. But new tires, so that shouldn't be a problem. So let's see how this car is going to keep up now.
Anthony Vince was the driver in that car when he brought it in after that spin. So as we didn't see what happened, maybe worth seeing if Anthony will describe it to us. They've lost that front splitter as well, and we see so often the 992s with that front splitter coming apart from the car, and it just looks like a little bit of decoration, but Snowy, it makes a huge difference to the handling of the car.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a little rubber molded bit that goes across the front, as you say, Ben. It doesn't look like a great deal. It looks like a bit of trim rather than anything of any importance, but it is not. It is fundamental, and if you talk to any of the drivers that are familiar with that model of Porsche, they will tell you that it's once that's gone, the car understeers, and it changes the whole tyre wear ratio at the front for you, degradation of tyres, and you wouldn't think something so important, but obviously they are. They've gone through wind tunnel tests, and these things have been proven.
That 888 car is going to be fast now because it's got Paul Meyer aboard it. We've seen Paul Meyer as a hired hand really these days in 992 across with Mulder Motorsport. Where did I last bump into him? Saw him at somewhere at the start of the year. And now with Seb Lejeune racing the 888s, and so he'll have to deal with an understeery front end. But they are down in 21st position, so right at the back end of the 992 category. The leading two cars there, Mulder Motorsport and Red Camels Jordan, interestingly, did take advantage of the last Code 60, so they have dropped down behind Mulder Motorsport, who did not. Let's go back down to Carla, who can get more news from Seb Lejeune.
You need to help us. We didn't see what happened. What was going on out there?
I was going into turn 6, and all of a sudden, I think I got hit from the back left or back right from the GT3. I think they outbroke themselves, and they tagged me, and I went backwards into the gravel, and then I got stuck there, and we got Code 60. It's a shame because it was actually going pretty well. We were in a pretty good rhythm, but we've managed to get back into the pit on Code 60 to get some fuel, new tyres, and then we put Paul in. I haven't really got a feeling of how good the car is at the moment, though, because maybe there's quite a bit more damage.
Okay, so at this point, we kind of have to wait and see if there's more damage to the car. So I guess Paul, who is out now, is going to be the one telling us what's actually going on with the car.
Yeah, I think Paul will let us know in the next... he'll probably know by now, I think. But, yeah, it's a shame. We were coming up pretty good, and, yeah, 5 seconds behind the leader.
Well, we still have a long way to go, so let's see what happens in the next few hours. Thank you very much for talking to me. And before you guys tune away from me, there's actually a really interesting fact about Paul. Paul was driving in Spa this morning, and he won the race in Spa at 1 o'clock midday, did the podium, flew over here, and is driving now. So these drivers here, they really, really want to be here. Otherwise, they wouldn't do that.
What was he driving at Spa that he won in?
Well, it won't be the 25-hour Fun Cup race because that will only just beginning, so it must be a support race, probably a Porsche, to that. How's the car feeling, Paul? Well, we can't talk to him, but we can see the body language of his arms. And what would you say, Snowy? I would say not fantastic from the amount of muscling that's going on.
He's having to work that quite a lot, isn't he? Just having to let one of the other GT3 cars through. 2 of them through.
Yeah, so that's the leader, isn't it? Manuel Lau going through, followed by the Pellin Racing Ferrari and Paul Meyer understeering off the curb quite horribly. and that will be the lack of splitter. So here it is from the outside view. Turns right, doesn't have the traction. Oh, he even managed to get to the grass. Not great, he will say on the radio.
Well, it would have knocked out all the alignment, won't it, if it's been tapped, even if it's on that corner. It's toe in, toe out, camber, cast, all that thing. It'll just knock the alignment. And of course, if it's hit the wheel,
bless you,
hit the wheel square on, it can send shockwaves down the transmission to the drive shaft and do things to the gearbox as well. So it just depends how obliquely it's been hit when it's been turned around, that 888 Sebla car into the
change for 12th position. Igor Sorokin just being passed by Carlos Rivas, and again a reminder that the 928 is well, actually that's third position overall, so it's a change for position for third. So that's the other Seblo, who's he? Sebla Racing Machine now up to third position. So bad news for the 888, but better news for the 910 as we now take a look at Melvin Moe. I was going to make some lawnmower reference, but I'll save it for tomorrow. Let's go down to Carla, who is in Viper Nisa Garage.
Indeed I am. Douglas, it's nice to see you every weekend over and over again, and it's even better to see you guys doing so well. Let's not jinx it, but what is the magic this weekend?
Oh, I really don't know, but because this is the first time to Nürburgring for us, so obviously with being at a track the first time, there's always trepidation because we've never raced it before. So practice was good. All the drivers got up to speed very quickly, and hopefully we'll have a clean race.
Now, you say you've never been to the Nürburgring, so you personally have not been here yet either, correct?
The whole team.
So tell me, how is it, this very first experience of going out of the pit lane and driving with that Mercedes on this very, very famous track?
It was exciting. Also a bit of cautiousness because of course we've never raced here before. So I guess the first few laps was just trying to learn the track, making sure where the brake markers are, making sure we don't go off the track too much. So practice was good. The cars prepped well. Cars going quite well now. We're fighting for positions, and so yeah, let's hope it keeps it away.
Honestly, I'm always so excited to see you guys. I think it was on Thursday I witnessed your team pushing the car through the pit lane, you know, for normal procedures, and everyone was waving and in a good mood. You guys are really, really fabulous. So thank you for always being here at these races. It's lovely to have you, and I guess we will speak tomorrow. I hope so.
I hope so.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Yeah. Bye. Cheers.
Yeah, don't forget that that's not a Malaysian-named European team. That isn't a group of Malaysian drivers using Get Speed as a team, or that is every single member of the team coming from Malaysia over to Europe to race for every single race in Creventic, and that has to be massively applauded, because looking up and down the entry list, I reckon they must be the only non-European team like that doing that. Agreed?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, hats off. What I'm sad about is that we don't go to Malaysia at the end of this year, because we were, you know, they've committed a few years ago. Do you remember, Snowy? We had a load of Thai teams.
Yes.
We had the Billionaires boys. That was really cool, weren't they? And there were like 2 or 3 teams. And at that time, it was like, right, well, you guys are making the effort to come over to us. Let's go to Buriram and do a 12-hour race in the best Thai track that they have. And I think it's right, you know, give it and take it. But we never managed to get to Buriram. And you definitely don't want to go to Bangshen, which is their street track. By the way, the Bangshen Grand Prix is on this weekend. If you fancy checking out something absolutely ludicrous, maybe even madder than the Lithuanian 1,000 kilometers, the Bangshen GP is the second round of the Thai Super Series Championship. They race GT3 cars around the streets of, I think it's Bangshen, something similar anyway. But it's going slightly off field. It's, you know, 5 o'clock in the evening. There is something for you to entertain yourself in the evening. maybe Snowy and I will take a look at the Bangshen GP. More likely to watch Silverstone, to be fair. But
you know I'm going to now, don't you? You're going to have to now you've mentioned it. Yeah. That could be a boys' trip, couldn't it?
It could be. It could be. Henk Kicks was with us in the Malaysian race. He's part promoter of the Thai Super Series with his company Be Quick. And there was so much noise when we were there that Henk was excited and we were going to come back to Malaysia, and it was a good turnout of cars, but a complicated environment motorsport in Malaysia, as we now watch the two cars that came together just a few laps ago back on the same bit of circuit. So Hoffa Racing trying to get past E2P, different driver in the number 11, same driver in the Aston Martin, and this is for 13th spot. Be careful, Torsten Kratz.
Be very, very careful.
There's a nice change of our graphics to show the drivers, show the models of cars. Sort of worked, didn't it? Oh no, Torsten, not again, not again, not again! Sorry, but that
no, I'm with you, it was close.
That was literally again. They didn't quite have the same amount of impact, but two cars.
In fairness, that corner's damaged already, so it doesn't really matter anymore, does it?
Oh, Lordy Liza, there's one for social media. Supposed to be making notes, wasn't I, Carla? 1 hour to go, second time of asking. Luckily, they don't replay my commentary. I think Oliver Campos, hats off. Don't take your hat off now, that'll be dangerous.
Yes.
But he absolutely...
He avoided that accident.
Avoided that accident.
Yes.
In front. Had he turned in, like he did last time, that was a shunt. And again, it wouldn't have been his fault. But he just opened the wheel and made sure that it didn't happen. If you are listening on headphones, I apologise. I promise you I'll turn my volume down from now on. 41 seconds. Separates Manuel Lauk and Fabio Gross. Thank you, Seb, our director, for appreciating my squeaking. Melvin Moe.
Somebody has to.
In third position, 20 seconds back, so that means 3 cars on the lead lap. Why is ARC Bratislava so far back now? They must have done something. They must have done something.
Yeah, they're 2 laps down now, aren't they?
It's funny because they avoided the previous Code 60 and that put them up. And then they took the next Code 60 and that's dropped them seemingly further behind the others. But maybe it'll play out when it comes to the amount of fuel they took, how long they were in pit lane. Either way, they are very much in the mix of things. The usual contenders. Okay, we've got 2 Porsches ahead of the field. Proton and up to race, but having Viper Nisa up there, having ARC Bratislava up there. Look, Jutta Racing, Lutz Obermann in the 71 up in 5th position. They do have a penalty to serve, but they get speed 286. Continental Racing Simpson Motorsport ignored the previous Code 60. So did Era, with Ollie Bryant up in 8th position. That's getting a bit tasty, isn't it? 6th, 7th and 8th, separated by 16 seconds or something. Oh, that's a huge shunt under the drone. Did not see who that was, but that was a brake failure at the final turn?
The final corner, I think, yes.
Or the first. He was travelling far too fast. That looked, to me, that looked like the first corner, but he was travelling at huge speed at the final turn. That's quite concerning. We have a very slow Cayman.
Exactly, going to point that out, but we've gone to Code 60 immediately.
Now we go to Code 60. I'm going to not...
Yeah, yellow flag at turn 17, yeah. So I'm not sure we're going to get a replay of that, because that looked really quite dramatic, what little bit of tail end we saw of that, Ben, but just with an hour to go, exactly 59 minutes, it happened a few moments ago, so literally almost on the hour. So it's the end of the lap.
Yeah.
So it shouldn't be that high speed there.
No, that's what I mean. It seemed like the sort of accident you'd see at turn 1, you know, after the main straight, no brakes into a long gravel trap and a deep gravel trap. But at the end of the lap, that seems surprising. Manuel Lack dives straight into the fuel bay. Our leader once again has a very short service. I'm looking at him out the window. He barely stopped in the fuel bay. I will give you confirmation of how long that stop was. They previously stopped under the last code 60, but he is already heading down. And will he even get a service by his team? I don't know if his team are out in the pit lane. I don't know if Carla can see. No, he's going all the way down to the bottom. And something is also going on. Okay, so we've got a yellow flag at turn 17, but we have an incident at turn 1. So that I was correct that it was turn 1. Don't know why we got a yellow flag at turn 17 then.
I think try and slow everybody down before we even got to that. So there's everything's gone down to, there's an incident vehicle down at turn 1, and we've got...
There's an incident vehicle at turn 17 as well. Because I was obviously looking that direction. You're looking the opposite direction to me. Here is turn 17, and yeah, it wasn't turn 17. That didn't make any sense to me. Even the gravel trap shape is wrong. Hearing from our director that the driver of car 921, so it's Mulner.
That's Mulner, yeah.
Is out the car, and
wasn't Joshua Bednarski in that car?
Yes, Joshua Bednarski, unassisted. He's managed to get out of the car, so that's really positive news. And all of the team looking very concerned in the garage. I can confirm, as from that wide shot, that there was no car in the gravel at turn 17. So they obviously just wanted to put the yellow flag out there. So you're a long, long way away from turn 1 at turn 17. So Lauk has been serviced. I don't think he had tyres. He was at the fuel bay for 50 seconds. So that really wasn't very much. Was there a change of opinion there from Proton competition? Carlin might need to go down to Proton, because if you go to the fuel bay, usually you're stopped for at least a minute and a half, but Lauk has literally come in under code 60. There was nobody in the fuel bay. He was on his own when he was there, done 50 seconds, and maybe that's okay. Maybe that was enough. That's all he needed. But that feels like not very long. Hofer Racing back in, Torsten Kratz with that damaged front end of his Mercedes.
So yet another sort of spanner in the works of strategy as to what to do, and just when you think you've got an idea, with what have we got, 55 minutes to go now, but this happened almost on the hour, so 4 or 5 minutes ago, almost exactly, we've had this code 60 established. So time for the strategy to start. I'm going to say scratching their heads. Paul Troswell, one of our resident Radio Show Limited and Radio Le Mans commentators, who's also a strategy for Red Camel this weekend, he will not be scratching his head, because he'll just say that's not what we do. We have scenarios, we have possibilities and variables. He'll have a spreadsheet and algorithms that will sort this out. So we'll try and talk to Paul afterwards and try and decipher the witchcraft of Paul's brain.
I don't know whether any computer system is able to predict there's variables in a Creventic race, because you never know what's going to happen next, so you can't predict the future.
No, but I think if I think they'll have something. I'm sure I'll talk to Paul about it, but I'm sure they'll have some kind of algorithm running that if we were to have one now, what does that then start the initial process, and then how long is that So there'll be some kind of equation that will say, so if we do have one now, that's your first possibility. Then how long is it? It's a variable. What can we do? If it goes after a certain amount of time, just like we were talking earlier about AM drivers putting a stint in. How long is your code 60 is the first thing, not just a code 60, because sometimes we talked at Paul Ricard last month, Ben, where they were just replacing bollards or floppies as they called them, and because the drivers kept striking them down, they'd go out and just put them back up again, and it would be a code 60 for a couple of laps at best. So it wasn't worth doing a great deal in terms of driver change there, of using up an amateur's driver time. It was pretty pointless with the time you do the stop as well. Things like this, when they're longer, we're starting to see cars come into the refueling area now. So this is an opportunity now. If there's a sort of a longer code 60, time to take advantage of it.
So we're under code 60. I can confirm that Joshua Bednarski from Milner Motorsport 921 has got out of the car under his own steam. And there is Proton competition back in again. So was Manuel Nauk not ready?
Well, he's in fuel at the moment, isn't it?
Yeah, but he was in fuel a lap ago. That's what. So there's definitely something going on. Carla's is down there, so she can give us an update when the car gets to her. But there's definitely some miscommunication. Maybe he came in and there was nobody there, so he's gone back round and come back in again. Now he's getting a proper 15% fuel. He's just been released. That's what a pit stop should have been. So a mistake maybe from a team that is incredibly professional. Carla, the orange and blue Porsche is coming to you.
So we have a sort of normal situation going on once again. Tires changed on the left side, now tires changed on the right side. Meanwhile, Manuel Nauk got out and Dreishoff is in. I'm going to try to catch Manuel Nauk immediately because we have questions that need answers. But to not bore you while I wait for him to take off the helmet, give me a second, I'll be right back with you. Meanwhile, the Proton competition car is doors closed, down and out.
Well, the car leaves the pits, still looking splendid. Reminds me last weekend of the winning 24-hour Spa car. One of the very few not to have a single scratch on it. And Proton doing what Proton do. Look at it, it's splendid. Everything else that you see around has got bits hanging off it. But that car, and also Red Camel's looking really...
Don't jinx it, Ben.
Pretty, aren't they, Carla?
Well, I'm going to go with Snowy's quote that, and I'm not going to comment on that because otherwise we will be called out for jinxing. But I do have Manuel next to me. We are a little bit confused, Manuel, and you need to help us. You stopped for fuel, you went out, you're back for driver change. Was that a miscommunication or was that the plan?
No, that was actually a miscommunication. So I didn't see someone at the fuel station and I decided to go because I didn't know where these guys are. Sometimes quite difficult. They called me in last minute. They were not prepared. Can happen for sure. I mean, we did it already today twice that no one was there. In the end, we lost approximately, I don't know, 10 to 15 seconds about that. I mean, we are still leading. Other people have to complain more, but for sure it's a pity because if you are leading, every tenth actually is counting, and these mistakes cost a lot for us.
Earlier on, I accused you of something. I saw you and Joel in the paddock, and I said, well, Manuel, you really rub off to the drivers that you have, because I know that you are a crazy guy, but somehow everyone around you is turning into a crazy guy. But let's be honest, this whole race, for the fact that it's a Saturday in Creventic, is quite wild. Why is everyone going so at it out there?
Honestly, the first hour was pretty good, no code 60 at all, but now I think the track is getting more and more slippery because of the stones. They cut it out and it's quite slippery. I don't know exactly what happened to the Müllner Porsche. It looks quite bad, to be honest. But I think it's getting more and more a sprint race, especially to be in the right position for the second half, and so everybody is pushing like hell.
You guys really are pushing like hell. Well, you're done for today, I guess, correct?
Yeah, I'm done for the day. Now Jörg is in the car. I think he stays now until the end. You know, even when it is not fair, but the gentleman driver try to drive as much as they can under code 60. So we save some, let's say, quick lap times. And for tomorrow, the game starts from zero, nearly. For sure, it's a bit about fuel saving and how much fuel you have for tomorrow's start. But let's see. This action or this accident came unexpected for everybody, so I think that makes the calculation even more difficult. But let's see.
Thank you very much for the insight. Speak to you latest tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
Great information down from pit lane, and nice to hear racing driver being honest, isn't it? We had it nailed. I hadn't clocked that they'd done it twice. So I'm saying, yeah, we've actually, Carla, we've actually done that twice today, but it hasn't cost them much. Reckons it's going to cost them about 15 seconds. They are still leading, and maybe we'll find out when we go back to green flag conditions. Just 2 cars on the lead lap after that last round of stops. Still don't know quite who and what and where. Come the end of this 6 hours, we've still got 45 minutes remaining. And here is our drone shot of the back part of the circuit. You can see the top part of the Mercedes arena on your left-hand side, and then as we fly over the paddock area, water reservoirs and storage for tyre barriers and things like that. The cars come towards us and they'll start going up the hill back to pit lane level. Quite different to the original Nordschleife from the 1960s. The pit box area and paddock area still exactly the same place as it was back when it was designed, but basically the track went straight on, down the hill, back up the hill again, and then straight into the Nordschleife. This bit of the circuit very similar to that, although I have a feeling it was much closer to the paddock back then, and they just went, so they moved the track to the left-hand side when they rebuilt it for Formula One in the 1980s.
Yeah, I think you're right. So if you come to the 24-hour race here, we have some. Sorry,
I said, did you remember?
I'm so old, I didn't even hear that. But you do have all the old pit garages there, and you go around when we've got the old timer races here that support the 24-hour, and you go and look around that crew. And we did it a little bit earlier this year with Joe Bradley and Bruce Jones and myself and Johnny Palmer. We went and had a little look round, and it's as we do because we're old timers. And you look at the pits and just think they ran Formula One teams out of these. You just think, wow. And they had a few people in the team at the time, and there's quite a bit of one of the guys that uses social media quite a bit is Alistair Caldwell, who was the team manager at McLaren for Fittipaldi in '74 for the Formula One World Championship, and James Hunt in '76. And he's put a photograph up of, I think, sometimes of when they won the World Championship in '76 with James Hunt, which obviously it caused the film Rush to be made. And it's literally it's possibly more than half a dozen, but it's only 8 or 10 people, and that's it. And that they not only ran that, but they won the World Drivers and Constructors Championship. And then you talk to him, and he says, "Oh, we had 32 people at McLaren base." And in 1974, he said, and we won the Formula One World Championship, Indy 500, and the Can-Am Series. You're just like, sorry, with 30 people. And he went, yeah, that's how it was. He said, there's more people on the wheel gun of a car now than there was when we had. And it's just how things have changed, and it's not necessarily a criticism. It's just different, and of course the technology is so very different now. And the biggest thing that I think has changed is safety. It's come on so much now in terms of cars, barriers, trackside, everything. We're so much aware of it now, and than we used to be. We're going back to the 70s. It almost wasn't a consideration. And we've got Jackie Stewart to thank for leading that campaign, which he wasn't overly popular for at the time with certain older school generation people of that time. But the cars are just evidently so much safer now, whether it be a TCR car, even I think even national racing in any country, the cars are much safer now than they ever used to be.
Yeah, absolutely. If you are just joining us, if you are just having a look at our Code 60 and seeing the barrier repairs that are being done at turn 1, the Milner Motorsport 928 hard into that barrier, which was 6 tyre stacks deep, which is good news, because it will have absorbed a lot of the impact.
Done the job. That's what we were talking about. Yeah,
exactly what it needed to do. And Joshua Bedarski getting out of the car under his own steam. He has been taken to the medical centre for checks,
which is routine.
Which is pretty routine. And now we just need to get that barrier repaired and safe before we can go back to racing once more. We have been checking in with various positions. It's a stunning evening here at the Nürburgring. It really is. Nürburg Castle. I used to know loads and loads and loads of
can't be both
about the
It can't be the Nürburg Castle. It's a burg or it's a castle.
But, no, but hang on, it can't be the Nürburg, can it? Because then it's just the village of Nür. It's just not possible.
It is the Nürburg, but it's not the Nürburg Castle.
I know it's the Nürburg, but does that mean it is the burg of the village Nür? Well, you know, I understand that the German for castle is Berg, but the village is called Nürburg, which suggests that the whole village is a castle.
I was just going to say, can we get? Yeah, come on, let's get Carla on this. Carla, come on, come and tell us what it is. Exactly, Carla.
To explain that one more time. So,
Carla, just one little bit of advice. Do it slowly so Ben can actually comprehend it this time.
I'm trying. I'm trying. So, Burg in German is not the castle. Schloss is castle. Burg is Burg. That's its own thing, and it's the Nürburg. That's just the name of this Burg. It has nothing to do with castles. Stop talking about castles. It's the Nürburg.
Whoa, hang on. Somebody just said to me that Berg was castle.
No.
Berg is village.
No, Berg is not village
what is
either.
Berg?
Berg is Berg. It looks visibly a little bit like a castle, but it's much smaller than a castle. It's a burg. It's its own category. It has nothing to do with a castle and nothing to do with a village.
The racing has interrupted us, Carla, on this very important discussion. We are going red flag now. I don't know the last time a Creventic race went red flag. We're going red flag to repair the barriers. They probably have discovered that behind the tyre stack is damage to the barrier itself. And so how does this work? We're going to have to lean upon the guys at Creventic for information, but I wonder whether we're going red flag because we don't think we can fix that barrier within the 41 minutes, and therefore this might be the end of today. No information at the moment as to what happens after red flag, but cars heading into pit lane, interestingly, so they're not going into the Parc Ferme, because Parc Ferme is at the top end of pit lane. All cars are heading down to the end at pit in, so they potentially are in a position where they're expecting to go back to green flag. What happens now? Well, one thing I know is Carla can get her wiggle on and start talking to some drivers, because we're not going to have anything to talk about. And it could make me completely loopy. I still don't understand what Berg is, but we'll continue that over a beer this evening. Either way, there it is, and it was really pretty. What else?
Well, by the power of the internet, I'm going to stir this up now because in your favour, actually, I've thrown you under the bus with Carla, so I'm going to reverse that now. I've just gone onto an app of Translate and put the word Berg in German, and in English it says castle.
Well, that is what Seb, my director, said. Our director.
This is something for overnight, isn't it? Now, here we go.
And do you know what the reason this came up? The whole conversation came up last night.
So hang on, just a quick note from Race Director here. All cars are under park firmate. Drivers are allowed to step out of the car now, even though they've stopped. Yeah, but they haven't stopped them in park firmate. They've done it in pit lane.
Yeah.
So that was my point. Sorry, I was picking up on what you were saying. They haven't gone to park firmate. They've done that in the pit lane. So I was clarifying what that was.
They're under park firmate,
yes,
in park
correct.
firmate. The reason why this came up last night...
Berg/Castle, it's all different.
No, stop. Snowy said it's really annoying when people say the RAC club.
Correct.
Because the C in RAC is club. So you're saying the Royal Automobile Club, basically. And so then you said, well, there is Nürburg Castle. And then Carla said, well, we can't be Nürburg Castle because the Berg is the castle. In a similar vein. So...
now, I'm getting an update from from our producers here, German. Berg is a castle, brackets, a fortified stronghold built for defence. A Schloss is a palace, stately home or country house, built primarily for comfort, prestige and resident rather than defence.
Like that.
See? Park firmate in or park firmate on. Makes all the difference.
Yes, exactly. That is great. Okay, so that...
Now was some clarification,
so
you see?
That is the Berg of Nür. We can now agree that it's...
And then they did a circuit around it like a ring and called it...
The
Berg
Ring.
Ring, yeah. God, that was painful. That was like pulling teeth.
And the... So it's Nür Castle. From now on, I'm not going to the Nürburgring any longer. I'm going to Nür Castle. And nobody will have a clue. It'll be a whole secret.
I suspect you might not be invited back. That's all. You may not get an invite to Nür Castle Christmas party.
No, the Nür Castle. I've actually been in the tower. I filmed something.
I bet you have. Yes.
I was left there overnight.
Yes, metaphorically and physically, yes.
Okay, so here is exactly what we suspected then. There's a little bit of damage to the Armco behind the tyre stack. And so they need to fix the Armco. There's all the Armco barriers that they normally put on the Nordschleife. They've got to fix the tyre.
Schlossschleife.
They've got to fix the Armco and then put the tyre stack in front of it. Carla, you had some news from pit lane. Please shut me up.
Well, yeah, that's literally what I wanted to do. I just went to grab any driver just to make sure that you stop talking about Bergs and castles. Jeff, hi. You're from Pelin Racing, driving one of the only 2 Ferraris that are on the track at the moment. Tell me, how's the Ferrari behaving?
So far, our Ferrari's behaving really well. In practice, we liked the car, but we weren't quite where we wanted to be, especially for a long endurance race like this. And Massimo's joining us for the first time, and Kyle and I are helping him understand the changing conditions and the track conditions and the different fuel loads and used tires, new tires. So you need a really well-rounded platform, and the 296 is a great platform. So we're really happy with it.
How about the team and the whole dynamic? I'm guessing some of the team are very used to this track, others are not, just like you mentioned, even one of you drivers. How is the cooperation that goes on internally? How do you guys work together to make things work as ideally as possible?
It's very cliche. In America, we say teamwork makes the dream work. But the reality is the more information we can distill down to our colleagues that are on our program that haven't been here, the better we are as a whole. And that's essentially what we did. So we all did a track walk together, look at data together, review video together. We sit as a group. We all collaborate. So it's been good. It's been really good. We're all progressing in a good way.
That sounds absolutely fantastic. Is there anything particularly about the Ferrari where you say, damn, there's that corner where it just goes so well?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, most of them. I think the Schumacher S, it's quite good. I really appreciate the platform of the car there. It drives more like a prototype than a GT, and it's quite nice.
Fantastic. Well, thank you very much for talking to me and for helping me to shut up my commentators speaking about the Nürburgring itself. Thank you very much. And while I'm still down here, I'm going to paint you guys a picture. My camera is currently not with me. We'll be back any minute now. What we have here is a very, very, very full pit lane. The cars are all lined up in the fast lane. I did explain that yesterday once. I'm going to explain it again. There is the so-called fast lane where the cars have to drive the maximum speed of 40 kilometers per hour, and then there's the part where the cars actually get in front of their team box to do the driver change, tire change, work on the cars, and so on. All of the cars are lined up in said fast lane. All of the drivers are out of their cars, and pretty much every other team member that you can imagine is currently standing with us here in the paddock. They're having talks, they're having chats. We all don't have an update yet as to if we will continue racing today or not. There is a 6-hour part tomorrow waiting for us, so the 12-hour race definitely isn't over yet, that is for sure. But while I said what I said, I had in my ear that we do have an update, so Ben, tell me more.
Yeah, just a confirmation from Creventic that the reason why we've gone red flag is exactly as we suspected, because the repair will take longer than we have left on the clock. So the clock will continue as though we are under red flag conditions, but drivers and cars not expected to go back out and racing. The cars will be, well, the cars are in pit lane right now, and they will then be put in parc fermé for our intervention break, whilst the guys down at turn number 1 continue to evaluate and repair the barrier. What that means for you and I, we await, but in terms of the result, we are as we are. It's going to take a lot of working out, because I don't know whether we went into the pits in order when the red flag was called. I think we still have 3 cars on the lead lap. I think that's clear. But interestingly, something that happened under the Code 60 regulations were that Fabian Gross got ahead of Jörg Dreiso. So up to race, we'll have the pole position tomorrow ahead of Proton competition. That was because of the pit stop from Proton, but no pit stop from 83. And remember how we were talking about like planning ahead and planning for tomorrow and making sure you had a car full of fuel and all the rest of it? This red flag has taken all of that out now. There has been no planning ahead. They were not expecting not to be able to service their car.
I disagree. There's been plenty of planning ahead. There's been no opportunity to action the plan. I'm being a pedant. Smile. Ben, smile, come on. So we've got the clock is running. The red flag is out, it says, but the clock is still counting down. With being at, when did the red flag come out? 30, do we have 40 minutes on the clock still? Thereabouts? I would say possibly maybe 38, I think it was, thereabouts. So the best laid plans is my point, Ben. I'm not having to go at you. It's just they will have had ideas, and then if something totally different happens, I think you said earlier, I can't remember when there was last a red flag in a Creventic race. We go code 60, which would have still left the cars circulating around at 60. That's fine, because people can still do things, take a splash and dash, get in, whatever, do tyres, and prepare, put that plan into action. I know I'm teasing you a bit there, Ben, but they could do that plan into action. A red flag is a stoppage. So the cars, you can't do anything with them. So they are effectively under parc fermé rules. They're not. That, yeah. They are under parc fermé rules, just in a line on the outside of the pit lane. The drivers are allowed to step out of the cars, but only the driver can do anything to the car. They can't change anything. They can't even go and take any tyre pressures out or anything, because it's parc fermé, closed park. That's what it means. So the teams can't go across to those cars, so they're just sitting there in the outside lane. When the 31 minutes it is that's remaining of the red flag expires, and the clock comes to the end of the 6 hours, they will then be driven by those drivers back into the cars, into parc fermé. They will still not be touched. They'll just go into a place for overnight. That's all. So these cars in the pit lane are going to restart, as you say, Ben, tomorrow's race as they are right now. So there will be strategists and spreadsheets and all sorts and boffins doing things now that are going, right, this one we didn't expect.
Yeah.
You know, it's been a 5.5 hour race, not a 6 hour race.
We have no idea where anybody is at. We do know that a lot of them have fuels. We don't know whether they have fueled to the finish, because a lot of them only got like the 15%, didn't they? Because they fueled under the code 60. The big difference being that the 88 wasn't able to react, and so that has inherited the lead. And I'm just hearing that there may be a possibility that we will go back to restart, which slightly undoes the whole excuse for red flags in the first place. We could just go and round behind the safety car. Not that is much fun for anybody. But obviously the incident area is quite a long way away from the racetrack. And there's that little safety car. The Toyota Yaris GR. I'm not sure why we were listening to Bohemian Rhapsody on the on the speakers. It's all I can hear, because of course we've got no car sound, so the ambient sound will likely take down our YouTube channel, being that loud in my ears. Hopefully it's not that loud to you if you're listening.
Banging tune though, if it is.
I mean, yeah, should we just sing along?
No, come on, Ben. The world is not ready for that. You and I singing along. No, come on.
Speak for yourself, Snowy. Once upon a time.
I was trying to save them. Yeah.
Let's why don't we just do karaoke? We can't do karaoke to a guitar solo, because that's just weird.
Does my luck tell you my response to karaoke?
Wait for the next bit. It's coming.
Please don't do this.
Carla in my ear just goes, oh no. It's a really hard bit to do karaoke to be fair.
If you can look at the commentary box window now, you'll see that I've taped on the inside in A4 letters, help, with an exclamation mark. So Carla is down in the pit lane, and she's caught up with one of the ERA motorsport drivers, with Jake Hill.
Does he want to do karaoke?
Jake, you literally just saved me. Ben, in the commentary box, he was like, I think I'm going to do karaoke to the song that's going. And I was like, there's absolutely no chance that I'm going to let this happen. So thank you for being around. Jake, it looked quite good what was going on out there. We spoke to the other team with the only other Ferrari on the track. You guys are the other one. Looks smooth.
Well, I would have quite liked to have heard Ben sing, to be honest with you. But yeah. There's all the team just cheering us on. But yeah, do you know what? It's been a good race for us so far. The team have done a fantastic job. Dwight did a mega job early on as well, very consistent. And yeah, overall it's been a good race for us. Obviously a shame now. I hope the driver of the Porsche is okay, because it's a very, very big hit. So yeah, just hope that they're all right. But I'm sure we will get racing again soon. Maybe not tonight. It depends how bad the damage is to the barrier. But yeah, we're doing good.
Can you tell me a little bit? So we do speak about this teamwork thing quite often, and of course in endurance racing you have the combination of pro drivers and then a lot of gentleman drivers as well. I'm going to consider you the pro towards the gentleman in that team. How do you support them? Is there something like, let's say, I know you cannot be as quick as me, but I'm going to set you a goal and try to hit it? Or what is the type of, let's call it, training that goes on during those races?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, to be fair, Ryan and Dwight have such a great relationship from their days in LMP2 together in the States, in IMSA. So Ryan is, he's the head coach for Dwight, just because of that relationship. But we all try and help Dwight as much as we can. But, Ryan's relationship with Dwight is very good. And, there's lots of data that's happening, lots of video that's happening in the background. And we're always setting Dwight goals, for sure, of lap time goals, and try this time, try this, try that, and just trying to improve his driving every time. And he's a great listener, he does a very good job. He doesn't just in one ear and out the other, he takes it on board. But also Ryan's a great coach for him. So yeah, that relationship they've got is fantastic. And yeah, it shows, Dwight's getting better with every race. And also the 296 Evo that we have now from Beauregard onwards, has been a big confidence booster for Dwight, just a little bit more grip, a little bit more comfort, and I think he's able to push a bit harder with this car.
Fantastic. It sounds amazing. It sounds really like a good harmony that goes on in that team. Your coaching role, is there something like a specific coaching role? I was told that you have one to some extent.
Well, yeah, I mean, not so much here, like I say, because of Ryan maybe taking control of the Dwight, but at the same time, yeah, we all contribute, you know, and it's the same, you know, when I do the NLS stuff here, and me and Kyle, you know, we try and help Kyle as much as I can and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, I think, you know, as the pro and the semi-pro, you know, it's our job to bring the whole team on, right? You know, because, yeah, for sure, you know, the AMs, they know they probably will never be able to be as quick as us, but they're very open ears and they like to learn as much as possible, because at the end of the day, we all want the result, you know? We all want to get to the end of the weekend and have had a fantastic race, lots learned, and it's always nice to get a trophy.
Fantastic, Jake. It's always great to talk to you, and thank you very much for taking me through the end of that Bohemian Rhapsody so I didn't have to listen to Ben sing. Actually, Sarah just showed up. Let me get her right next to me. Did you just hear that with Ben, that he wanted to go on and do karaoke on the live stream?
I did hear, and he's been told by the big boss, no, definitely not. Maybe after a drink tonight.
Yeah, but not on the live stream, please.
Not on the live stream. Definitely not on the live stream. Well, you're handing over to me now. We are gonna grab a few more interviews with some of the different drivers and give you a bit of a rundown of the story of today so far.
Thanks to the girls working down in pit lane. Great to hear from Jake Hill. Always good to speak with a highly professional racing driver in a different world, because of course the world of British touring cars lives in its own microcosm. There is no other championship in the world that uses that car. There are definite specialists in driving the car because it is so unique. I mean, the things they do to them to make them go rounds very, very fast are quite mad in comparison to other racing cars that exist.
But they're phenomenal pieces of kit, and they're equally specialist teams that prepare those cars and know the stuff's inside out. They're quite incredible. You're absolutely spot on. They are totally unique, and they're not like a TCR or anything like that. There's something totally unique. But Jake's transition from that world, he was 2024 British Touring Car Champion and has moved across to GTs and is still equally quick. As I said earlier, Cream always rises to the top.
Various gatherings of groups of people down there. Of course, drivers have been able to get out, which is good news. They weren't sitting and having to dehydrate inside these hot race cars. The best cooling in any race car is the movement of it. As soon as it stops, it really fills up with hot air. Well, that's like me.
Yes, that's what we get you to commentate, so it exhales the hot air. But no, you're absolutely right, because then you get the heat soak in the car. Everything comes into it. There's movement all the time. It's moving that hot air away from it. And certainly, if you're in a front engine car, so some of these, you know, the AMGs and stuff, or whatever, the Mercedes, you've got everything right up at the front there, and the Aston. You've got all that massive unit of heat in front of you, the engine, which is then just comes into the cockpit. So it can be quite difficult to drive a car around slowly behind code 60 and stuff with all that heat. We've seen it at races like Daytona earlier this year, where we had a 6-hour safety car behind because of fog. And there was a whole bit there about what do teams do to drivers to get them to stay awake during that longer period in the car, because you can actually get cramp as well. Now, one of the first cars to move away from the pit lane, we've got is that the Seb Lejeune car? It is.
Yeah, it's a 888
Seb Lejeune car is going off around that. That's Paul Meyer. That's currently 21st overall and 9th in class. Yellow flagboards being waved around the circuit, so I'm not quite sure with 20 minutes, just over 20 minutes to go, quite why the Seb Lejeune 888 car has been waved out. I'm not saying it's wrong.
He was in front. There's our leader, you see.
So he was in the wrong place in Parc Ferme.
So one car in front. Well, no, he wasn't in the wrong place in Parc Ferme, because you can be anywhere in Parc Ferme. But when we get the safety car back,
under Parc Ferme.
underpart firmly. When we get the safety car back running, we want the leader behind the safety car, right?
Yeah.
This is going to give Paul Meyer and the 888 team basically a lap. And because we've had a red flag, we're going to have a safety car. And that's something we don't have in Creventic, as we've mentioned many, many times. I think we do have Sarah now back down in pit lane. Sarah, who have you got to chat to?
I'm in the Asbest Racing garage. They've got 3 cars here in the TCE class. It's going to be a translated interview, actually. Alexandre Dante, you are you're currently sitting in 2nd in class. How's it been out there on track? And tell us more about having 3 cars as part of the team. Do you share data? Is it quite competitive?
Então, como é que você acha, como é que foi a corrida para você? Você está em segundo, como é que você está achando da corrida e como é que é ter 3 carros em uma garagem? Vocês compartilham informação, tal?
Está sendo uma experiência maravilhosa. Viemos do Brasil para tentar ser campeão. Assim, grosso modo, assim, nosso carro está ótimo, a equipe é maravilhosa, está sendo uma experiência única na nossa vida. Nós 3 brasileiros viemos aqui para competir com todos de igual para igual. E nós estamos no campeonato no Brasil, estamos bem lá também, mas viemos para poder ver essa experiência magnífica aqui na Alemanha de vocês.
It's an emotional experience. It's perfect. The team work is really special. They are doing their best to show the Brazilian drivers. We have 3 from Brazil, and he says it's been a wonderful experience.
Well, one of the things about the Creventic series is it is so international. We have drivers obviously from all around the world, so wonderful to have the representation from Brazil as well. We're here in a Code 60 towards the back end of race day number 1. What is the plan for tomorrow for race day number 2?
Qual que é o plano para amanhã, para a corrida de amanhã?
Tudo vai depender dessa parada agora. Nós temos uma estratégia montada já e se Deus quiser vai dar bom para todo mundo. O Brasil vai levar o título.
It all depends in what is happening today, but we already have a strategy for tomorrow race. But yeah, all depends here, and the plan is to bring the trophy to Brazil.
I love that, bring the trophy to Brazil. Well, thank you so much for having a word with us. We'll be watching, obviously, what happens. Well, let's see. We might get back out on track later on today, but obviously tomorrow is the business end of the race. So we'll see you back here tomorrow. Thank you so much. I'll be back with you any moment with an update from Up to Race. Our drivers just headed in to go get changed. They didn't want to get cold after being in the car, but I'll be back with you in just a moment, and I'll head over to Up to Race and get some words from them.
Have you ever been soaked in sweat and then have to stand out in the wind? That is why they're cold, because the wind will whistle through that wet race suit and make them really, really cold. Interesting that they are going off and getting changed. I imagine that not everybody is. There is no update on a possible restart time yet. That is the message from race director. So there was nothing from race director to say that we were not going back racing. That was a message from promoter. Race director just saying barriers are being repaired, as we can see. The Armco is being completely removed. Now, I'm not an Armco repair specialist, but the fact that there isn't one there suggests that there won't be one there before the next 15 minutes, and certainly the tyre stack then in front of them as well. Either way, there is the information. Let's go back to Sarah in pit lane.
A start for Up to Race here. First time competing here in the series.
Definitely, I would say it's quite decent. Finding ourselves in P1 at the end of the first day, we are really, really happy. We started with Kika, our customer, doing the winter on the Cup car, and now we decided to switch to the GT3R. So both for Kika and myself, it is the first race and also pretty much the first test of the car. So we both have around 50 to 60 laps now in the car. So yeah, quite happy with the first day for sure, and really looking forward for tomorrow.
What do you think has been the magic in terms of getting the car ready between the teams, between the drivers?
I think the whole package has to be there. The drivers has to work together with the team, and also for the setup. In the GT3R, it really matters on the details. And I think in the end, you just have to keep the pace and also have the fun, because in the end for Kika and our customer it is really important to be competitive but also have fun and get into the competition. And I think if we compare it now with the competition, we are quite alright for the first day. So yeah.
And have you ever competed in a race where it's split into two parts, and how's that been in terms of learning the strategy? It's sort of almost like two separate races.
For me, it's the first Creventic race. I just competed in a 992 Endurance Cup race in Spa, but there was also the split for sure. So in the end, this is my second Creventic race and also the first one with the car. So I think the endurance strategies in NLS and 24-hour race here at the NÜRBURGRING, which I raced a lot, helps a lot to get in the rhythm. But for sure, Creventic here with all the rules and also the differences is huge. So you have to keep every detail in mind and just has to try to be in the mix to go like this.
Talking of every detail, you're obviously in a very promising position at the moment. We might be getting back out racing, so who knows what could happen for the rest of today. But going in tomorrow, what areas, I mean, no racing driver sits at home and goes, that was perfect. What are you already discussing about what you're going to work on for tomorrow?
For sure the strategy, and also because the car is pretty new to both of us, we can learn a lot from Tim. And we just have a pretty detailed look in the data again, but in the end we just make 50-50, like having a look on the data, but also just keep it going in the race to be not into detail and not to be too much focused on the perfect line. Because in the end, I also said to everyone, it's not about the last tenths in the race, it's about the strategy, keeping out of trouble and try to keep the car in one piece, which we did a good job, I guess, for the first day. So I think this is the points for tomorrow.
You definitely did. And just one last question. Before we spoke, you told us you just needed to go in and change your underwear. Tell us what it's actually feeling like inside of the car.
To be honest, I came from GT4s and GT3 Cups. There's no AC or no working AC to go out like this. With this car, you have the opportunity on the AC to go into the code 60. It really helps to put the AC a little bit to 2 or 3. Then for sure you can cool down a bit. If you have a double stint without code 60, for sure, and you have to fight, you keep the AC off even in that car, so then it's getting really hot. But we are used to it, so it's in the end all right.
So you've got AC in this car?
Yes, definitely. So maybe to the fans out there, normally AC costs energy of the car or power, and the AC have different modes. So you can switch into AC1 and then it's the qualifying mode, and only under braking the AC is switching on and try to cool down it a bit. It's not like in a normal car that you have like 20 degrees in it, but it helps to go from, I don't know, 60 degrees to maybe 50 or 45 in it. And then if you go into performance mode, then the AC is working all the time, but then it's costing some tenths or maybe a second per lap on the Nordschleife or something like this. So in the end, if you want to be really competitive for the last tenths of a second, you have to switch it off, but especially in code 60s or so you can cool it down a bit.
And what about the additional weight? I mean, having AC on board must surely, in terms of fluids and just the whole setup, is additional weight.
The good thing is it's in the ground package of the car already, so it's no option for the GT3R. For the 992 Cup, it is an option, so you can put it in the car, but then it's 30 kilograms, and for sure the belt drive on the engine is keeping some power off it. But on the GT3R, it is no option, so every GT3R has an AC, and you can use it in the code 60 because it's there.
Well, thank you so much for having a chat with us. Perhaps we can have a quick look inside of the car as well while they're here. Yes, you do that for us. Perhaps we can have a look and you can just show us inside of the car. Anything you want to talk us through? I mean, there's lots going on in here. What have we got down here?
So we definitely can't take passenger laps because you see there's a lot of stuff in the car. So there's a lot of data. We have the V-Box, which are logging all the data and the video. Then we have some live stream. We also have some parts of the car, the ABS system and stuff like this. Because in the end, it's all about weight balance, because we sit on the left of the car and we try to compensate the weight that we push as much as possible on the right floor. So this is the reason why there's a lot of stuff going on.
Well, it looks pretty cool in there, and good that we can give our viewers a bit of an insight to what's going on. Let's close the door now, but thank you so much for having a chat with us. Ben and Snowy, I'll be back with you shortly.
We've found a little bird. What type of bird is that? Are you a bird watcher?
I'm not a twitcher, no. Not in that sense, anyway.
How is our producer so well versed? It's got a little bit of straw in his mouth. A Weltschlasser? Is that quite right? It's pretty rubbish pronounced here. Parkstelser, thank you very much, better.
Which translates to a white wagtail in English.
Wow, Snowy. Who knew? That's quite remarkable. Still on standby in pit lane. 10 minutes remaining of the first 6 hours of racing. We'll go back down to Sarah, who is sweeping up the stories.
Spotted the Red Ant team playing inspector role, looking at some of the other cars. What are you looking at exactly?
It's a bit of a coincidence that 3 AMGs have damage at the front.
It is a bit of a coincidence, and I mean they've all been patched up in quite a similar way. Are you just working out who is going to be fair competition tomorrow?
At the moment we are checking if our reparation is going to hold up, which looks fine, and how the other ones are going to do. So, yeah, just at the moment we are battling with 3 AMGs on who will be the highest.
Interesting. Well, I'm going to go and have a chat with Paul Truswell, who is waiting there over in the Red Camel, and I'll catch you guys a little bit later on. I'll let you carry on with your inspector roles.
Thank you.
Well, Paul Truswell is waiting up here for me. I think we're getting an update across the circuit PA. Paul, wonderful to see you here. Well, it is wonderful, but not under a code 60, really. Tell us more about your role with Red Camel this weekend.
My role? I have to... what do I have to do? I have to decide whether we're going to box or not, whether we're going to change tyres or not, which order we're going to have the drivers in, and then we have a discussion about whether I had a good decision or not. But no, I'm just part of. We all have our roles to play. The team is fairly active, and I just help by making suggestions.
Just suggestions. I know it's a lot more than that, and sometimes it takes a bit more than that to get some information out of you. But one question for you. The difference between a code 60 and a red flag, how does that impact strategy?
Well, it kind of messed everything up, really, because we were working out what to do the last 40 minutes of the race. Not sure how long that code 60 was going to last, and all of a sudden we now don't have a race. So all the careful plans that we were making, we're kind of in this state of suspension now. I assume they're going to send the cars to Parc Fermé directly from here, and so we won't be able to work on them overnight. We had planned to do a little bit in the last few minutes of the race, but we're not going to be able to do that. But there's an old racing saying it's the same for everyone. We'll just do what the organisers tell us to do and take it from there.
Well, I haven't got the timing screen in front of me, but when did you last go in for some fuel? Was it during the code 60 before the red flag?
Well, you can look back on the video and see.
It's not right here, Paul. Come on, you give me that information.
Well, we came in under the code 60, yes. We did 2 pit stops during the code 60. We stopped once for fuel, and then we stopped again.
And tomorrow, I think it's 87% likelihood of rain, but you're better at the weather than me.
No, not around here. Everybody looks at Red Camel and says, oh, we know that they're team to beat, but we've never been to the NÜRBURGRING before. As a team, Red Camels has never been to the NÜRBURGRING before, so we know nothing about what the weather does. I was talking to Bernard Milner before the race and suggesting to him that it might rain for the race, and he said, no, I don't think it will. Now, I kind of took his advice on board because he's been here a lot more than I have. But we'll see what happens. I mean, if it's raining tomorrow, they'll let us put wet tyres on. If it's not, then we'll be starting again with the tyres we're on at the moment. So we'll take to see what happens in the morning. The good thing is that there's a couple of sport races in the morning. They'll help to dry off the track if it's just a drizzly kind of rain, which I think it is. If it is, I mean, it's not going to be heavy rain. It will just be a kind of Eiffel, misty, drizzly thing, a bit like you get in Scotland. But we'll take it when we see it tomorrow morning. But as I say, the sport races will be good for us because that'll just help a little bit and get the track sorted out.
Well, that sounds good. Thank you so much for having a chat with us, Paul. We always miss you on the comm, so it's always good to hear from you.
It's all right. I Just like being involved, really. You know, doing what I can and helping people to understand what this mysterious thing called endurance racing is all about. And this kind of thing just makes it more difficult somehow.
It does. And also, because you've never been here before, where do you pull all of your data from?
Well, so guesswork mainly. I have been here before a lot, so I kind of know what goes on. There have been Porsche Super Cup races here, so I've looked at the data that's come out of those. And we had free practice, we had the track days before, so most of the information was coming in from what we had earlier in the week. But then you get to the race and the drivers suddenly start trying a bit harder when it comes to race day. Don't know, we sort of make it up as we go along.
You just haven't had that rain data yet during those track days?
True. We got some wet weather tyres, so it should be all right.
How many qualifying sets of tyres have you got left?
I don't think I need to tell you that, but we've had enough stints that we could have used them up, so we don't really need to go on to any of the qualifying tyres anymore.
Why wouldn't you need to tell me that, Paul?
Well, you might tell other people. You can work it out from looking at the screens and things. We've used all our qualifying tyres already. I think most people have by now. That's one of the things you do on the Saturday of a two-part race, is to make sure you've used all the qualifying tyres, make sure that the main part of the event, which is tomorrow's race, you're in the best possible shape for.
Well, thank you so much, Paul. Snowy is saying you are looking incredibly well.
Thank you very much, and you're looking well as well, Sarah, I must say that.
Thank you so much, Paul. Well, thank you for having a chat with us, and we'll see you a little bit later on. Well, I believe we have an update. So, Ben and Snowy, what is that update?
3 minutes and 15 seconds remaining on the clock. So evidently we are not going back to racing conditions. The process will be that the cars will follow the safety car around, yes, there we go. Actually, weirdly, they look like they're rebuilding the tyre stack before they've repaired the Armco behind. So wonder, they won't do that, obviously, but it just seems...
I think it's kind of modular, so basically those tyre stacks, they put tubes down the inside, so they're getting those ready whilst the barrier's being repaired, so it's two teams effectively, and then once the barrier's there, they can attach those tyres to that, because it's sort of modular construction. But quite a bit of work going on there still, Ben.
Yeah. So the cars have to follow the safety car around the circuit. Of course, lots of opportunity here to get penalties if the driver doesn't wear the right underwear, gloves, helmet. They must be in race conditions. They must be bolted into the car as they would do if they were in racing conditions. And then they'll do a lap of the circuit and they will fill Parc Fermé, which is actually the top end of pit lane. So they've got to go all the way around the circuit to get there. We can confirm that the driver, Joshua, is okay, and therefore here is what happened to him in the leading Michelin Motorsport machine. Coming down the main straight, and he weaves from left to right as though he's getting rid of something on his tyres, and then there is absolutely no retardation whatsoever, and he goes sideways, mercifully, into the wall.
He's trying to scrub off speed, wasn't he?
He was very early on the straight.
I know, but I think obviously he knew something. But that's a very sudden retardation sideways. It's not like it's carried on and dissipated.
Yeah.
But and it's on his side of the car as well. So absolutely, the most brilliant news is that he's absolutely okay and 100% fine.
And 100% thanks to, look at that, 6 layers of tyre stack in front of an Armco which is flexible.
What was I talking about? Safety? Only a little bit before, unrelated to that, but how things have changed. But there's just been proven to us. So not the ideal end for the race or for Michelin Motorsport, but the perfect outcome for the driver who's walked away unscathed, and that's a testimony to track side safety and cars these days.
Unfortunately, though, also going in driver's side in, so it would have been tricky to get Joshua out of the car under the tyre stack. But he did get out under his own steam. He has been taken to the medical centre, but we are able to tell you that he is okay. and that is very positive news. We'll probably be able to get the results then up on the board, won't we? Because it's not going to change from now until the end of the red flag. And we've spoken to the drivers, we've spoken to the leader of the race, Fabio Gross, and that 88 black Porsche. And there we go. The end of the 6 hours is done. Safety car lights going on then, and that will lead the cars around, even with the leading car being the leader of the race. It actually wasn't necessary to do what we did with the Seb Lejeune racing machine. Now that we aren't going back to any sort of safety car restart, which is actually more conventional, therefore, tomorrow than it would have been had we gone back to racing this evening, because we will have that restart 2x2 at lunchtime tomorrow. And here are the results then after 6 hours. Up to racing, leading Proton competition. The two Porsches are the only, sorry, I was about to say the only two cars on the lead lap. They are not. Viper Nisa Racing for Mercedes is and will be on the lead lap. Then 1 lap down will be ARC Bratislava and their Lamborghini. Jutta Racing with their Audi, the Get Speed Mercedes, the Continental Racing by Simpson Motorsport Audi. And then 1 lap later will be Era Motorsport. One lap further back will be Era Motorsport in 8th position. They're on a lap on their own by the looks of things, with Hoffa Racing a further lap down, so that's 3 laps back from our leader. And then the leading 992 car, and I think they have, no, I was about to say they have a lap on everybody else. They do not. They have 4 other 992s on that lead lap. Seb Lejeune 910. The HRT Performance of 928, and the Chazelle Technology Corsa of 920. Then another lap back to the 18 Santalok Junior team. So 4 laps off the lead. That's going to be tough for them to claw some of that back. But anything can happen, especially in rainy conditions tomorrow. RPM, and then the 904. With the Van Berlos in 19th and the second Seb Lejeune car in 20th position. We can forget about all the gaps, of course, because they will be reset tomorrow. It's just the laps that make a difference. The 921 will be out of the race. That was the car that caused the red flag, with Racing a lap further back. Get Speed Team PCX Racing in 23rd after their damage and shunt with Jordan Brasson at the wheel. The GT4 Bonk BMW in 24th position. The leading TCR car is the Ligier. The 93 of Ajit Kumar Racing will have a hefty penalty to serve tomorrow after their shunt. And then the rest of the TCE cars with problems changing gears for the second of the Ligiers, the 743. But they are and will be still running. You could take your car out of Parc Fermé, by the way, but you will incur a large penalty. And the other big retirement and big shunt of the day was the BMW up at the Schumacher S's for the Haas RT and Willings. A reminder that then tomorrow morning we will restart the race 2x2 formation, class by class, on the grid, as though it was a new race, apart from there will be laps between our cars. We're expecting it to be rainy, we're expecting it to be exceptionally tough, and it's going to be unpredictable, because with the red flags flown unexpectedly, all of those teams with their strategists trying to plan to the end of the 6 hours are now all in areas where, I mean, they know how much the tyres have used, they know how much the fuel has burnt off, but it might not be exactly where they wanted to be. Doesn't matter so much from the tyre point of view because they're probably going to be on wets.
I think so, despite Paul Trussell there, Sim Red Camel, saying that he was told by Moore that it's not going to, not in this area. My forecast can only go on that. Moulton Motorsport have got far more experience here, so 6-7, who knows, yin yang. But I think it's going to be a wet one tomorrow. I really do. And Paul is quite right, suggesting that support races in the morning. We've got another Radical Cup and a prototype series race, so they may well clear water off the track. But if it's continuing to come down from above, it doesn't make much difference. I think it's going to be a wet one. Let's see. Cars are being brought round to the start finish, and they'll come back around behind the safety cars, so in correct order, and now will be filed orderly into the Parc Fermé for overnight regulations, where they will stay untouched, unmarked in any way, shape or form until they restart tomorrow at midday. So our safety car bringing the race leading car, Fabio Grossa, in the up-to race Porsche, with the Proton competition car right behind it. Melvin Moe is in the Viper Nicer Racing Mercedes right behind. We're a little bit on board at very slow pace here with the 8th place car, Ryan Dodell, in the ERA Ferrari, which we just heard from Jake Hill a little bit about. It's quite strange seeing cars being brought to Parc Fermé under red flag. It's quite a strange one, as in we stopped for so long ago, sort of what, 35 minutes ago, 35, 40 minutes ago for the red flag, and then bring them all round again. I've never actually seen this before. It's a new one on me.
The last time I remember a red flag in a Creventic race was when we had a spillage of the fuel bowsers at the Portimao 24 hours. And because there was no fuel to refuel the cars, we had to go red flag. It was a few years ago now. Here are the highlights then of the first 6 hours of the Michelin 12 hours of the Nürburgring, and pro drivers in the cars for the start of the race, and a frenetic start it was, with Michael Grenier holding off the advances of Pierre Caffer in the Audi, and then the 2 Porsches of Proton competition and up to race. The star of the show was Tim Heinemann here in the 88 machine, Martin Rump in 992, giving us all a heart attack by running wide at the Michael Schumacher S. There's lots of gravel and lots of dirt all around the circuit, and it made life very, very hard for many. Pit stops meant pushing to the limit. We went green all the way through the first hour and a bit of racing. And then the first code 60 for a BMW from Haas RT in the wall. We had to repair the wall, and whilst we were under code 60, the leading Get Speed machine, going back to green, lost control and nosed into the wall. Punctures also because there were bits of gravel and dirt and detritus on circuit, and various other collisions. Hard to overtake traffic, hard to get the grip because of the mess, and yet more Mercedes with front end damage. Even Stefan Trebedini going around. Hoffa Racing getting into the back of the Aston Martin, and then we had this shunt. Full speed into the barrier for Joshua Badowski. Damage to the Armco barrier, and therefore both code 60 to red flag conditions, and we were unable to get back racing with the Armco, the metal portion, needing to be rebuilt. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for staying with us for the final part of the coverage today. Please make sure you join us tomorrow. We've got Radical Racing in the morning. We've also got the Prototype Cup Europe. Radical will be the second race by the looks of it tomorrow, with Prototype being the first race in the morning. Our second part of the 12 hours will start at midday local time, and apparently we need our rain jackets. I don't have one, so I might have to go to the shops. Have a good evening, and thanks for watching. Bye-bye.